united, our culture, united, our culture, united, our culture, united. Connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Check. You're tuned in live. Culture United every Wednesday right here on Wednesday. Hashtag See You Wednesdays on the Company Man channel. That's the remix. 9-second applause. Thank you guys so much for joining us for another Hashtag See You Wednesday. We have a great panel here today. Joining us today, friend of the show, been here plenty of times celebrating the release of the latest edition of his series, Passing the Crown, focused on J. Cole, the one and only Jeremy Heck. 9-second applause.
Great to be here, as always. See You Wednesday is always a great Wednesday. We got a great panel, and I'm excited to get into it. I feel like I haven't given my opinion on a platform in a while, so I'm excited to be here.
We got a lot to talk about. And Cole's been doing a lot of stuff this week, so it's actually good timing. Good timing for the drop of that video. I love this series so much. Also on the show today, my business partner, friend, incredible executive, one of the funniest people you'll ever see, and just recently checked by Top Dog, the one and only Stack Quo. 9-second applause.
Nothing like some good clickbait from the good old people at the Third Verse podcast.
You know, I mean, I wouldn't even call it clickbait. I think that it did happen. It's the first thing that happens.
Well, I wouldn't check though.
That's true. I guess. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You clickbait on the thumbnail. I got you.
I've definitely never been checked. Maybe my
That's
mama.
True.
My mama for sure. Yeah, there we go.
Word up. Also on the panel today, co-host of Culture United, sweltering down there in Dallas, bringing insight, bringing heart, and bringing the laughs, the one and only BK. 9-second applause.
Hello. What's up, everybody? Yeah, I agree with Jeremy. Best place to be on a Wednesday night is here at Culture United. So I'm excited. We have some really good topics today, and I love this panel. So let's get into it.
Word up. And on the show today, co-host of Culture United, celebrating maybe the second week? Is this second week? I feel like it's the second week of her brand new show called Brand New Thoughts every morning, 6 a.m. PST. The morningest of morning shows, doing great work. It looks incredible, sounds incredible, giving you incredible insight. The one and only El Janelle. 9-second applause.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you guys for pushing me to do it because I am having so much fun streaming every day. Like, it is so fun. So I'm excited. You know, Culture United is still the home base, so let's get into it.
Yo, every time we talk, you were so excited about it. I'm so happy you're having a good time because you're really good at it. Yeah, you're really good at it. Dyme-a-Dozen will be here. He'll be joining us shortly. So I don't want to make it seem like we have 2 weeks of false advertising because Simba, his internet never came on, or at least while we were online anyway. So he will actually be here next week. Dyme will be joining us here shortly. This is Culture United. We do this every Wednesday right here. Hashtag See You Wednesdays on the Company Man channel. If you've been here before, you know what to expect. If you have not, there's basically two shows. So we have the main discussion where we talk about the week's most critical conversations. And then we move into the second show, which is driven by your super chats largely. A couple of changes to the show. One, we have fact checking. So anytime anybody on the panel says something that you feel like needs a fact check, call it out and we'll talk about it. And then it'll appear on the screen like we're MSNBC. Also, one of the things that we're going to make a change this week, this was a suggestion from Divine Eternally, is that in between each segment, we're going to answer 2 super chats. Because one of the things that keeps happening is we have these super chats at the end of the show, and a lot of times they're for people who've already left. And so we want to make sure that we continue to give you guys an opportunity to interact with the panelists each week. So that will be happening today for the first time on this show anyway. And also on the stage now. He actually made it. We were up here trying to figure out, maybe give him a dozen minutes. Maybe give him Baker's dozen minutes to get here before we start the conversation. But he is here now. Incredible MC. I've had the pleasure of covering him since, you were 17 years old? Maybe 17 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From Phony People to Dyme-a-Dozen to his new project, WD11. Dropping this week, the one and only Dyme-a-Dozen. 9-second applause.
It's an honor for real. I'm always tapped in. I'm always in the chat, showing love and just gaining information and knowledge. Thank you guys.
Man, thank you for joining, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate all the support too.
Of course.
All right, now that we're all in agreement on the wallpaper, happy with the color scheme, welcome to Culture United. 1 second applause to everyone. All right, first story this week that I find really, really interesting is J. Cole. J. Cole is going on an incredible tour right now. His performances in New York have looked amazing online, from Brooklyn, the Barclays Center, and Madison Square Garden. I know this must mean a whole lot to him. Obviously, the city means a lot to him. He is basically lives in the city, as far as I can tell. But he said something interesting on stage, and I want to play this clip and let's see how everyone reacts to it. Someone always said, "Justin, how come you never got your clips right?" I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my best. Okay, it's on the screen. Okay, let's take a look.
I had a mission, I had a goal. One day, somehow, by any means, I wanted to get to the top of this rap shit one day. I wanted to somehow sit on the Mount Rushmore of these rappers, and if not, I wanted to get as close as I could. And in the process, New York City, I wanted to put my city on the map. You know what I mean? The same way somebody put New York on the map, or somebody put LA on the map, or Miami, I wanted to be the one to put my small city on the map. And I'm proud to say, I'm not tooting my own horn, but New York, I'm proud to say, I really fucked around and did that shit, I ain't gonna lie. There's niggas in Tokyo that have heard of Fayetteville, China. My man got the China jersey from when I played in China. I appreciate that. Niggas out there asking me if I'm from Fayetteville, asking me about it, it's crazy. Niggas in Queens that heard of Fayetteville, and I'm proud of it. Why? I'm so proud to be from this place and be somebody to put his city on the map. However,
Word up. So that was J. Cole on stage. I think he was just taking the moment in there and just really thinking about all the things that he has accomplished in his career. And, when he mentioned that, about his goal getting to the top of this, getting to the Mount Rushmore of this, it hit me in a different kind of way. Because I tend to be I have a critical ear and eye when I look around this space all the time. But it's hard for me to argue with that point, particularly if we think about this from a generational standpoint. Jeremy, you just dropped Passing the Crown 2019, which was focused on J. Cole. When you saw this, and what came to mind immediately when you saw this, and what are your thoughts on his tour so far right now?
I think it's really interesting to see the trajectory of what Cole was chasing and how it evolved over time, because you see, especially like documenting it year by year, you see it change. So it seemed like his whole early career, that being 2009, I would say, to like 2013-ish, he was like, I want to be the guy. I want to outdo my idols. He even went up against Kanye on release day to make a point to be like, no, I really want to be the best ever. And he was chasing this like crown that didn't really exist. He even was chasing guys in his own generation. I think he still looked at Drake as the success barometer that he needed to reach, whether that be through sales or whether that be through accolades or hits or achievements. And I think once he kind of got to the point where he felt like he was maybe on that level, 2014 came around and he realized what was really important to him. And that's where you see this reclusiveness from Cole kind of really take effect. You see 2014 Forest Hills Drive, he drops no promo. He kind of ducks back into his own, no features, like not interacting with much. The next two albums, he had a point of proof. You had For Your Eyes Only, right? Where he's, again, just trying to tell a story. He didn't do much press around that. He wasn't popping out. He wasn't doing features, really. No features on that album. And then KOD, the only features were himself as an alter ego. So in that, he was really trying to like connect with a new generation and understand what's going on with like the Lil Pumps and the Smoke Perps. So you have like a 3-year run where Cole didn't give a fuck about a crown. He really didn't care about being the top guy. He didn't care about a Mount Rushmore. It felt like he was like satisfied with his run. But 2019 for me came around And you see J. Cole make a decision where he's like, I still want that spot. I still want to be the guy. And I know what that takes to get that. I need to be more in the spotlight. I need to do all these features. I need to connect with people. I need to have hit songs. You get a Middle Child. You get Revenge of the Dreamers. You get a lot with 21 Savage and then 50 other features where he's killing it, right? So I think for him, you know, that chase ultimately leads up to the fall off where he had the same realization during that battle, which a lot of us disagreed with the decision. A lot of us disagreed with how he may have gone about it. But I think it was the same moment for him where he's like, I did everything I need to do. I still want to go out with my piece. I still want to do it my way. And I think for him to stand there on tour after going through all that, after the public ridicule that he inevitably saw in one way or another, whether he had his phone on him or not, he saw what was being talked about. He's sitting there at Madison Square Garden in front of a sold out crowd at the Fall Off tour with people who absolutely adore him word for word. Rob Markman said people were chanting or booing when he said he had 2 more songs left and he had already rapped for 2 hours. These people love J. Cole. I think that moment for him and this tour for him has been a farewell tour that he needed for himself internally to be like, I accomplished my goal. And I think he did.
1 second applause. Hard to disagree with that. I mean, can you imagine though? I mean, just even listening to oh gosh, which song is that off of? I can't. Is it the I Used to Love Her song? I Used to Love Her Again. I think it is. Listen to him talk about you know, how he went to New York to search for hip hop, and he got there, and it moved south. And I always remember that because that's basically what happened to me. I didn't necessarily move to New York for hip hop, but when I moved to New York is when everything moved to the South. So I could see the lens in which he's looking at things or describing things on that song. But just moving to New York, going to St. John's, meeting Hove, signing, getting a deal, all that stuff, and then still, you know, now you're bouncing back and forth between, you know, he said he likes to hit the road a lot, so he's driving back to North Carolina and all these things. To get to the point where you are standing on Madison Square Garden, you know, say you are standing in front of the Mecca, it's got to feel like a dream come true in one regard or another. BK, what did you think when you saw that clip?
Yeah, I agree with him. And it feels good to see him have confidence in himself while also displaying that humility that we've come to know him for. Because I feel like the press tour after the fall off was confusing and uncomfortable and riddled with answers that we were like, nigga, we don't want to hear that shit. And so, you know, to see him just revel in the fruits of his labor is satisfying to watch. I feel like with the Fall Off magazine, with you know, stuff outside of just the podcast circuit that he hit after he dropped the Fall Off, he has a lot to be proud of. So, you know, I agree that he is one of few people in 2026 that can sell out anything. And so to still have that level of dominance and, you know, it seems like he's come back to self. And that, and like Jeremy said, like this is the kind of farewell that he deserves, rather than going on podcasts saying that culture doesn't exist and, you know, just blaming the audience for, you know, blood sport, which is just like enjoying a rap battle. So I agree. And I like to see him in this posture.
Word up. 1 second applause. Dyme, what was your thoughts on this? Seeing J. Cole's tour so far and where are you at with where he is?
Regardless of his stance in the battle and how much people might ridicule his decisions, I just feel like J. Cole is J. Cole. You know, he's a generational talent. People look at him as one of the big three, legend. I feel like his catalog just it stands to the test of time. Me personally, I wasn't the biggest fan of the what's the name of the album? Fall Off. I'm about to say the Come Up. That was it back in the day. But yeah, Fall Off. You know, I feel like it was just a lot of thought put into it based off of how people might have been feeling about him. But at the end of the day, the catalog stands the test of time. It stands on its own. And yeah, he's done enough to, you know, be solidified as a great, and the shows are just showing that. So I'm glad he's getting his flowers, and it's dope to see. He's a great artist.
Right up. 1 second applause. I have a clip of the audience booing here, and we should definitely. Let me see right here. Yeah, where's that? I'll bring it up here in a second. But that was a great point too. You pointed. I think BK, you might have pointed that out. They were mad when he was leaving the stage. El Janelle, what do you think?
I think Cole is reinforcing an idea that I support, which is doing what you want to do against the wave, swimming against the current in a way. And although I have definitely been the current, like, nigga, what the fuck is you doing? I think it's tight that he just continues to do it, and it looks like he's really getting his head above water with it. I think sometimes he was drowning going against that current, where we was like, nigga, you're about to drown. But I think at this point, you can see that he's swimming against the current with his head up. And I recognize that that's something that I fuck with. Like, because I don't even know that I would have did a tour, really. I feel like I would have just dropped the album. For real, I would have just kind of dropped the album and been like, all right, let me get out of here. I know everybody fucking hates my guts or this, and that. But the tour really gives us a visual on, no, everybody doesn't hate your guts. Everybody, you have so much support. You mean a lot to so many people. And I think it's true what he said about Fayetteville and how he kind of put that name in the zeitgeist. So I'm happy for J. Cole. He seems very happy. I fucks with it.
1 second applause. That's my favorite thing about the Fall Off. All the Carolina language in there.
Yeah, I know that.
I ain't heard Bo on the record ever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not since I lived in South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Prince Ricky Prince. You know, he was probably the illest rapper at our school when I was in high school. 1 second applause to Prince Ricky Prince. No time for James Bond. If you were there, you get that. Is this another reminder that the internet isn't real? You know, like all these people talking online, but then you go outside and it's like, oh yeah, there's all the love.
Well, you know, when you see somebody that you have grown up with, I guess, listening to the music, you have a different level of respect. You get caught up in the moment. Them songs mean so much to you. You know, you in different times, it takes you back to different times. I just be wondering, is that how they dress in Fayetteville?
That's how a lot of basketball players dress.
Oh, they're just like, because it look like a choir robe he had on. That boy J. Cole do what he want up there, man. Like he gets to dress, be unshaven, not clean cut. He get to do it. He don't wait. You can tell he just wake up and leave the house, and we love him. Shout out to J. Cole for doing what he want, man. You know, because when people perform in Madison Square Garden, you go to a show, they got all kind of ensembles on. You know what I'm saying? Like we was on Jay-Z about his hair. We don't give a fuck what J. Cole hair look like. Do what you want. Have come with the Jesus, whatever you want, man. Shout out to J. Cole. J. Cole does exactly what he wants when he wants to do it. He might be one of the only artists that does that, I think.
He has a bar on his Leakers freestyle where he said, Dover Street used to be bumming some days. I'm still bumming. The difference is now it's by choice. And I think
it's crazy. It's nuts. And that shit probably expensive as fuck. All them clothes he's wearing, where he look like he got them from the thrift store, they probably expensive as hell. He's paying a shit ton of money to look broke. This guy is incredible. Phenomenal. Give it up to J. Cole, man.
1 second applause. We had a discussion about all of the artists' first albums since the battle. And Stat says the Fall Off is hit the bullseye because
it's a 10.
You want to explain why you think it's a 10?
I think the Fall Off, out of all the albums that came out, it's the 10. It's a 10 because he called it the Fall Off, and that's exactly what happened when he dropped it. It fell the fuck off. He was the most successful out of all the albums. It hit home. You know what I'm saying? If you gonna call your album something and it does it, that's what it is. That shit.
But by that barometer, Kendrick had a GNX on his album. Does he get a 10 too?
No, but I'm saying me and Justin do chart report every week. When did J. Cole put an album out and that shit fell off the charts like that? When does it ever happen? It's like it never even came out. It came out. So I think this was his plan all along, because I think he has I don't know this because I haven't talked to him, but I think he's uncomfortable with stardom in a sense. So I think he's uncomfortable with the whole shit about rap and everything that comes along with it. So I think it's a plan for him to gracefully bow out of the game. And it's not that the album's bad, but in when you talk about his other records, this is the least one of the records that didn't really have any type of commercial success long term. It was gone in a month.
But does it still count as a fall off if the tours are selling out though?
No, but the tours is based on his catalog. He ain't performing that other shit at the end of that. He's still doing the records that we love from shit that didn't fall off. I'm saying none of them
he's still doing
songs.
fall off records though.
No. I'm talking about, at the end of the set. Everybody knows the crescendo comes at the end. He not doing none of that shit last song.
I think
real quick, John. We get a fact check on that. Can we get a fact check and see J. Cole's set list and see what the set list is and take a look at that? My bad, Jeremy.
No, I was just gonna push back a little bit in the sense of like the only reason to me that album fell off more than all of his other albums off the charts is because there was no clear hit song, and I don't even know that there was an attempt at a hit song. Like, to me, that was him making the album exactly how he wanted to make an album versus other albums. He said out loud he was chasing a hit, even with like a Power Trip. Like, he always stayed with a hit. KOD even had multiple hit songs that were like on the charts. The fall off, the closest is 2-6, and it didn't hit like a real hit. Versus if you look at GNX and Iceman, like they have hit songs on there, multiple. So I think that to me is the only like reason that it fell off the charts. But that doesn't mean the album wasn't really good. I just don't think.
If you worked in this industry as long as he has been as successful as he has, and he understands because he's worked on the other albums to have those hits on it so he can maintain certain success, and he knows what's going to happen when he does not do that, then he wanted it to happen. So I'm not saying it's a bad album. I'm just saying he was successful in his goal of falling off because the album fell off, and he did it in a way that I don't think it damaged his career. I think it helped him post battle because it is a good project. But at the end of the day, the majority of people do not categorize him on the same level as pre-battle to post-battle. It's a totally different thing. We see him in a different light. You know what I'm saying? Like in 2019, he was the king. He went on this feature run. That's your YouTube video you put out. If he came back and did that same feature run talking about he's the king, we're gonna come here on Culture United and we're gonna rip him apart. Like, you're not the king of anything, sir. You know what I mean? And so this album is a culmination of all that. And I think he was successful. I'm not like trying to like this. I think this is something that he wanted. I don't think he's comfortable with fame. I don't think he really likes it. You know, Andre 3000 talks about it all the time, the burden that he feels about being famous. I think J. Cole suffers and struggles with that. When you see how he interact with large crowds, he's like, yo, everybody calm down. He's not comfortable with that shit. So he's like, you know what? I got all this money. I got all this success. I live in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I got a big ass house that I pay $2,000 a month for. I got all the baggy clothes I could ever want. I drive around in the Toyota Tercel, whatever the fuck he got over there. I still listen to CDs. I mean, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what a life. I did it. And I'm in Madison Square Garden rocking. J. Cole gonna make like $70 million. What is he gonna buy with the money? He don't buy watches. What is he gonna buy with it? Shorts. He don't like nothing. Fruit.
I do wonder what, Jeremy, you think about that theory that Cole, just kind of the tension between chasing all the things you would expect someone of his stature to want, and then once he gets right at the precipice, he like goes back into his hole. Do you see that as like something he's intentionally doing, maybe subconsciously, like as you're kind of mapping his career as you have, like what do you think about that theory?
It's funny because I relate on a very deep level as somebody who every time I don't love the spotlight. I do like attention, but I don't like it on me. And so a lot of the times I'll get close to doing things for myself, not for other people, not for companies, not for friends. And I'll get close to doing things for myself. And then the minute that I kind of put that attention and effort in, I'll pull back. I'll be like, maybe I don't deserve, like I'll get in my head. So I kind of relate to Cole in that realm. And I wanted to pull this lyric from Pipe Down Freestyle, where he went over, ironically, the Drake song. And he said, some people say I'm running the third. They threw the bronze at me. Behind Drake and Dot, those dudes is stars to me. Maybe deep down, I'm afraid of my luminosity. So when you see me on red carpets, I'm moving awkwardly, posing all nervous, afraid of the judgment. And the thought of showing too much of my day is repugnant. I'd be keeping my kids away from the gaze of the public because these days I feel like the hate is their favorite subject. So I think he struggles with that a lot. And I think this maybe was his acceptance of, okay, I can have the spotlight, but I don't need to chase it in the way that other people want me to have it. Like I can have my version of what success looks like, where he was like, I'm still going to do podcasts. Maybe I won't talk about everything they want me to talk about, but I'm still going to do interviews. I'm still going to tour. I'm not going to get on stage every night and have to talk about the situation. I'm just going to drop an album the way I want to do it. I'm going to tour the way I want to do it. I'm going to drop a magazine and I'm going to go off and do whatever I want to do, whether that be produce or features. So definitely very relatable. But to your point, BK, like I think he struggles internally and I think this is him accepting it.
I like that.
For a second, pause. What do you think about this? Real quick, I want to get Dyme in here real fast. What do you think about this idea that J. Cole's album is successful because the title lived up to its chart reception?
Yeah, it was like a deep meditative like manifestation. Like as much as he talked about it and over the years and how much he wanted to put like positive energy into it, the negativity of like the concept, or not even, well, like Stat said, he wants to fall off. Honestly, like even in the interviews, I feel like it was a bunch of like, yo, oh, I'm going on tour. Oh, like the interviewers remind him of him about to get on the road in a few months, and he's like, oh yeah, right. Like you could tell he don't really want to do it anymore, but like he was trying to have that big bang last. All right, this is my last joint, I can move on. And, things messed it up, like the whole perception after the battle. But, it affects his right now, but it's never going to, like, define him as far as, like, his whole catalog. But, this moment right now, this whole energy, I feel like he kind of manifested his fall off. It kind of made people look at him a little bit, like everything that's connected to it kind of made people look at him a little bit differently. But his core Day One fans are always going to praise him, even if they like the new records. I know a lot of people don't like the new records, but yeah.
It's interesting because watching Passing the Crown, one of the things that stood out to me was hearing him talk about why he started Dreamville in the first place. And there's a clip of a conversation that Jeremy includes of J. Cole sitting down with the Rap Radar podcast, Elliot, and B-Dot. And he's talking about how he didn't really sign artists necessarily just for the money that they could bring the label. He signed them because he was fans of them. And so that was something that was at the core of why he decided to sign the artist and elevate the artist that he did. And I remember watching Jid and some other people from Dreamville talk about how when the company was sold, they all got a piece of it. You know what I mean? So Cole actually sounds like he distributed the gains from the label with the team, which I can't think of, anything else more honorable than that when it comes to, how you run your business particularly. But that seems to be in the same vein as the reason why he signed them. He was signing them because he was fans of them and he wanted them to get paid. You know what I'm saying? And so I can't have nothing but respect for that. And then when I look at, this album, one, I'm also just very curious what the album sounds like because it sounded like before Like That dropped. But when I look at this idea of the fall off, he presented it as if this was going to be his retirement or he's moving in a retirement direction. He's pulled back from that sense. But now he's very much direct to fan. He is direct to fan on magazines, direct to fan on even direct to fan, like the whole, like it looks like he's moving directly into that. And so perhaps the fall off is just more of a falling out. I'm going to fall out of the industry. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to fall out of the industry, but you're still going to get a whole lot of J. Cole.
I was going to say a similar thing. Like maybe it wasn't a fall off. It was a step off is what I was going to go with it. Like, because it's hard for me to say he fell off. Like, I think Stat is right about a whole bunch of important parts of his theory. Like, it definitely seems like he was tired of the way he believed he had to operate to stay in the position that he was in. I think I disagree with what he believed, though, because it seemed like he believed, of course I got to be a fake ass nigga. All of us is fake ass niggas. What are you talking about? It's a rap game. We all in here acting and being hella fake, right? Wait, y'all thought we were serious? We all being hella fake. And I think he kind of either made that up for himself or maybe we're in an era where we're in the wave of all fake niggas. So he was like, y'all wasn't in on the joke. And now I see that y'all are really upset that I'm fake. And I thought I was just coming to be fake. And so maybe from that realization, he like, I have to do this a different way. But it really doesn't give, I'm trying to retire to me. It gives like, I'm trying to shift companies, or I'm trying to shift job titles, or I'm trying to shift the mechanism of the company, but not I want to quit the job. So I look at it more as a step off. And I think it kind of aligns with what you said, Justin, about he's going more direct to consumer. Like, to me, that makes more sense, because I think J. Cole still wants to rap. He still wants to make music. He still wants to be creative. He still wants to tour. He's just trying to figure out a new way to situate it so that he could be more comfortable. So that's how I see it. A step off, not a fall off. And the last thing, because I can't use the charts because so much of rap has fallen off of the charts. So it's hard to be like, the way you structured your album is the reason why you fell off the charts. Because it's like, well, what's the reason why all other rap fell off the chart?
Okay, he doesn't have the luxury, because of where he ranks in hip hop, to fall off the chart. Basically, the way we view him, technically, not. I mean, of course he does, because he can do what he wants. But I'm saying the way he is viewed and the perception of him, it's the big three, right? Those artists don't put out records and fall off, especially that many songs. He put how many songs on that album, Justin?
It was like
24, I want to say.
I mean, come on.
I think it's 12 and 12. I think it's 12 and
24. We can't hear you, by the way, Justin. But
can't hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
I can hear him.
I can't.
Okay. We can hear you though, Stat, so keep going.
Stat, can you hear me?
I can hear. I hear everybody but Justin.
Let me see if I keep talking. I can hear you. I'll come back.
But I'm gonna keep going. But I think on some writer shit, y'all follow me right now. Don't think I'm crazy, y'all. Okay. So when you talk about falling, right? There's only one time where we say falling, and that is good. So it's like falling in love, right? So maybe metaphorically, when he was writing this and he was saying the fall off, you know what I mean? He was trying to parallel it with falling in love, but falling off of something that he's not in love with anymore. So maybe that was something that went on in his brain, in the rapper brain. Like, okay, I'm falling off of, like L just said, I'm falling off of the shit I don't like about this industry. And I'm falling into the next phase of my life, which is falling off from me chasing hits and trying to live up to this and doing that. Because I told Justin a long time ago, when I see J. Cole, a lot of times he don't look happy. And the one thing I did take from the Madison Square Garden show, he really looked happy. And it made me feel good to see him happy. Because sometimes J. Cole be looking sad in a motherfucker. You know what I mean? But I felt joy right there,
Word up. That's what's up. And I think the other thing,
go out and come back in because I can't hear Justin.
You still can't.
All right, I got you. Yeah. I also think one thing about what separates Cole from perhaps the rest of the industry is Cole has always been one of these six or seven guys who can put a bunch of numbers on the board, and it makes a big difference when one of these 6 or 7 people in hip hop is, particularly as all genres, but hip hop in this case has moved so much more super fan focused, that when you have stuff that is still, my bad. I think I took somebody off. I think I might take Elgin off. I just did that. There we go. We'll put it back. I think she can put herself back if I missed her. Okay. But like when you have people who are just carry so much market share, and then they don't do that, whether or not what's happening in the macro, particularly if it's important, like it's intentional, like it seems like this was with J. Cole, it makes a big difference. The thing that I'm noticing that I was really shocked by, though, was the last, to that point, was the last Billboard chart report. And so on the top 200, the fall off isn't there. Now, I thought that was really shocking because he's on tour. Like, you think that people would buy, more music. You think people would like buy more merch on it. I didn't, there wasn't, but I'm multitasking right here. Let me focus. You think people would the album would get another boost again. And it did initially the first couple of dates, but it fell off again. So perhaps that does speak to the music in the way that Stat was talking about.
Yeah, to me, I felt like the music, although, some of it was good, and I know I'm not like the the best person to talk about it because I did not finish the Fall Off. But in
Still,
terms of, like,
you still haven't finished it.
Did you get to disc
Still,
2?
BK?
You still, that might be malpractice, BK. It's August. It is now August.
You
well,
fall
and
onto the fall off? Like, what's
look,
happening?
I'm gonna say this, much like the charts are showing, like I'm just gonna say I didn't feel the need to revisit that. I'm also just not the biggest Cole. Like, I wasn't just like listening to a bunch of Cole before. Like, I was more of a kind of casual listener, as K-Dot is kind of more my guy. And then of course, you know, Drake is ubiquitous, so it's just different. But what I did notice was that nothing particularly captured the culture. And that's something that kind of just happens organically. I feel like, where regardless of how I feel about you, I'm going to tap my toe, I'm going to nod my head, I'm going to like dance to this outside. And I feel like maybe, you know, that was speaking to what Jeremy said earlier, that there wasn't a decided like hit plus the shaky PR that he had post battle. It just, I mean, that just wasn't a good recipe. But it's interesting to see that there wasn't like a return to it, or there was just a general disinterest. And I guess I'm one of those people, but like there just didn't seem to be much salience with any of those songs that dropped. I mean, outside of his super fans or niche communities, or like, you know, communities that really care about the album, about him as an artist. So I don't know what the purpose of that was, but I mean, that's just what I saw.
Word up. I think that was a robust discussion. Learned some things, discussed some things. I do think that J. Cole, I liked hearing Jeremy and Stat talk about, you know, doesn't seem like J. Cole really wants to be the superstar. But that is why this moment that took place at Madison Square Garden the other night really jumped out to me. Because in the beginning of his career, he really wanted to be the guy. And he took an approach where he really built his own, he built his own pedestal, truthfully. I mean, he was putting out music, no features, you know what I'm saying, or having crazy success, goes on the feature run, wants to be the guy again, puts a bunch of people on, and then I think runs into how heavy that crown can be, and seems to be in a great place now. And again, when I heard him on that stage, he did reach the mountaintop. He has reached that Mount Rushmore plateau or tier, and you know, what more can a kid from North Carolina really ask for? I just thought that was it's a really amazing story, despite whatever pitfalls or potholes you might have to cross along the way. You know what I'm saying? So big shout out to J. Cole. 9-second applause. All right, we're going to do 2 super chats before we move on to our next topic, which would be FD Signifier versus Killer Mike, the battle we never thought we'd see. But here we go. Let's start off with Rakim the Great. He says, the fall off represents retirement from his fame. Lonely at the Top on the album explains the thesis. It was never about falling from rapping, but reconnecting with the music, his family, home, and fans.
I love that. And I was going to say, to Stat's point earlier, he kind of does fall, like that is probably part of his framework. Like he does talk about falling out of love with rapping, falling back into love with rapping. Even in his interviews, he did discuss that as being like a critical moment for him. And I think I still love her, or Love Her Again, whatever the title is of that song. And then the end is him realizing, if I'm impacting one person with my art, if I'm talking to someone and they come up to me at the gas station and they say, hey, you changed my life, like that's worthwhile for me to write. And so I think that technically is the bow on it. Like for him to impact one person is great. So when he sees Madison Square Garden and impacting thousands, I think it is really like, okay, this is what I do it for.
Yeah, I agree with that. 1 second applause. And the next one from Swerve. Says, I agree with Jeremy. There wasn't a hit attempt on this project. It isn't that type of album. If he wanted one, he would have got some big features and had some hard trap beats. It's a personal album. His 444. Well, he does have Future in a song called...
Yeah, I'm calling that.
He does have... That, he has exactly that, actually.
but to be fair...
I feel like KOD is his 444.
I would say, honestly, in a weird way, Forest Hills Drive kind of is. Like,
Really?
like... even though it's so early in his career compared to where Jay had 444, that was his reflective moment of like, let me look back at my life. Let me see what's important to me. Let me appreciate my wife and my family. But to the point of the hits, what I will say is he had Thames and Future on a song. There is absolutely no structure to that song that would make that even close to a hit. Like, to me, he almost did the opposite. He had Thames on a weird, like, I like the song, but he had Thames on like a weird outro version where she's like on a bridge of the song on the out, like rather than using Thames in the way that you would where Dave did, where it's like I'm going for a hit and putting her on the hook and giving her a verse. And he had Future on Run that he had that Future on that song, but Future's also on Run to Train with pitched down vocals and a hidden feature. It is not a Future auto-tune hook melodic attempt at a hit. So I could be wrong. Like Cole might have been like, that's the one, but to me, it doesn't sound like an attempt at a hit. Still.
I feel like the campfire. What was that? The lead out. Like I feel like he felt like a few of those joints was gonna go. Like a few of those chanty joints. I feel like it was his attempt at being like, all right, I know Drake got this lane, and like he was trying to make like stadium sounds a little bit. I feel like he was going for it. Like for the fall off, I felt like he was trying to get up out of here on a high note. Like. Back to you guys' point of him not like really loving like what it was. I feel like he was also like with the dot features that Justin was talking about earlier. Like there was dot features on the first version of the album or like an early version before like the whole beef went down. I feel like he was kind of like trying to bow out on some like, yeah, I'm the great. I'm standing next to a great, and let me just bow out gracefully. Then kind of things just went haywire, and he was just kind of like, all right, well, let me put together this great album, but yeah, he was trying for it. He was going for it.
If you take this album and say, let's remove his third album or whatever, and he put this album out, would he or if he dropped this album first, would he still be the guy standing on Madison Square Garden? That's all. Everyone, even the J. Cole fans will tell you that absolutely not. So this is probably one of the weaker J. Cole albums that's ever come out. Well, let's just be honest with ourselves. You know, maybe it's his
Mr. Morale.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but still, this is not as good as Mr. Morale.
No. I didn't say it's as good as Mr. Morale. I said it's his Mr. Morale.
I also want to know what Jeremy's theory is on like 2-6, like outside of the Thames and Future of it all, like. What was 2-6 supposed to be? Like it was very fast paced. It was supposed to be, that's what I felt like he was actually like shooting for, but it just didn't hit.
That was the closest attempt to a hit, and I think it was the closest thing to a hit that we got on the album. It didn't hit. Good, but not great.
I do think it's interesting to investigate whether or not we're like using, how they say hindsight is 20/20. So it's easy to say now that nothing hit. He wasn't even trying for a hit. Like, nah, maybe he was trying and that shit just didn't work. So I do think that's interesting. I'm trying to wonder where's the evidence of that now. Cause it's like,
I could be cutting a lot of slack. Like there's people who are.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the evidence.
Until y'all said that, I was like, what's
the evidence might be, it's called the fall off.
Yeah, but sometimes the perfect place to be is in the middle. So it is possible to be too high to be comfortable. So maybe I need to fall off to land in a perfect place. I think it's symbolic. I also think he talked about having a fear of falling off for so long. And I think there's like an analogy of, as a matter of fact, come on, bring the fall off. Because I don't know what the fuck I was fearing that anyway. That's actually what I want at this point. So I look at it so many different ways. It's hard for me to think this is like truly him saying, fuck this shit, I'm finna actually fall off. I think it's him playing with the idea of this may be your greatest fear, but it's actually now what I actually want. Kind of like a nigga who never wanted to get married and now is like, actually, you know what? Like how Jay-Z was acting like he was never gonna wife nobody and all of that. And now here comes Beyonce and all of a sudden you're the greatest husband and dad and all of the shit. Like somebody could say that's a fall off, but to Jay-Z, he might be like, I can't wait to fall off. I'm falling off to Beyonce. So I think it's more symbolic than it is literal like that, but that's just my opinion.
Word up. Appreciate you, Swerve. All right. 9-second pause. Moving on to our next segment. Right here, our friend to the show, FD Signifier, found himself in a rap by Killer Mike. Big shout out to Killer Mike. Big shout out to FD Signifier. 1 second applause to both y'all. Now, if you guys missed it, there was a brand new Red Bull Cypher, and it's actually really fresh. I think this might be the first Red Bull Spiral Cypher, at least the first one I've seen that was really focused on the South. And it had Killer Mike, Damani, and T.I. Damani got off.
Yeah,
Damani got off.
He was going, and I met Damani, and Damani is the sweetest, nicest young man. And I was like, you know what? It's funny how you interact with somebody and you're like, oh, that's a cool person. I support him. So when he started rapping and he was doing so good, I'm like, let's fucking go. I was invested. Sorry.
Word up. Congratulations, Damani. But the topic of the segment has to do with FD Signifier. And Killer Mike is actually the first one to rap here. And so we're going to listen to Killer Mike's verse. Pay attention, because the things that Killer Mike is rapping about, and it sounds like who he's rapping about, are things that FD Signifier has been very critical of when it comes to Killer Mike for a long time. We'll play a clip of some things that FD has said, particularly right here on Culture United after this. But let's hear Killer Mike's verse.
One phone call, I can get you in the flame. One phone call, I can get you in the flame of the office of the mayor. In talks with the owner of the Hawks and the president and head coach, bitch, I'm a player. Got a badass wife, got a stupid ass body, she's smart enough to play dumb. Got a bad bitch with a little light skin, hit her ice cold like Trey Young. You ain't seen nothing like me, I'm something more like a G. Look at me, guy, sitting here crookedly high, sit on the border of the high. That's a museum, you peon. City treat me like I'm Dion.
That's a museum, you peon.
Look at the Wolf of P Street. Look at the new Dominique. You think Atlanta? Look what the future gon' be. The future is me. Man, I'ma keep it a buck. I'ma keep getting rich as fuck. I give a damn or fuck about your opinion of me and my partner from Bankhead, we went and bought Bankhead seafood and we opened that bitch right back up. Fuck is you done? Tired that your dick suckers run about us cause we rich and famous. Top of the back of the list. Move like a capitalist. I'm moving capital, bitch. A rapper's word get heard and help to move policy under state capital, bitch. Reader of books and the leader of crooks. I am the Negro Magneto. We are the villains, no chillin'. We living until life is over. Finito. Finito. Whoa. Finito. Whoa. Die in the garden like Vito. Finito. 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 Die in the garden like Vito.
Finito. Finito. The Negro Magneto pushing capital. And so before we move on to telling this story and how this happened, what are you guys' reaction to Killer Mike's verse?
I'm just gonna start off and say that's my dog, so I'm biased. I'm out of it. You know what I mean? It's my partner.
What'd you think of the verse? Was it good? Was he rapping great? What's up?
Even if I hated it, I liked it. How about that? My nigga. You know what I'm saying? When he do an interview, he always mention me no matter what's going on. Fuck it. It's my nigga. So I like what's the FD6? I like him. He gave us some good advice. He's a good man. He gave us some good game about YouTube. But I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I've been doing Killer Mike since I was a lot younger than what I am right now. That's my partner, man. So sorry.
For Killer Mike, you inherit the beat.
Hey, 1 second applause.
That's my dog.
I was definitely a tomato.
I'm sorry, y'all. Hey, listen. Call me what y'all want. That's my partner. What we doing?
Hey, I mean, look, I give 1 second applause for transparency. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? That's what that is.
Your biases. I appreciate announcing
Yeah,
your biases.
Everybody got it. Everybody got their biases.
Including me.
And honestly, I didn't know where he dissed. I didn't even hear where he dissed old boy. Like,
me neither. I gotta be honest. Me neither. I saw it start going viral. I was like, maybe I don't know the lore well enough, so that's why I can't wait to see. Justin says he's gonna play some video, so I can't wait to see if it connects, because it don't connect to me. I mean, maybe because FD Signifier is anti-capitalist and he's on there openly bragging about being a capitalist, which with some of the lectures I've been watching, I'm pretty sure you might be petite bourgeois and maybe you think you're a capitalist because you're in a managerial class. But I can't wait to hear the connection, because niggas love to scream out capitalist. So, okay.
I will be transparent and say that this is how people are taking this, right? So I haven't heard Killer Mike say directly this is, FFD or nothing like that. But as I understand it, there has been other interactions that has made people feel like this is also part of what's taking place here today. So open floor.
Yeah.
Well, we love FD here. Just so let's lay that out here. I hope neither one of them are going at each other. Y'all trying to create something, but we love FD. We love Killer Mike. I know y'all like conflict. Beat him up, tear him down, rip him apart. I know that's what y'all want, but I didn't hear it. But so me and L ain't here. How about that?
Wait, so this is not a confirmed diss? This is just kind of speculation. People just
Well,
put it
the
out there,
amount.
like-
Well, I'll say this: the amount of people that came out and said this, I think, is evidence. Also, I'm not a heavy FD Signifier person. Like, I literally
Word.
did not watch a lot of FD Signifier stuff, and just like maybe 3 weeks ago, I binge watched every FD Signifier video. So it's possible that we're missing it. Maybe he's using keywords, certain words, but there's a shit ton of people that was like, "Oh, this is the FD Signifier disc." So you have to consider that.
So as
I'm putting him on the screen right now as this conversation goes.
I was gonna say I'm sure Justin's gonna play a clip that'll give a little more context, but I did do some digging today, and I rewatched FD's video. I do have to say I think FD is the best video essayist on YouTube, and I'm a huge FD fan. But I rewatched his Killer Mike video, and basically this is giving a little context. So his Killer Mike video, it was like the problem with Killer Mike, I think was the title, and on there it was referencing directly how Mike loves capitalism, or quote unquote is a capitalist and is a proud capitalist. And he talked a lot about how Mike uses the framework of the black dollar and investing in black businesses and making money for the community as his framework on how to bring social change. Whereas FD, I don't want to speak for him politically, but I think he leans probably closer to the DSA side of the Democratic Party. I know he's spoken kind of like against the quote unquote white left, and he's leaving that behind after the Graham Plattner stuff. So I won't speak for where he's at politically, but I know the social side of things, the socialist side of things, is where FD probably leans politically. And so I think it's actually a very healthy disagreement of ideas, and I have no issue with either side using their platform and their art form to go back and forth on these ideas. I actually love this. Like, I think that this clash of ideas is kind of cool. We have someone who's making YouTube videos, right? Puts a lot of time and effort into his videos. He's a writer in his own right. Like he's writing scripts, he's putting out what he thinks is a critique of someone who he has respect for. There was no diss. He even said, I have no beef with Killer Mike, but I do disagree with some of the way he goes about things politically. He put that out there into the world. Killer Mike saw it. He responded on Charlemagne's podcast initially and he said directly, like, I saw the video about me that said the problem with Killer Mike, and he responded directly to FD on there saying his critique of FD was a lot of people use my name for clout and to push a message, and then at the end ask for money. So if you go back on FD's video, at the end of his video, I don't know the direct organization. It wasn't asking money for him. But
Nebula. I think it was Nebula.
Community
was
group.
it Nebula? I think it was
No,
something
I'm sorry. The community group one, right?
Yeah, the community group where it was like buying back land, something like that. I don't know the exact terminology or what he was pushing for, but he basically said, like, if you guys want to support something, including Killer Mike, if you want to put your dollars somewhere that'll go to use for the community, here's how you can give back. And Mike was critical of, FD using his name for that. I don't know. Justin, you're probably about to play a clip that was probably in the middle, in between this and that. But so he might have had some other words for Mike. But then this, to me, is him responding and basically being like, so the capitalist lines in particular, right? Like he said, look at what if you think Atlanta, look at what the future is going to be. The future is me, which is a nice flip on Future's name. But man, I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm going to keep getting rich as fuck. I give a damn or a fuck about your opinion of us. Meaning him and T.I. too, because FD was critical of T.I. and Mike in his video, both saying after the 2020 protests that we should be careful of property and stuff like that. Like, I don't know the exact wording that they had, but he was critical of that in his video. And so us, to me, means T.I. and him, and that's why he chose to do it with T.I. here. But he said, me and my partner from Bankhead, we went and bought Bankhead Seafood, and we opened that bitch right back up, right? They both opened this restaurant together, making money for the community, making money through this business. The F has you done besides I don't know, it's explicit here, letting your mouth run or something like that. Bada because we rich and famous. So basically, he's calling FD a cloud chaser here. I'm moving capital. I'm a capitalist. I'm moving capital, bitch. A rapper's word gets heard and helps to move policy under state capital, bitch. So he's basically saying he's using his art form to push agendas through policy and making himself a bigger voice in order to do things behind the scenes in the community and through politics, which again, FD has been critical of his policies and who he aligns himself with politically. All that to say, I do think it's a diss. I do think that it was a dope verse, but I'm very excited to see whenever FD does reply in whatever format he does reply. I would love to see it.
I love it too. 1 second applause. I do want to play a clip from Culture United right now that has FD talking about some of his problems that he has with Killer Mike. So let's share this tab right here. All right, so let's take a listen.
Yada yada yada. All the black.
Do you know that we can't hear this?
Oh yeah, he know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
Nah, I just wanted to make sure just in case. Shout out to my outfit though. This is my favorite outfit I wore on Culture United. I ain't gonna lie. Fucked them up with the teal. Fucked them up with the teal. Not gonna hold you. Sorry.
It's hard to be an advocate of social change with the name Killer.
All right, can you guys hear this?
Mike, though.
I'm checking. Can you guys hear
He's
this?
killing the microphone.
Because like, who was wearing masks like that?
Okay, not anymore, but.
Nusha, right? Oh, I don't know. I don't remember him supporting.
You guys hear that?
We can hear it. It sounds a little echoey, but I don't know if that was just FD's mic at that point.
Side Armin Abrams, he did an interview where he basically said he tried to talk.
No, we can't hear nothing.
Didn't give him the love and essentially she kind of was like, all right, maybe, and he got in his ego and went elsewhere, just didn't do much else. You know, he said that publicly. But he brought up the gathering spot. And if there's not a better illustration of the fuck shit Killer might be on that people don't even be knowing about, it's the gathering spot. The gathering spot was a black-owned, black-developed, co-working, incubator, yada, yada, yada. All the black excellent shit you know Atlanta to be, the gathering spot was emblematic of it. Killer, the gathering spot, behind the scenes, I don't know all the details, and I don't know how, but somehow the gathering spot went on sale and was bought by the same holding company that also owns Killer Mike's bank that he's been peddling to us for the last 3-4 years. Right? If you watch me, you already know this. That whole Greenwood Bank thing that Killer Mike was promoting hard, like 21, 22, was never. It was a banking app. It was not an actual bank. No money was actually held by a black bank in that entity. It even says on the website at the bottom, Greenwood is not a bank. It is fintech or financial technology. The bank was a white-owned bank that Greenwood was basically a window to. So all this talk about black-owned, black buying power, whatever, was Mike literally using his celebrity to funnel black dollars into a white institution and then convince this other black entity to sell themselves into a white institution. And as soon as that white holding company got a hold of the gathering spot here in Florida, they removed their black leadership. Now, I'm sorry, Florida. But immediately removed the black leadership that was there. Now, the gathering spot, I don't know. I'm not associated with it. And the people I know that were associated aren't there anymore. I can imagine that it's all that worse or different. But if the whole ideology Mike likes to present is some Booker T. Washington conservative shit, which is we need to own our own, pull ourselves up on our bootstraps, don't be waving your finger at those crackers too much, whatever, and we'll be fine. But people don't forget, we ain't got nearly enough smoke for the type of shit that Booker T. Washington did, because it's the same type of shit that Mike is doing now. It's promoting this idea of self-governance and self-sufficiency, while at the same time funneling in the resources that we amass to these white institutions to make sure that they always will have power. So it's wild that he tweeted that out.
So that is what he shared here on Culture United with some of his gripes with Killer Mike.
If I may, I have a lot of thoughts on this. Obviously, I think the biggest clash here is, the Black celebrity class positioning themselves as arbiters of what the Black collective needs particularly what the Black proletariat needs. And when they hold this position, they present Black capitalism as a liberatory tool. And I wish that Mike would actually be interested in debating these ideas, because he's come specifically for FD and for Dr. Jared Ball, particularly for his book, The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power, Media, Race, and Economics. And when Dr. Ball called Killer Mike out on this, basically saying, I challenge your worldview. This is a myth. This is propaganda. Let's debate these ideas. He went on the Breakfast Club and said, I don't give a fuck about what you have to say, and like completely shut down any room for discourse or debate or nuance. That's like really disingenuous. And then you're able to get on a platform that's much bigger than that of YouTube, of what a video essayist or a professor or activist would have, and dominate the conversation. I think that gloating about moving like your oppressor after saying kill your masters is embarrassing. And I think it's a contradiction that needs to be dealt with. I think shaking hands with Republican white supremacist Brian Kemp is a problem. I think not speaking out against the Cop City movement is a problem. I think this freestyle came off as you're rich and you're bitter. I don't know if this is just the era or the year of the bitter rich nigga, but nobody wants to hear you gloating about your wealth and your capital accumulation and the way you move and the fact that you can get the owner of the Hawks on the phone, and that fucking power doesn't trickle down. The wealth you hoard and collect does not trickle down. And acting like it does is disingenuous. Calling yourself the wolf of Peachtree, saying the future of Atlanta looks like me. It looks like a wealth hoarding hypocrite that shakes hands with white Republicans. That's what the future of fucking Atlanta looks like. That's embarrassing. And I just think, like, taking up the mantle to say, you just jealous because we rich as fuck, and what do you do? And you sit up here ask for money. You're asking for money for community movement builders.
She was cooking too much.
What happened? I can't
hear Justin.
You can't hear. Hold on. Let me. Yo, I think you gotta come back in.
I gotta go out and come back in. Justin doing some shit over
there. Hold on. Yo, StreamYard is not StreamYard in the day. I'll tell you that. Hold on. Let me Stat. You stay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave and come back in because I think that fixed it last time.
Well, no, she's I think her phone died.
The CIA got to her. That's all.
Oh no! Okay.
Here we go.
Here she is. Here she is. Where's
fucking
PK?
How you gonna just leave the stove on like that while you cooking like that? That is dangerous. Was you trying to burn down the Culture United house cooking like that with the stove on, and then you just walked outside and shit?
That was good.
Look, I'm being sabotaged by the powers that be.
I legit thought to shut you down.
No, that's like my overall take, is that I really wish that the Black celebrity class that wants to purport that Black capitalism is going to save us would actually sit in front of a fucking scholar and not triangulate bots and trolls and people who are being really disingenuous and just are hating or whatever. I wish they would take the time to read a little bit, discuss a little bit, actually have their ideas challenged, because this is the thing, like FD said in that clip, this goes back to Booker T. Washington. This is not a fucking novel-ass idea that's like, yeah, if we work real hard, if we put ourselves by our bootstrap, and we hoard wealth, then we can hold the whip. That's not liberation for this Black collective. And I think we also need to just understand class politics here. When when Killer Mike is saying us, he's talking about T.I. He's talking about the Black millionaire class, the Black celebrity class, the petty bourgeoisie that Elle mentioned earlier. He is not talking about us as in like the Black collective. There's no way you are, because of the class element, and the way that class intersects with race. And so, I don't know. I don't even want to say offense. I'm just annoyed at this point by rich, bitter individuals that want to have their cake and eat it too, spread misinformation, talk about real Black liberatory movements, talk about Garvey, talk about Fred Hampton and all this shit, and then actually be like, no, the real liberation is not buying Jordans and investing in a fake Black bank and shaking hands with white people who don't have our best interests at heart. Like, I'm ready for these ideas to be challenged in a real way, and to see that, Breakfast Club clip of him absolutely dismissing Dr. Ball, absolutely dismissing FD, and not even trying to engage with the ideas that he has is really disappointing. And I think they just need to shut the fuck up. Hoard your wealth in peace, in silence.
Well, second applause. Stat, you got something?
I think, as biased as I am, I think when you take the position that he has taken as someone that's standing up and being in that political realm, sitting with politicians, having conversations about what Black people need to do, I think it's very important that you make yourself accessible to certain voices. You know, I think FD is somebody that he should have had a conversation with. I think the other gentleman that you're speaking of, BK, that wanted to talk to him, as somebody that he should have had a conversation with. Because when you shut yourself off to other people's perspective and just lock in on where you are, I just feel like you don't grow from that. So if I had any criticisms, right, I would have wished that before he probably went in on this verse and maybe even went up to the Breakfast Club, he could have sat and had conversations with these people to challenge the ideals that he has, and so that he can maybe grow as a person. Because when you're going to take a position of leadership, it's important to hear all sides of everything that's going on and just not just be like, oh, this is what it is. So that's my criticism and my critique. You know,
why you think he
I
didn't
agree.
do that?
He didn't have a conversation with FD. He didn't have a conversation.
I said, why do you think he did not do that?
Oh, because
he feel like fuck them. That's why.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, that's probably how you feel.
Yeah.
But my thing is, when you are at the service to the people, right? When you put yourself out there to be at service to the people, and that's what he has put himself out there to be. He's servicing the people with his voice. Get out and vote. Let's do this, do that. He's supposed to be servicing us, right? Especially in Atlanta. So when you're doing that, you need to surround yourself around all voices so that you can do it and represent as many people as you can in what you're doing in your struggle. So BK doesn't feel represented by his message. FD don't feel represented by his message. The other gentleman that wrote the book is not represented. So I think it's Mike's responsibility as someone who's standing in the forefront to have that conversation. It's like Martin Luther King, when he was doing his thing, it was important that he sat and talked to Malcolm and other leaders that maybe went about it in a different way so that he can get another perspective. I think people just lock themselves off to hearing other sides of it. You know, that's what's beautiful even about the chat and this platform. We can all say our opinion, but other people have something different. And if we sit up here and just be like, no, we on the panel, fuck what the chat got to say. Nah, that ain't gangster. We need to hear what the people is, you know what I'm saying, is talking to us. So I think he showed a little arrogance, like I'm Killer Mike, I'm T.I. And I mean, that rapper shit came out, but he's a leader. So he can't just shut himself off to people, because FD is a guy, you know what I'm saying? And that other gentleman that she's talking about that wrote that book, these are guys in the space that you shouldn't be ignoring, you know? That's my
second applause.
I think it would fuck with the grift a little bit, if I could just be frank. And I think he would get fucking cooked, because
you don't want the smoke. You don't.
You can't. I mean, the thing about it is, we can have a wealth of ideas, but I think when like real Black theory of change, Black academics, when those things get sidelined and we take these conversations as just like, oh, it's just a difference of opinion. No, you're peddling misinformation.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to say.
It fucks with the grip.
No, but the position you're taking is like it's a cook thing. I don't even think it should be like that. I think it should be acknowledging what you're saying and helping him grow as a person. It shouldn't be a debate. It should be let me hear what you have to say so I can learn something. And we shouldn't be going back and forth and trying to like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying having a real conversation as human beings so I can hear your side, like, damn, okay, I feel that. You right about that. That widens up the perspective. I think a lot of times when ideals that are different, we come together, it's always like we got to debate, we got to fight each other. No, I don't want to fight you. I want to learn from you. And I think as a leader, you have to go into it like that. So you saying he'll get cooked, I don't even think that should be the environment of them even going. It shouldn't even be like that. It should be like, yo, brother, let me come here. Let me show you something. Oh,
I
for
think
real?
that
Okay,
might have
let me
been
tell you my side of it. So anyway, I'm sorry, BK. Go ahead. I'm
no,
sorry.
that might have been the energy before the Breakfast Club interview, I think, or where apparently through the grapevine, this is how it's told, is that he, purported to be seeking Dr. Ball's mentorship or guidance in that, and and it wasn't actually followed through on. It was like, okay, it seems like your ideas, and if I actually flesh this out, it's going to hit my pocket and my grift and my brand, and I can't have that unravel. And so I think it just wasn't, he looked down the street and around the corner and saw it wasn't advantageous for him to, in good faith, engage. And that's why I wish it could be, this beautiful nuanced discussion and a clash of ideas in a healthy way. But when you say, oh yeah, okay, your book, yeah, I want to, mentor me and guide me. And then you turn around on the Breakfast Club and say, yeah, I seen your book, little nigga. Yeah. That's the little look you wanted to get. And like, just absolutely disrespecting the work. That's when it's just like, okay, I can see when someone wants to like meet you with disrespect, which I haven't seen FD and Dr. Ball do. It's just very interesting that this is the approach. Very hostile, very angry, very like, get off my nuts. And you in the wrong, nigga. Like you are. So I don't know. It's just infuriating a bit.
Well, the thing I think is also interesting here is, I grew up with hip hop being critical of just structures, the establishment, whether that's the government, whether that is major corporations. And over time, obviously, you've seen there's an evolution, right? Now, I also think there's a lot of pros with hip hop and artists in general, leveraging their own individual power and access to audience to benefit their families and themselves. I think there's a lot of pros to that. I also think we've gotten really far away. We've gotten to the part now where there are people within hip hop who come from hip hop, which is always at its core been a voice for the voiceless. We have so many people now who have reached this level that is very far away from the majority of people who culturally interact with hip hop, right? And so my biggest thing with this was, I've heard rappers go at politicians, I've heard rappers call out presidents. I have never seen a rapper in a big freestyle, in a big, presentation or something with a big audience where they're flexing skills, go at people who, content creators, authors who are ultimately at the core, whether you're Killer Mike or you're FD or Dr. Ball, presenting yourselves as advocating for the same people. Like, this is like a different type of beef to me. And I just think it's fascinating. Where you at with this, Don?
I'm looking at it like, that's how powerful you guys' voices are becoming these days. I was speaking to Moni a few weeks back. I had an interview with her, and I was just saying how, hip hop media in this age can open doors for a lot of like the new artists based off of, what you guys have to say. And I feel like respect is where it needs to head. If Killer Mike don't respect who he's talking to, is like he's not giving you guys, the proper platform to. And exactly, he don't want to mess up the grift. He don't want to sit there and like, have himself look bad in front of the public and get. We don't want to say smoked, but I mean, if you're bringing up better points than somebody, or you making somebody look like they're a bad person, or he don't want to look like he don't want that on his PR. So I'm looking at it like, yeah, it's conversations that need to be had, but they need to be approached with respect. Nobody wants to feel like you have an elitist leader and they're saying, yo, oh yeah, well, I don't need to speak to this person, or going against your seems like real backdoor energy. So it's like it's an important time for like media and like even like chat, like people like us, just to have real conversations with these real people that are making themselves seem higher than thou through their capitalism and just their outlook on the Black community. I feel like we'll get to a better place once, even if it's in private, just have better conversations with more respect.
One second pause. Follow up. Could you ever see yourself taking a Red Bull stage to go air out authors and YouTubers?
Oh, I mean,
look, it's a real question. You started with, this is how important all of our voices have become.
yeah, and because I look at you guys as artists as well. You guys, this is art. From media to journalism, it all is art, and I appreciate having critique from a media personality. But yeah, even on my album, I actually do have critique of some media personality. So yeah, you guys use your art against me. I'll get back to it as well. I'll reply, I'll rebuttal. So yeah, it's all black art.
We're going to get to your project today too, so we can figure out who you got smoke for in a few. But 1 second, applause. What you got, Stat?
Hey Justin, there was a remix that came out. Jay-Z is rapping with Beyonce today, and he's talking about people that tweet and Twitch and podcasters. So he's doing that too as well. I think that's the new thing. He's talking about that on that rap.
This is one of the lamest. This is one of the lamest evolutions, I think. I mean, but at its core, is it really
it's different than this? I'm saying. But,
well, no, I understand what you're saying, but like, I guess maybe I need to think about this differently, because at its core, is it any different than going at XXL or The Source if you don't like what they're saying about you? Jeremy, what do you think?
Well, it's funny Stat brought up Jay-Z. I was gonna draw parallels between the Jay-Z Target freestyle and this. And I do want to preface by saying I do think that Killer Mike is a very important voice. I have a lot of respect for him, and I don't think, he needs to be thrown to the side because of these disagreements, or that he doesn't have power to bring actual change in the community. I'll also preface by saying, as a white guy, I'm not the person to insert myself into any of this. It's not something that I would speak on with a lot of knowledge. But that aside, I was gonna bring parallels between the Jay-Z freestyle where he was going at Target in this, because in that freestyle, it was kind of like, there's an organized movement where people had a common goal and they were trying to get something done, which was boycott Target and send a message for them, cutting back their DEI. And it was actually working. Like there was a real movement behind it. People were all in favor of it. And Jay-Z gets on stage being the person who has all the capital and has all the wealth and has a lot of the power, and kind of dismisses it, right? He kind of like, yeah, you guys go do cool. Like, aren't you mad at Amazon? Like, aren't you mad at Apple? Like, aren't you mad at all these people? Like, and it seems like in this freestyle, Killer Mike is kind of has a bit of a dismissive tone to people that are trying to make a change as well. And I think the common, if we can find common ground, I don't know that we can, but if there is common ground, all of these voices could be very powerful together towards some of these movements.
1 second, applause. El, you got anything? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen. Was that I guess she shook her head. I don't know.
No, I'm
she just not answer.
I think I'm just at this point too annoyed. Like, I gotta be honest. Like, I had very nice words. I had very good words. At this point, it's too many stacks of annoyance. No, I don't think we need to just sit down and have a meeting of the minds about ideas because we're all good people and we're trying to work together. Fuck no. People have class enemies. People become class traitors. That nigga is not a capitalist. You're not a capitalist. A capitalist can live off of their money, investments, and other people's labor on their own. Killer Mike still has to get out and fucking rap in that circle in order to fucking survive. You're not a capitalist. So first of all, you're acting like you're something that you're not. And you're presenting it to your community as if we the real niggas, you need to come do it our way. These other niggas is fake revolutionaries, which is such a disrespectful thing to say with a professor, a teacher, a doctor that's spending their labor value trying to understand the way economics works, the way society has generationally oppressed Black people, and explain it to people so that they can utilize their own labor power to make change. For you to get your stupid ass up there and say, oh, these niggas is just fucking haters because we rich and balling and we fucking Negro Magneto, you should be ashamed of yourself. No, that's not somebody that we need to just sit down at the table and listen to each other. Killer Mike got a point. The shit say Black Bank, but it ain't really a bank. It's an app, but he's trying to teach y'all how to trick niggas into getting money to get y'all free. No, it's class warfare. And for him to send that message, he's basically saying these dumbass niggas don't know what they talking about. You know how I know? Because they not rich and we are. That's class warfare. So no, I don't think we should just get together and hear each other out and then we can have a good conversation. No, you're supposed to recognize your enemy. And I also think the reverse is true. I think Killer Mike is looking at FD as an enemy. What's wrong with this nigga? I'm out here getting rich and this nigga's trying to stop my pockets. This nigga's a fucking hater. So he also recognizes his class enemy too. And he's fucking right. That upper class benefits from strangling the lower class. So to him, in his mind, any nigga that's sitting around trying to explain to niggas why this ain't the way to be and I shouldn't be doing the shit that helps me feed my family, what niggas like to say when your family was fed, nigga, 100 hustles ago, anybody who's saying anything that can fuck that up is my class enemy. So when you're talking about two class enemies operating against each other, no, I don't think the right idea is let's just sit down and hear each other out and then maybe one day we can all just get along and kumbaya. No, I fucking disagree. And I'm not sure it's one or the other. Either Killer Mike understands exactly how this works, because y'all keep saying he hella smart. I keep hearing this over and over again. I haven't seen the evidence of it, but y'all keep saying this over and over again that he's hella smart. So if he's hella smart and he studied, he knows exactly why Black capitalism will not liberate Black people in America, because it's been studied a fuck ton of times, a lot of times. There is so much evidence on why that doesn't work. It's like, it's clear as day. So if you're still pushing it, either you're not as well studied as you say you are, or you're exactly well studied and you made the choice that you don't give a fuck. And it's one thing to do it. It's another thing to go out and shoot at the people that are highlighting that it's a problem. So I don't think that this is in any way just people sharing ideas. No, I don't fucking think so. They need to just sit down and talk. Shouldn't be a debate. Like, no, maybe it should be warfare, because that's what it is.
So L, you think Killer Mike and Dr. Ball should shoot each other? You say like should
warfare
they kill each
comes
other?
in a lot of different ways. Words
I'm just
can be
asking what's
violent.
going on because you don't want the niggas to talk, so niggas gotta fuck each other. I think Killer Mike will probably beat up Dr. Ball. I haven't seen him, but I don't want any violence between these gentlemen.
I am not referring to physical violence. You could say in some ways I'm talking about class warfare, which sometimes can become physically violent, but I'm talking about him using words, propaganda, and ideas in order to shift people to a different point of view that leads them away from constructing a reality that they benefit better from. That's the type
I don't
of
disagree.
warfare.
I don't disagree with what.
Yeah, so why are you talking about guns and shit?
No, I don't disagree with how you are, how you see their conflict, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with any of that. I disagree with the resolution. So I'm trying to say, and this the solution of it. I'm saying
I didn't give a resolution. A resolution.
One at a time, no crosstalk. Watch the crosstalk. Stack, keep going.
I'm sorry. I'm saying they should, as someone who Killer Mike considers himself to be a leader. Before he did that Breakfast Club interview, before he did that rap, it was his responsibility to have conversations with these people that had different ideals than him before he got up there and started speaking the way he spoke on those platforms where he has a larger reach to hear what they had to say. So you're saying they shouldn't come together and talk because there's warfare. So I'm saying, how do we resolve it if we can't hear each other out?
Yeah, the difference is you're talking about before we had all of the evidence that we have now. I'm talking about after.
Okay, so now that this has happened, so there's they shouldn't be having a conversation. They should just be at war.
I think they are already participating in class warfare, propaganda type warfare. I don't know what conversation really could be had. I don't know if I believe in all that. Well, let's just talk it out so we can all feel good about it type of shit. Like how we just had Hunter Biden talking to fucking Nick Fuentes. I don't know if I fuck with that idea of let's just get together with our kind of mortal enemies in some ways, at least ideology wise, and we'll just talk about it so that we can see the good in them and we can see the good in him. I don't agree with that. I don't think what does that solve?
To me, the resolution.
Well, real quick, BK. I have a question for you, El. I'm sure there's people who have watched you and your positions on Jay-Z and Target who are wondering what's the difference here with Killer Mike. Because they do sound different.
What's the difference between Jay-Z and Killer Mike?
In terms of your defense of capital.
Jay-Z fucking hates the conservative, racist, Republican, bitch-ass niggas who've been trying to put you niggas in jail. He's been operating behind the scenes for years to try to dismantle them. That's why he's being targeted by these motherfuckers, because he helped put y'all black president in office and he helped change laws all around the country and he hates them niggas. and he can't wait to find a way. He's doing the exploitation on them the same way they doing the exploitation on y'all ass, our ass. Jay-Z thinks he's smart enough where he can take his money and exploit they ass the way they've been exploiting him, and he can't stand them. Killer Mike is friends with them, buddies with them, partners with them, enjoys what they enjoy, agrees with their outlook. So they look like two completely different people to me.
There are plenty of people who have seen. There's plenty real fast. There's plenty of people who've seen Jay-Z chilling with Ivanka.
That's what I was going to say.
Or is chilling with Ivanka's husband. I mean, you have inside information or something you want to be specific about. But I definitely heard Killer Mike in this rap, for example, talk about the legislation he's passing. I know that people have been very critical, perhaps, of how that has looked in certain regards. But you seem very definitive. So break down the difference, because I see two guys who are definitely. Excuse me, real quick. I'm elaborating and adding on to a question. I'm seeing two guys who are bragging about the legislation they're passing. I'm seeing two guys who are championing capital almost above all. I'm seeing two guys who've been taking a lot of heat from the public who have both decided to respond in freestyles. And I've heard you passionately explain all these things that Jay-Z's doing behind the scenes. I mean, there's people who do the same thing for Killer Mike.
I don't fuck with Confederates. I don't fuck with Republicans. I don't fuck with white supremacists. And I think Killer Mike does. And I think Jay-Z doesn't.
And we're just going to ignore
seeing him sitting at a table at a banquet with Ivanka at the same table, to me, does not erase the years of different things he has done that is evidence to like that he don't fuck with them. But at the same time, another thing, I don't think Jay-Z's a fucking savior. I think that's another thing that people have really confused. I don't think Jay-Z is a political hero. Jay-Z is a fucking capitalist. And I think that's where people get it fucked up. I had to swallow my tongue when Stat said Killer Mike is a leader. A leader of what? FD Signifier is more of a leader than Killer Mike is. If we're talking about in a political realm, if we're talking about black fucking politics and understanding what's going on in society, he's a leader of what? He's a propagandist. He's not a leader to me. And neither is Jay-Z. So maybe that's another difference too. I don't look at them the way y'all look at them, like because these niggas got rap.
Watch out! Watch the y'all. I know you frustrated. You ain't talk about how y'all look.
Y'all out there,
because y'all's come back around real fast.
I'll take a boomerang, y'all.
Hold tight. So we get BK in here. I know she has something.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry.
Well, no, I think also, I mean, obviously, I see a lot of similarities with Killer Mike and Jay-Z as well. Just the scale of capital is different. And I think the similarity in the leader part is more that specifically for Killer Mike, he's taken on that identity himself and purported that himself, and like has projected that himself. I think the same could be said about Jay-Z in terms of like what he's been able to accomplish and accumulate. But the fact that he does kind of purport himself to be kind of this all-knowing individual that's gonna like give you niggas financial literacy classes that like do not bear out like any real liberatory, praxis or reality. I think it's them utilizing, revolutionary figures, even saying their name, even like putting themselves in the same space realm conversation is a problem. I think like they're both a part of this black bourgeoisie misinformation machine. And I think the way you resolve that is for both of them to become true class traders. Absolutely betray your class, as in do not occupy the same spaces, as in redistribute your wealth in ways that are tangible, and not in these like fake projects that just don't bear out themselves to be beneficial to like, Black people as a collective. I think becoming a class trader is the only way I see out of it. And I just don't see, that's not in line with their class interests. And I don't think that they're going to do that. I think my whole thing is like, if you're going to hoard wealth, if you're going to gloat that you're moving like a capitalist, if you're going to shake hands with people who are Republicans and white people who are building beachfront property on the bodies of Palestinian people, like the Kushner Trumps are, I think just do that in your own corner. I think kind of trying to conflate, do these State of the Unions, do these finger wagging things in freestyles, it's just not hitting. Nobody wants to hear that with wealth inequality the way that it is right now in the 2020s. Like nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to hear that. So it's like, if you don't want to be, critiqued or raked over the coals, maybe don't say certain things or wear certain things or purport certain things and align yourself and position yourself in a way that like I'm a leader of these Black people, and I'm kind of the liaison between government officials and corporate execs and niggas, which is what I feel like both of them are in different respects. So,
Stat, what you
I think
got?
that's fair.
Whether we wanna admit it or not, Jay-Z and Killer Mike are leaders to some, not y'all clearly. So we can say that, but not y'all. And as far as Killer Mike not doing nothing for Black people, I'm from Atlanta. I know he's from Adamsville. I seen the things that he's done in the city for Black folks that look like me. So I don't know. I understand y'all frustration with this freestyle. I don't, whoever he ate breakfast with, Ivanka, whoever. I feel y'all. I'm just saying um, that there's no all good person. There's no one person that's all good, and there's no one person that's all bad. You know what I'm saying? You said Jay-Z behind the scenes don't do this and that. Jay-Z has some of the worst contracts in music histories. And last time I checked, he's mostly signing niggas and Black people that look like me. I work behind the scenes. Our partner DJ Moore Millie hates Rock Nation. He can't stand Rock Nation. He does not like Rock Nation because of the contracts that these guys are constantly that Black people are signing. So, I mean, I guess it's different. I guess it doesn't translate into the music industry. It's different for government and music, but taking advantage of someone and taking advantage of someone is taking advantage. You know what I mean? So I rock with Jay-Z. I don't expect him to be perfect, but we have all fallen short of the glory. And that's my point. My thing is I want people to come together so that we can, grow from situations. That was my whole thing. I don't want it to be conflict because I think, yes, you're right. This freestyle, I'm not rocking with it. That him going on Breakfast Club and talking about Dr. Ball, I'm not rocking with any of that. I think that was out of pocket. He should have went to these men and had conversations with them and got their perspective. But we're here now, so I'm saying let's get together and try to grow from this moment and teach him so that he can learn. He needs to talk to you guys and have that conversation. It shouldn't be that's my enemy because that's a Black man and y'all Black women. We should come together and it shouldn't be like that. That's my thing. You know what I'm saying?
1 second, pause.
I was just gonna say, I do think that, like, if we're being honest about things, I do think you have to have the same critique for Jay that you do of Mike for kind of crossing the line to the other side and being buddy buddy and sitting at those tables, because like it was said previously, that is class warfare. That is putting your class above maybe even your community or the things you intend to do. And I don't think it means that Jay hasn't done incredible things behind the scenes, or that he hasn't done a lot for the community, or that he hasn't done things that are heavily productive to push things forward politically. But I do think that it allows for the same critique as critiquing Mike for shaking hands and taking pictures with some of these people.
1 second, pause. Anyone else? We at the
ladies, I do not want no smoke, ladies. Y'all looking at me like I don't want no smoke. I'm not Killer Mike or Jay-Z. I ain't eat with Ivanka. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want nobody to get beat up. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want nobody to get shot.
Quick fact check real fast on the dinner. Can you grab the image of Jay-Z, Jared Kushner, Ivanka, all of them sitting at the same table? I know it's an event. See if you can find that picture so people can see what we're talking about.
There's one where it looks like there's laughter going on.
Excellent point. No, excellent point. That was an excellent point. That's the one I was thinking of too. That's the one that's in my mind, the laughter one.
Because I think the same critique, not to tangent it too much, but the same critique people had of Obama, right? For the smiling and laughing, or, people who sit down and are chummy with George W. Bush, and it's like, oh yeah, let's forget about the war crimes, or for Obama's sake, let's forget about all the things he said about me, or forget about. Whereas there's also Michelle on the other side who just chooses to sit out. Like, I'm not going to show up if they're there. And so both have reasonable understanding as to why you would do one or the other, but I think it's not above critique.
Yeah, and I also think that a lot of the positions of capitalists need to be viewed kind of like Elle was saying earlier, in the class warfare sense, and need to be seen as more violent and harmful than they are. I think that, people just do not conceptualize like what class solidarity is. Us as the proletariat don't really have it that much. That's by design. But, these kind of the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, they're moving on code. And the policies that they lobby for, the rooms that they find themselves in, tend to manifest in incredibly violent ways. And I think it would behoove us to start viewing those moves as more intentional choices that have harm versus just, oh, that nigga has a lot of money and I don't want to hate, so I'm not going to speak on it.
We have the image on the screen right now. It says Beyonce and her husband Jay-Z dining with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner at Atlantic City last night. The telephone singer and Buffalo Soldier supporter seems to have a close relationship with the Trump family and their Bada ideology. Now, that's the spin that's put on the post here, but you guys can see the images.
And what was that, last night?
No.
No, this is September 2025.
So what do you guys take from this picture?
And that part, they're definitely using that as a spin. Like, I don't agree with
Justin, what do you take from this picture?
I take that they're willing to have dinner and collaborate with Confederates, or at least show up in support of Confederate events, or sit with them and smile.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the spin is definitely like seemingly have a close relationship. I don't believe that's the case at all. I think it's just more indicative of when you follow the money and you follow the class solidarity, you find yourselves in rooms with people who have fascistic ideology because capital trumps all. I mean, these people are in the same class as each other. So of course they would be in the same spaces. So they don't even have to be best friends and go get fucking pedicures together for it to be problematic. It's just, illustrative of like what happens when you're in solidarity with that class.
Yeah. Like I said, listen, maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm just like my my mother. She's never satisfied. Why do we scream at
Second
each other?
applause.
You know what I mean? Like maybe I'm like my father, too bold, L and BK, that I want people to come together and not be destructive. Maybe I think people can still grow and we could all do. Maybe I'm stupid. I just don't. I understand my sister up there. She want war. I can see it in her face. She ready to shoot these.
No,
niggas.
I'm just saying he knows already.
Yeah.
So I think it gives him this leeway of like, maybe he just don't know when he needs somebody to explain. He knows. He knows very well. He knows exactly what the fuck he's doing.
What I think what's interesting, and to bring it all back to FD Signifier, is in his latest video about Candace Owens, he did a second video, a response video, where he said he's not talking about politics anymore in the title. And he kind of goes on this side tangent to explain what he feels about political content. And he talks about how it's basically like wrestling, right? Where like all these people appear to hate each other, appear to have all these disagreements, and then, they're friends or they're buddy behind the scenes. And I think we see the same thing with politics a lot of the time, where it's like, you want to believe in somebody, you want to believe they'd stand for something, and they would never be seen smiling next to somebody. And then they're smiling next to somebody because that's politics. And that's what you have to do to get to the next level, or that's what you have to do when you're of a certain class or when you're in a certain room. So I think like we all want to believe in general in people that they'd have these hardline stances, but we know a lot of people won't take them. And that's why I think it's even more respectable when you do see people who really stand on business, because it's very few and far between in politics. It's very few and far between in celebrity, and especially when you get up to a certain class, it's very few and far between, to BK's point earlier, that will go against their class to make a point.
Jeremy, was that Kid Cudi?
That was Kid Cudi in the camera. Yeah, he's like, I agree.
we got last word here, last word. Then we got to move on to the last segment.
I did want to just mention, because I see Moni had mentioned this in the chat, where the picture was taken from. It was she says the event was for Reform Alliances on July 1. House Bill 149, Senate Bill 136 in Virginia was passed. And I think that, yeah, optically, on paper, that's what was happening. I think we can look a little deeper and say, what does a benefit which I think the dinner was like a fundraiser. What is a benefit for a movement like Reform? What does that ultimately mean when you have fascist collaborators in the room? Like, we're gathered here to raise money to, push this piece of legislation. And the people I'm pushing it with are passing their own legislation or supporting their own legislation that promotes the demise of another people a world away, or even people here. What does it mean to do this kind of performance of, hey, we're philanthropic, hey, we support these bills, but we're also hoarding wealth, hoarding capital. We're also in the ranks of one of the most fascistic dictators, wannabe dictators that we've seen in American history in the modern sense. Like, I want us to really like engage with that juxtaposition. What trumps the other? Like a one night, one benefit for one piece of bill, for one bill, for a piece of legislation, in comparison to like the everyday moves, investments, alliances being made on behalf of capital and fascism. Like, so like that is not to dismiss like passing a bill like that. Like, that's great, but it feels like a drop in the bucket, and it feels like kind of like just good PR to mask some of the real harm that's going on behind the scenes, like in more everyday activity, particularly talking about Jared and Ivanka. Like, if they were there, why did they have to be at the same table? You mean to tell me these two billionaires can't change the seating chart? Like, if do we think that that Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump actually support like prison reform and actually support like what this legislation was about? Or did they drop a couple dollars to say that they did that, so then when someone accuses them of being racist or someone accuses them of something, they can say, oh, hey, no, like I went to this thing that Jay-Z and the Fanatics dude, put together. Like, I don't know. I just want us to look a little bit.
Face.
Yeah.
It's like PR move.
That's how I feel when like their actual real lives and what they do in real life on a day-to-day, like subverts and undercuts that mission. It's just a question.
We will explore that on another episode of Culture United. See you in the future on a future hashtag See You Wednesday, because I think this was a very spirited segment. Not second applause. All right. Now, as an addition or an evolution in Culture United, we will take 2 super chats before we move on to the next topic. I know, Stat, you coming up on your curfew, but we started at 7:15. So you got about 50.
Yeah, I'm gonna go a little longer tonight. You know
okay, that's what's up. That's what's up.
I mean, first of all, I almost got beat up the last segment. I mean, I'm trying to just stick and move out here, the ladies. I tell y'all one thing. Listen, I don't want to lead the community. I just want to follow what y'all say. I don't want no problem.
You cannot almost get beat up. This is just how my face works. I can't help it. It's just
I don't want no smoke.
It's my natural face. I don't know what's going on.
All right, we're going to start with this one right here. This is from Brawmore. What up, Brawmore? With the the last dragon. 1 second applause. Is that who is that? Is that you on there? Oh, yeah, okay. Bruce Leroy Brawmore. That's what's up. He says, fascists cannot be reformed or negotiated with, and it's silly to think otherwise.
Hey, I said maybe I'm like my mother. She's never satisfied.
What I will say is, it's funny because it's like usually I'm overly critical of ever crossing that line for political purposes. But when Mamdani did it, maybe I'm just a stan. But I did think to myself, I'm like, okay, let me put my feelings aside and see how things play out. And I do think it does help him in many cases politically to do things for his community in New York. So I'm not saying there's no benefit to that or that it's not possible to get what you want, but I do agree with the statement there that you can't negotiate when the terms are non-negotiable and the people don't care about you at all in the first place.
Yeah, I feel like especially with Mamdani, outside of him calling Trump a fascist to his face, mayors directly get federal funding, and so there's almost like more of a direct link there. I think like you could still have criticisms, but I think it's just more of a criticism of electoralism and like the limits of that, like how radical or revolutionary you're actually going to get working within the system. But I think that case was a little weird, but you could see more of a, like, okay, if you have to get federal funding to like fund whatever project,
sounds
you
right,
know,
yeah.
I don't know. It's fucked, but.
Well, how do you disconnect that from them getting funding at the benefit?
Well,
The
just as a
benefit is there
function
for them to
of
get
the,
funding. So how is that
but
different?
well, that's like not a function of government, right? So like, this is like a mayor or a city government getting federal funds is a function of just how the government works, versus the benefit or the organization is a creation of Jay-Z and, why am I forgetting the Michael Fanatics?
Rubin?
Michael Rubin.
Yeah. Like that's like their personal initiative that they're like, okay, let me call my rich friends and let's get together and do this thing, versus like there is no way, like there's federal funds that are directly connected to what he has to do to balance the budget as a mayor, whatever the case may be. Like it's more of a function of his position, which is why I'm saying like you can have a broader critique of like how the system works and like electoralism and like the limits of that. But I think it's more of like okay, if I need federal funds, because at the time Trump was saying, you know, if Mamdani wins, I'm going to withhold hundreds of millions of dollars from, I forget what like actual initiative it was. I don't know if it was for housing or if it was whatever. And he's like, okay, well, no, I ran on this and like, we can't generate the funds from Albany. Like this is it has to come from the federal government. Trump is president.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand the difference. You know. So can I, if you don't mind, if I can re-ask the question, I know we're trying to get off of this, but I don't understand the difference. I ran on this. I want to complete this task. The only way that I can get this money, federal money, is to go kiss the ass of a fascist. I did it anyway. I don't give a fuck because I care more about getting the money to complete whatever goal. I make the Reform Alliance. I'm trying to work to get people out of jail. I need the funding in order to make it happen. So I invite a fascist to the benefit because he donated a lot of money. Why does government make those two things different?
I think because Jay-Z and the Reform Alliance their money could have come from a grassroots campaign. It didn't have to come from Jared Kushner, versus Trump is the president. And so like, if the appropriation, you know what I mean? Like, and it would come from whoever was in the office, versus like, okay, also I feel like the people that are in Jay-Z's Rolodex probably could have included people that excluded Jared Kushner specifically. I think outside of the details, that just wasn't a good look considering like, you know, his role in Iran and Gaza and all that.
Definitely don't think it was,
you know what I mean? But I think that's the only difference, is that there was a way that funding could have been sourced, maybe more ethically or whatever, in a different way that didn't involve someone as heinous as Jared Kushner, versus, okay, Mamdani's only path to this federal funding is through the office of the president. Trump happens to be the president. And I would say that what confused a lot of people was, you know, some people were like, oh, he was really chummy. Other people were like, how did you get away with calling him a fascist to his face? And so some people would read that situation as maybe just politicking or maneuvering. He also was like, y'all scooped up one of my students, released them. The student was released that day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I don't know. I think he was able to share his criticisms while also being like, okay, like this is my only method, or this is the only way I can get what I need for my people. So
if there was a situation where the only way to get that act passed was to use some of Jared's money, and there was no other way to do it, like similar to the government situation, you said it had to be that way, then you would look at it differently or still the same?
Ask the question again.
If the only way to get the act passed included Jared and Ivanka's money, would you look at that the same way as Mamdani, or would you still look at it different because it's not government?
I guess I would question, like from a utilitarian standpoint, what produces the greater good? Like, is the dirty money, so to speak, that I get from Jared worth, like, is the impact that the policy has, if that's greater, or it helps the greater good more than the harm? Like, I would kind of weigh that out, because like some of these pieces of legislation don't actually lead to systemic change. That, you know, it kind of is just like, I got my famous friend released because I had some connections and pulled some strings. Like, I don't know. I would have to kind of look into like the details of like.
No, this was the SB 136 that was with early. It was about early termination of probation, which I think affected a large swath of specifically Black people.
Yeah, and I know that I personally believe that there's a way to do that without getting those people involved, but I also have issues with Michael from Fanatics too, with the Zionist shit. So I mean,
if I can use this as a moment to promo, my first show for Elaborate was kind of laying out the two arguments for this, whether or not it's okay to accept corporate money or money from capitalist philanthropists for movement work. And I laid out both sides of this argument, my understanding of both sides of this argument, and the claims that lead up to people having these different point of views. It's on my channel. You can check it out and let me know which claims maybe you agree or disagree with and which side of the argument you fall on.
Lils, can you drop that link in the chat so people can check it out?
Yeah, I think to answer your point of like, if this was A or B, you know, and you had to go through here, but that meant someone getting released off of wrongful conviction, death row, and multiple people getting released from prison off of stupid weed charges or something like that. And the only way to get it is with some money from some billionaires that do heinous shit on the side, but they're willing to give the money for that to happen and no other way. And this person dies. I take that money. There's some people who are hardline, they wouldn't. If those are options A and B, which isn't the case here, but if that's the case, personally, I might lean towards what's gonna save the life.
Right, and exactly. Like, look, this is politics, government, collaboration. These are give and takes, right? And so if in this, like, I could look at that image very easily and be like, okay, they needed to use their social capital to get this done, right? And that was part of their mindset. You know, I can definitely see that. I guess we'll never know what else came along with that, and that is part of the sadness of the state of affairs in which we're in, where it's so cynical in general, right? Because the history has bared out this way. This is what we have seen, right? And so that is, I'm right there with you on that, Jeremy. We'll see how that plays out now that Texas is getting rid of, made marijuana even more legal. Sounds like a whole bunch of Black people going to jail. Maybe there's a whole lot of work that can be done in that state. And we're gonna get to our second super chat right here, also from Brownmore, because I like the way he talked. He said, but Killer Mike is trying to beat Jay. Why give Jay leeway? No way in hell Jay has a convo with Dr. Ball either.
No way in hell Jay stands against Stacey Abrams with a white racist. So he can't be trying to be Jay, because Jay would have never did that throughout his entire career. Jay is standing on completely different principles than Killer Mike is standing on. So I disagree with the premise of your question.
Is Roger?
Can I ask a quick question?
Very quickly, we want to move on.
I just want to ask the panel this, just all y'all. When we disagree, when someone does something that we don't agree with, do we just throw that person away, or is that just it? Because if that's the case, Justin would have threw me away a long time ago. I'm just trying
second applause.
I'm just trying to. Y'all would have got rid of me a long time ago. I'm just trying to figure out.
I don't think that we should. I'm not saying, hey, we should throw Killer Mike away and we can never listen to his raps. I'm saying he's not a leader in politics and he's participating in class warfare and he's doing something that historically has been proven to be negative towards Black people. Clear as day. It's not hard to see. It's books on it. What the hell? So I'm not saying die. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying never watch a red. If that nigga could never be on stage again, fuck the jewels. I'm not saying fuck the jewels, halt the jewels, don't run the jewels. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he is not a political leader. What he's doing is easily identifiable as negative to Black people. His choices in his politics, his policies, even his business. I know we talked about that snapshot moment, that picture, but to me, that doesn't compare to, this is a Black bank, and it's not a Black bank, it's a white bank and a Black app. Those type of things are easily identifiable as harmful to the Black community. So I'm not saying let the nigga die in a field.
But there's
nothing to talk about as far as getting him to come to this side on his politics. He's already made his choice. To him, a win is being a rich nigga, and broke niggas is just complaining about it. Like, he had the nerve to say he only did the video so he can ask for money at the end. Ask for money at the end? Nigga, he's doing grassroots fundraising, so he don't have to fucking ask Ivanka for some money for the shit they trying to do. Like, what the fuck?
But El, do you accept the reality that there's a significant number of black people that look like you, me, and Justin, and everybody else up here, besides my guy right here, Jeremy, that consider him to be a leader? And I can personally tell you that because I'm from Atlanta, and I have seen people walking down the street with him, chanting and proclaiming him to be the leader. I'm saying, do you accept the fact that other people see him just because you and BK don't see him like that? I'm just saying you accept the fact that a lot of people do see him that way.
I will interject here. I think that is something that people obviously do see, and I think people like LBK, Dr. Ball, FD, and a growing population of people who have very real, very based in history concerns on where we are as a society, as a country, economic system, and where capitalism is, and how far away everyone else is. So while, yes, these are people who have been traditionally viewed as leaders, I think more than ever now we have people who are questioning, where are you leading these people to? Because the steps you're taking look like the steps that have put us in a position where we all seem to be taking steps back.
Yeah, I don't think it's beneficial to throw people away. I do believe in more of like restorative, rehabilitative justice. I think most people can be saved or reeducated, whatever you want to call it. But the key part of that is the person has to be a willing participant. Like if they don't want to change or reflect or engage, then it's kind of a moot point. So I think that's why a lot of these conversations turn into what seems like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but it's because the subject is often like, fuck you niggas anyway. So it's like, okay, it doesn't look like they want to engage in community either. And so I think that's kind of the hang up there is like, is there a will? Is there a want? And I think a lot of these people just have different class interests. They don't want what I want. The fuck? And so we're not gonna land on the same page, and that just is what it is.
Word up. Let's move on to the next segment, but I do want to close with this one because I think it puts a bookend on the Super Chat section. It says, Elle's sitting there like she want to beat everybody ass and Stat making sure he ain't in it. 9 second applause.
Facts. Hey, yo, Justin, did you know that when she said throw the baby out with the bathwater, that was like a real thing? Mm-hmm. Like back in the days,
what was the real thing?
That the water would be so dirty because everyone would use the same water. So when they tossed the water, they were afraid to throw the baby out. Y'all can look that up in history. It's a funny quote that you said that. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
How disgusting it was back. Those good old colonizers. No disrespect. It ain't you, baby. It ain't you, baby. It wasn't you. But yeah, it was some nasty.
Was the baby drowning?
I'm fact checking. I don't know. This could be.
Yeah,
wrong.
can we get a fact check on that? Let's get a fact check on that.
The fact check says the phrase come from a 16th century German proverb, first recorded in Thomas Murner's 1512 satirical book, Appeal to Fools. The book featured a woodcut illustration of a woman quite literally throwing a baby out with the bathwater. While popular folklore suggests that families shared the same bathwater until the baby's turn left them completely hidden, historians agree the phrase originally functioned purely as colorful metaphorical warning.
I'm glad you got my shit out in there because we don't know what's real, Jeremy. That shit, they were throwing babies out with dirty water back in the days, dog.
I'm just trying
to
say
they were pretty dirty back then. That was definitely a dirty population. We shall say that. 9 second applause. If you just tuned in, you're watching Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. On to our next segment, ASAP Rocky. ASAP Rocky's outside talking. 1 second applause. I think ASAP Rocky's had an incredible year. I think this project, Don't Be Dumb, has really connected with people in ways that it did not connect with me initially. But what I'm witnessing now with this tour that he's going on, what I'm witnessing now with the way that people really have connected with this album, I don't think that this can be ignored at all. I think it's actually pretty interesting because J. Cole was talking about how he made the Mount Rushmore is where we started this conversation, and I can understand exactly where he's coming from. I think, especially within this generation, I think he has earned that spot on that Mount Rushmore. And I think for a lot of people, A$AP Rocky has as well, and I think this project solidified that in a lot of people's minds. He has been outside talking, and he sat down with Jason Lee. Shout out to Jason Lee, 1 second applause. And Jason Lee, the conversation is now live on BET. It's about an hour and a half, maybe almost 2 hours long. But they get to all the main topics. And so one of the things he talks to Jason about is his view of Drake, how Drake has been subbing Rihanna and him for a long time. So let's take a look at this and, ooh, I almost pressed the wrong button. Okay, well, either way, add it back. And we'll start the conversation. Here's A$AP Rocky on Drake.
So you watched that celebrity boxing match? I did. Would you fight Drake?
You don't see me.
Why? Because
Some gloves, like bare knuckle, like the Irish. We ain't doing all that celebrity boxing.
is he mad because you took his girl?
I didn't take his girl.
You took everybody's girl.
It's weird that like everybody done moved on with their lives and like motherfuckers still strung up on that shit. Like it's just bugged out to me, you know what I'm saying? And the weird internet antics and the smear campaigns and all that, we see right through that. Like that's why I just be like, oh, I ain't responding to that.
When he dropped Iceman and he said, your girl didn't post your album.
That's stupid.
But then you still went to #1.
Right. She posted my album.
In your song, you said, first you stole my flow. Wait.
So I stole you. That's fire.
So you watched that celebrity boxing match? Would you fight Drake?
Shout out to A$AP Rocky. I thought that clip was really funny. He starts off at the beginning and said, I want this girl. You know, it's like, oh, okay. But then on the album, you're like, first you stole my flow, then I stole your... Second applause to A$AP Rocky. Reaction to that. Open floor.
I feel like he's very disconnected from that situation, no matter how much he entertains it. I feel like it's gonna get entertained because it's Drake and it's A$AP Rocky and then it's Rihanna. But I feel like A$AP is dad mode right now. He's very much seems like removed from any of the drama. And when he gets asked about it, it's more like, all right, well, I gotta defend my household real quick, and I can't look like I'm getting dissed out here in public. So, you know, yeah, I'll take the fade with him. But I don't see him like wanting to fight Drake. It's just like, yo, I got the girl. And to the point where he didn't even like, you know, exactly. He didn't sit there and say, well, that was my girl. No, I didn't steal his girl, but then you got the bar. I feel like that bar was written when he was more connected to the whole situation. Like he's far removed from that, I feel like. And then he spoke about like smear campaigns, which is very interesting. I just caught that, you know, and he's like, yeah, he don't really pay attention to it. He sees behind it, sees through it. But yeah, I don't feel like he's really connected to it. I feel like he's just living his life, and it's kind of bothering him at this point.
Well, second applause. Open floor.
Jeremy, you're muted.
Muted.
Sorry. I think that bar is more directed towards Travis, which is why I actually don't apply it to Drake. There are bars for Drake, but I think the first, because the flow doesn't make sense to me in a Drake context. Like, there's nothing about Drake's style or flow that to me comes from A$AP Rocky or reverse. Like, I don't think that there's crossover there, you know, besides maybe some of like the early, like Houston, like down pitch stuff, but they both were doing that early. But I think that's a Travis bar. So that's I think, you know, Rihanna and Travis had their own thing, and there's heavy accusations and back and forth about Travis and A$AP and who stole whose style and who was trying to be who and stuff like that. But the Drake thing to me is interesting because I went back and I was like, did I miss something? Because I looked at the timeline of things. Like, I broke this down a couple years ago after For All the Dogs, and they're friends, right? To the point where like Drake's taking them on tour, or friendly, you know, he took them on tour. They were cool. Club Paradise tour. Kendrick is there too. It's crazy videos of all three of them hanging out and stuff that we'll never see again. There's the rumor, which was also referenced on A$AP's bars too, where A$AP may have smashed Drake's baby mom pre-Drake, right? That's part of where this entanglement goes. I think the bar is something like look back at the date, who had who when, and something about a baby. I don't know the exact bar, but like, so there's that entanglement. And then there's the Rihanna thing where it's like, there was no real shots thrown between them from the time of like, you know, Drake starts dating Rihanna again. He was dating Rihanna in 2010. Drake starts dating Rihanna again. Then they kind of fall out. And then A$AP and Rihanna start dating. They end up going to like Drake's birthday party. Rihanna and A$AP attend Drake's birthday party, which to me, I was like, I wouldn't want any of my exes at my birthday parties, but you know, who knows? And then The next thing to me that is a direct diss is For All the Dogs, where you get Drake dissing not only ASAP, but like dissing Rihanna. Like there's a bunch of anti-bars on that song. He says like the sex is average, which I think is a lie. You know, I mean, who's I just have a hard time believing that. Anyways. And then to me, and then that's when the back and forth starts, right? Like then you get ASAP throwing shots back, and then Drake throws shots on verse 2 of Family Matters, which I think is, you know, some of his best rapping in that whole battle. And then ASAP throws shots back on this song, and then Drake throws shots back on Iceman. I think it's going to be forever. Like I think it's going to be disses forever when it comes to like the love of your life on potentially both of these sides, and one of them ended up with the woman. But to Dyme's point, I don't think ASAP really cares that much. He might be a little bothered. He's like, why are you coming at me? Why are you shooting at my wife? Like, I'm gonna defend myself, but I don't think he's trying to engage in a rap battle or anything.
1 second pause.
I think Drake should have left ASAP Rocky alone. What are you dissing ASAP Rocky for? What is the point of that? You had your time with Rihanna. That's his wife. They have children. Like, why is he even having this conversation right now? And if you go look up ASAP Rocky's on Apple Music, right? If y'all go just take a gander, the number one song in his catalog still remains Effing Problems. Okay? So if I'm Drake, right? Anytime anyone tries to license that song, do anything with that song, if I really have a problem with ASAP, I just won't clear it so he can't make any money off of it. That's what that's the time he should be doing that. But going up here talking about a man, they clearly have children. You got a whole family, bro. Like you gotta just back up off of that, man. I think that's corny. And the fact that ASAP has to sit and have an interview with Jason Lee and talk about this shit right now in 2026, I think it's lame as hell that he even has to discuss it. I think it's corny, and I think Drake should leave ASAP alone. He's got bigger fish to fry, if you will. He's suing $1 billion corporation because of this song. He should be focusing on some other things that he's doing. But like, man, leave ASAP alone. And the idea, and I'm gonna say this because I don't want to rain on his parade. The idea that he believes in his mind, this is talking about Rocky, that anyone stole a flow that he stole. So you gonna steal it and then say his mind that Travis Scott stole your flow? He from Houston, nigga. The flow you're talking about, you stole the shit. You ain't come with no flow, nigga. You ain't invent nothing. Nothing with raps. You dress good, facts. You got dope style, all that. We rocking with you, baby. Rihanna, y'all got a beautiful family. We love it. But please, nigga, do never go nowhere telling anyone stole your flow, nigga. Because that's Texas and that's the Midwest all day. And everybody up here know. I'm old enough to know. This nigga ain't come with no flow. Stole his flow, Justin? Stole his flow?
Tomato.
Still, what flow? I am flabbergasted. I am thrown aback. I am L and BK talking about Killer Mike. I am angry. Stole your flow? Nigga, please. Ain't nobody stole nothing. Somebody stole your brain. That's what the fuck stole your flow. Anyway, sorry.
That's crazy. Second applause. Open floor.
I just want to say generally, I really enjoyed this interview. I loved the length. It didn't even feel that long once I got to the end. I feel like for all the critiques that I have for Jason Lee, just for, ASAP even spoke on this a little bit, like the messiness, but just a lot of the misogynoir that he's contributed to and stoked, in regards to women in the space. Like I have critiques of that, but I feel like that to the side, you really see the importance of relationships on display, from a journalist standpoint in this interview. I feel like because of his familiarity and his closeness to ASAP and Ree, was able to, get a lot of lore out of ASAP without it feeling like an interrogation. Like, you know, a lot of artists are like, you know, I don't really want to interact with journalists or media because, you know, it's just y'all want an interrogation. And it's like, no, we do want to get to the nitty gritty though. And I think that Jason Lee was masterful in the way that he was able to get a lot of that information. Like we touched on Relly, we touched on Ferg, we touched on Drake, we touched on just, you know, him and Yams and just all this really cool stuff. I feel like ASAP came off as really lighthearted and fly and cool, just someone you want to like kick it with. I thought kind of the bit in the beginning was really interesting because I forget that Jason Lee is vice mayor of Stockton. I believe like he's
correct. Yeah, that was my favorite. That's 100% my favorite part.
Yeah, that was awesome. I think, you know, for what it's worth, a lot of political theater. It is what it is. But I think like recognizing the mainstay and the cultural icon that he is, hailing from Harlem, you know, all of the men sitting around the table hailing from situations that they were not supposed to make it out of statistically, seeing them there. And that was just awesome. I did notice the conversation around Rihanna was riddled with objectification. That's just kind of, you know, I guess comes with the territory a little bit. You know, I know he said that, you know, that's his bitch, and like it's not negative because, you know, bitch is like female nigga and she's my nigga, but he also said broad, and he also was like, we were talking about stole and take and give, and I did, you know, all of that made me squirm in my chair a little bit for sure. But that's, you know, if she cool with being called that, that's whatever. But I don't know, this was a really like lighthearted interview, but then there were some times where I was like on the edge of my seat, like as he was telling a story. I think he's an incredible storyteller, super funny, super disarming. So I think this was just a great interview from Jason Lee. And I think if I hear correctly, he has an interview with Rihanna bubbling, or that there's a conversation happening as well. So I didn't realize how close they actually were, like in real life, like Jason Lee being like, I have a video of your daughter crawling and you weren't even there for that. So I think like his closeness, but then also like, you know, his experience being a vet in the game really produced a great interview that ASAP should be proud of and Jason should be proud of.
Agreed. 1 second applause. At the beginning of the interview, what BK is talking about is Jason had 2 congressmen from New York, one from Harlem and one from, I guess, from the broader area, come and give A$AP Rocky, each of them gave A$AP Rocky proclamations for his impact in Harlem through art, through fashion, through the media and everything that Harlem really champions, Harlem really is at the forefront of. And so that was actually a very, very unique moment. I can't think of the last interview I've seen with a rapper, essentially, and have that type of presentation made at the beginning of a conversation. It was super unique. Open floor.
Yeah, that was fire. I not much more comment, but that was super dope to witness.
I got to
you could tell he was taken back too. He was like, "This is amazing."
Yeah, he was impressed.
Yeah, tune into the full interview. I've seen a lot of clips from it. One that kind of stood out was his relationship with A$AP Ferg.
We have that clip right here. Let's play that real fast and let you react to that. So here I go. I'm pressing my buttons. I'm looking for stuff. And then there it is. I found it. Now I gotta go back over here. And then we share the page like this. I'm sharing the screen.
It's impossible to post something up on a screen without making some sort of noise while you do like here we go.
That's what it is. Here it is.
We was called ASAP. Is that when Ferg dropped ASAP? When did all of the mob start becoming
That
mobless?
hurt me too. The Ferg dropping ASAP hurt me as well. You feel me? Because Ferg wanted to get out his deal. And I gracefully did that. I helped him, get out his deal. We was in a group. This is when Gap was out. And Gap had some shit called Red, R, and the N sign and D. I wanted to we was called ASAP Red. ASAP Rocky and D Ferg. The R is for Rocky and the D is for D Ferg. It's before I made everybody change their name to ASAP Ferg, ASAP Rocky, and so on and so forth. Ferg started making t-shirts and belts. Ferg his best friend really was Jay West. Jay West is a painter and an artist. He draws, and he lived not too far from here. We was in a duo. We was going crazy. We was rapping all together. Nas was with us sometimes, but it was really me and D Ferg. he was making belts and t-shirts, and he sold belts to Swiss Beats and Jim Jones. It was like, I don't want to rap no more. And like me and Barry outside his house, begging him, like, bro, come on, bro. Like, he like, nah, bro, I got tunnel vision. You do that shit. Like, da 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 da. A year later, I get signed. Now I'm A$AP Rocky. You feel me? And opposed to him being my partner, now he my artist. And so I'm guessing he always felt like he was in my shadow, or like I was big homie, and that's not the case. Even if the shoe fit, wear it. Like, but at the same time, I was none of them niggas. I never wanted to.
And you never treated him like that?
Never. I was their brother. So, you know, for Ferg to wait till before the first day of my trial to be in the interview talking about he dropped his name. You been dropped your name from Ferg, but when I look on Apple Music, it still say A$AP Ferg. When I look on Spotify, it still say A$AP Ferg. When I still look on Instagram, it say A$AP Ferg. So why you in interviews going so hard about how you dropped your name?
Right. When was the last time you guys talked?
I ain't talked to Ferg in a minute. And so for me, it just felt like that was the day after Yams Day. Then I'm going on trial. It just felt like some sucker shit, and I ain't really like that. That shit hurt me, but I don't got no bad blood towards Ferg. Like, me and Ferg can have shit out any day now because I love Ferg. And Ferg never really stabbed me in the back like too crazy or nothing like that. Like, you feel what I'm saying? I mean, he got his funny way of moving and shit like that, and that's that. Like, maybe I shouldn't even really be talking about this shit on camera, but it is what it is.
But this is the reason why I asked the question, because at the show the other night, you show love to Yams, you show love to the whole crew. You brought one of your guys out there.
A$AP 12.
You brought him out there, and you didn't shit on nobody, you didn't talk bad about anybody. My question is, how do you see any world in which all of you, maybe except for Relly, come back together?
Absolutely.
But Relly, could he ever be a part of the situation? I had to ask. I mean,
I had to ask. What were you gonna say, Don?
Yeah, just that history about them. I was around, you know, that's like early New York Soho days. Like, I would see these guys outside, you know, like, and being in the collective myself, like Phony People, like around the time like Purple Swag dropped and things like that. Like, we were dropping music in that time. So back to like Stat's point about like his bars, like, and it kind of you know, he explains himself a little bit in this video. Like, their background is very much fashion and flashiness, you know. So it's like, you know, it was kind of like a difference from the traditional New York bars, cypher sound, especially in that era where they came from. So yeah, it just gave me just real insight on how, you know, these guys' brotherhood was, where they started from, which was very much a fashion designer, you know, because Ferg's father was like the designer of the Bad Boy logo or something like that. So like, I can see Ferg being on some like, yeah, I'm pushing forward into this, you know, visual art, but then, you know, getting a deal and kind of being pushed into this whole musical thing. And yeah, I just didn't know anything about their brotherhood, and they keep so quiet, almost like, you know, they didn't have problems. But, you know, A$AP Rocky kind of opened up in this interview, which is very interesting. And it reminded me of like my brotherhoods and within the industry, like, you know, having things go wrong, and then, you know, you kind of have to keep quiet about it to kind of save face and not have any rumors go around it. They kind of kept it low for a little minute. It seemed like they kind of got some issues.
Right. I mean, that was a very much an era of collectives in general, especially in New York. I mean, Phony People you mentioned, you had Pro Era, you know, you had A$AP running around, you know what I mean? Like, hearing some of these stories really brought me back to that time too.
Right.
Second plus.
I think it was interesting because the situation like this, I don't think either of them are at fault. It doesn't seem like there was a lot of disagreement, but it's interesting to hear the way that A$AP speaks about it and maybe where his blind spots may be in that relationship based on the power dynamic that exists, whether he wanted it to or not. Like, even hearing him say, you know, he really wanted Ferg to win, right? He wanted him to be his best self. Ferg had an idea of how to do that. A$AP also had an idea of how to do that collectively. But the way he said, that's when I made them change all of their names, right? So it's like he is the one to say, no, now you're A$AP. you're ASAP, I'm ASAP. He is the one to kind of bring that collective together in that way. He was the one that said, like, we're going to do this. You should come do this with me. And he was the one who did have the power because he had the deal at first and he had the hits at first. So I do see in Ferg's perspective here, potentially him just wanting to remove that name was more so just like him taking back his quote unquote power or his freedom to do what he wanted there. I just thought that was an interesting power dynamic. But overall, I loved hearing the story. I had no idea about the red thing, the Gap, that ASAP was inspired by Gap. Like, I had no idea. So I think kudos to ASAP for being open and just like telling this story. I thought it was dope.
I mean, that is a very ASAP origin story. If you think about it, like everything about Rocky, it goes back to fashion in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, and then Bone Thugs and Harmony right after that, right? We all gonna be ASAP. Lazy Bone, Crazy Bone, Busy Bone. We just gonna switch it. This is Stats Point.
No, Justin, no. We still in this flow. Now the New York came up with syrup. They wasn't that they started sipping lean in New York. That's where that came from. They wasn't doing that in Texas.
Yeah, purple swag.
Hold on. No, Texas, they chopped and screwed the shit in that came out of that came from Harlem too. Chopped and screwed music. Yeah, okay. Who's DJ Screw? Who made that shit up? Who was that nigga? Okay, cool. All right.
Stat is still so pissed about that bar.
Come on, Jeremy. Come on, bro. Come on,
I do feel like, to Jeremy's point, I want to hear ASAP Ferg's POV at this point.
It's just Ferg.
Okay, now to that point though, I agree with, or not agree with ASAP, or like Rocky, but like when I heard that there was this big kind of renouncing of it, and I'm formerly known as, I did expect to see, and maybe it's just like a back end thing, but I did expect to see just like Ferg on everything, and you do still see like ASAP Ferg on everything. So I was confused about like,
SEO.
Okay, what? Yeah, like, you know, was it kind of like a Drum Shelley thing where it's like, okay, well, no one's gonna find me if I'm just Ferg, or what? You know, what was this more of like, because ASAP seems like genuinely hurt, like, you know, and then ultimately is kind of like, well, I still love him, and you know, we can still piece it up, but I haven't talked to him in a long ass time. Like, I agree with you, Jeremy. Like, I love that we were able to get these like massive lore dumps, and he's just casually telling a story, and you're like, whoa, this is like the origin of like everything. Like, whoa, like he's really like letting us in. But I do want to, I want to hear about the breakdown in relationships from the other perspective, and maybe that power differential was just something like he was just blind to.
Can we say, did we get mad when Wayne dropped a little? When Bow Wow dropped a little?
But those weren't attached to a collective. It would have been like Wayne being like, I'm no longer part of Cash Money.
I mean, listen, Ferg grew up. You know what I'm saying? He's not an ASAP Ferg anymore. He's just a Ferg. You know what I mean?
Well, but to be fair, from a digital history standpoint, he is still very much ASAP. Now, I think that there's a few things that part stood out to me too. When I see that, I'm like, okay, one, SEO, obviously. Two, it is not easy to go change all of your metadata in these streaming services and these streaming platforms and still have all of the money direct to the same place. Like, that is just not an easy thing to do. So I think that's partially probably why it's at least there in his in retail, in the streaming services. But you know, outside of that, that's a different thing.
When he said that made me think. I'm like, damn, he's talking about the name is the same on his DSPs and all. I'm like, damn, like, aren't you the one that kind of gave him his deal? Well, doesn't like the label that he signed to, that you helped him get signed to, kind of determine whether? I mean, and then he's like, yeah, because he signed as ASAP Ferg. He can't just change it. He has a deal, so he can't legally change it. So it's like ASAP was kind of complaining about, oh well, yeah, he was out in public talking about how he wanted to drop it, but yeah, he can't just change it. No?
I do agree with that point that Rocky said, though, of like, you know, there are certain timing does matter on things. And I do think when he was going through it, when he was on trial, even if you are asked about it in an interview, that might be something that you'd be more cognizant about and be like, you know, like, yeah, I'm not ASAP anymore, but wishing love to my brother Rocky. Like, I hope he gets through this trial. Like, I hope he perseveres. You know, I always love him. I think at that time you might take more of that. Like, I see why Rocky would have been hurt of like, why are you talking about this right now? I got my life is on the line. I literally might go to
so he was saying that was going. He was mentioning these things while the trial was going.
That's
on.
what he said. He saw like an interview where he was talking, where he was like adamant about not being ASAP anymore, and it was at the same time that the trial was going on. Who knows when it was recorded? But
that just goes to show you how strong they feel about it, both of them.
Yeah.
But I can feel that though, what you just said, Jeremy. Like probably that's why he, and even when you heard him talking about it, he was really emotional how he was speaking about it. So I hope they are able, which probably won't happen now, but especially after this interview, but I hope they're able to come together. I'm just feeling real kumbaya tonight. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna feeling the love. You know, I just want love. I just want love. I just want everybody to come together.
Always strive and prosper.
You know, and listen, if another one of you damn people in the chat saying I'm sleeping, I'm moving my hands, I'm moving my head, I'm moving around. Y'all still talking about I'm sleeping.
My head moves when I sleep.
What's wrong with my face that make y'all niggas think I'm asleep? I'm moving. I'm trying to. I'm not even supposed to be here right now. I'm 37 minutes past my time of being around because Justin started 15 minutes late. But I'm moving and shit. Is Stack still awake? Is he sleep? I am awake. I'm not asleep. I'm up. Chat. Culture fucking united. Welcome. We're here.
Is that deliriousness? Sometimes I get delirious when I'm tired.
Justin, don't you feed into the nonsense.
I want to play this one real quick, this next clip right here. This isn't from the interview, but it is I don't know if it's a reaction to the interview, but I saw it today on the internet too, and I thought it was pretty apropos for at least the Drake portion of the conversation. This is ASAP and Rihanna having a good time in the Barbados, if I'm not mistaken here. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And the caption is, "My ex in the studio." So they focus on this guy right here. Is it fair to get a little troll back? Open floor.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when talking about Rihanna, this nigga Drake, she could honestly send this nigga a cease and desist. Like at this point, like the way he has made, even on Iceman, the whole like where's she at? You made a whole song dedicated to like how this man's not wife, partner, bitch, whatever the fuck. They made sure to evade the wife questions, which is fine. Do whatever you want to do. Be life partners, that's fine. But yeah, it's totally okay. Also, Rihanna is a troll. Like that's how before she became a billionaire, she was definitely still like in the comments with us, like on Twitter, on Instagram,
Clapping
and
back.
still kind of like that's just kind of like her style. But definitely when it comes to trolling Drake, who just still cannot get over the ego bruise from like a decade ago, and it still still has her name and pussy and everything in between in his mouth, metaphorically. She could definitely troll, and I thought this was a hot, like, cute video, to be honest.
Now, some of the quotes around it are, "He's not thinking about her at all, celebrating a women's inspired event," which is something that also happened this week. This is Drake. He hosted a women's inspired event where he gave a bunch of women a bunch of expensive gifts, some cash, a bunch of different things here. So all of this is basically happening on the same day.
Now, if Drake had the only option to get the money to these women was going through fascist no, I'm just kidding. I'm not.
Second applause.
I was like, let me not bring that up.
Unfunny.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna get to the anything else around this ASAP interview or anything we've seen so far?
I think we should celebrate them as a family.
Agree. I just want to say I found it interesting how redeeming this was for Jason Lee. I think the part about judging people for who they were years ago and how they can change over time, because he talks about, oh, this is when I was drinking, this is when I was doing this. I thought that was very interesting because this was a really good interview. And in some ways, it humanized Jason Lee in a way that I hadn't experienced. So I found that
I totally agree with that, especially the piece about them bonding over their brothers being killed when they were young, and like Jason Lee kind of giving context to like, my brother was like my dad, and just kind of letting us in a little bit as to how a person is raised if their brother is their dad, and like trying to get him out of the streets, and like I don't know, you just would never think that Jason Lee came from that. So I totally agree. That's a great one.
I don't know that I'm swayed completely, but I did notice that feeling of how long does your past hold on to you, especially when they compared it to Charlemagne. Like if you think about how Charlemagne was with Wendy Williams and now how he is now. I just thought that was very interesting, something to consider.
No, I actually thought the same thing, because I have a view of Jason Lee sometimes as just being kind of like messy gossip journalist from some of the past interactions that I had seen. But then like seeing him sit down with ASAP here and the amount of respect he had for the conversation. He's still going to get the moments. He's a journalist that knows what works online. He was going to get the Drake question. But for the most part, like it was a very intentional conversation. And it did make me think that Charlemagne thing, like a lot of people have grown over time, and do we let their past, and I mean, it depends what the past is, but how much do we let it affect how we view them? It's a good question.
It's a great question. Big shout out to Jason Lee. I'm a big, he's a friend of mine. I've known Jason for a long time. And so he's way more dynamic than a lot of times he can come across as trending topics. And this was definitely a big win for him. I enjoyed this conversation. I think that anybody who has the time should really sit down and watch Jason's conversation with A$AP Rocky. There's a lot of jewels in there, a lot of lore in there. It's funny at times, but it really also is very human. And those are my favorite kind of interviews. Word up. 9-second applause. All right, we're gonna take 2 super chats. Let's see. Oh, we don't have any super chats related to this section. So we will put up with one from the FD one then. And we'll do this real fast. This is I thought this one is interesting. We'll come back to this probably in the second conversation. But it says, Killer Mike said, I don't give a damn or fuck. And fuck have you done, which seemed like a scheme on the letters FD to me. Am I reaching? Sorry if this has been said already.
That's a good catch. That's a good catch.
I think this person's making Killer Mike doper than he thought he was. Killer Mike saw this shit, was like, nigga, I'm Kendrick Lamar. Nigga, fuck y'all talking about. Nigga, that's some, I'm K-Dot out this bitch. Nigga, the South got something to say.
That's funny.
I might give it to him. Because the damn or a fuck is just such a like weird way to say that and so intentional. Like I might give him that flip.
Well, it was Tehran. It was Tehran. It was Tehran.
Jeremy, it doesn't matter now. It's in the history books. If he's seeing this, he did it on purpose. He's out here. I
think this could be a reach, but if it is, it's a very short reach. So it could be a reach, but it's like that much of a reach. It's somewhat convincing. It's not a Stretch Armstrong reach, but it is like a little bit of a, let me get that last cracker off the charcuterie.
Also, I do have an update here. This is from our earlier fact check about J. Cole and his set list. So we get to see right now J. Cole's set list and what's at the end. And I'm sorry, bro, not this show. His last song is Quick Stop.
Incredible verse.
Off the fall off.
Which is the point that you were talking about, Stat, where you're talking about like him falling back in love with rap, and that verse encapsulates that.
So he
Shout
goes
out to him, man.
He goes Life Sentence, which is off the fall off. Love Yours, Power Trip, Planes, No Role Models, and then he's back to the fall off again with Quick Stop. I think it'll be interesting to see. I mean, obviously this is a while from now, but it'll be interesting to see if Quick Stop remains his closing song with new music and new tours on the horizon. So.
Shout out to him, man. We love you, J. Cole, even though you might think we don't. Oh, I know, I do. We love you. We appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, big shout out to J. Cole, man. J. Cole's having a great year. You can't. And those people were booing something serious when it was time for J. Cole to leave the stage. So he's doing his thing. 9-second applause. Okay, so we also have Dyme-a-Dozen on the panel today. Our special guest, Dyme-a-Dozen, over here. 1-second applause. Dyme has a project he's been talking about for a while. He's been active online. He has had the EP before this. He's been letting people know, and it is WD11. WD11. Listening to this, what you had to say about the A$AP Ferg portion of that conversation. And like I mentioned before, it really does take me back to, you know, the early teens, early 10s in New York City, when it was really collective heavy. You know what I'm saying? And you went to high school at Pro Era, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Yep. Edward Almero High School with Capital Steve's, Joey Badass, and a few of those Pro Era guys for sure.
Were you guys, did you know, how soon did you know about ASAP at that time? Right away?
No, I feel like I had been in the school for like maybe a year or two when then ASAP kind of started. Like we started the band, started doing our shows, and then ASAP kind of popped up as well. So we were just like, oh, wow, it's another collective that's out there doing their thing, and we would see them out in parties. I remember Nas giving me like flowers on some like, yo, Dyme, like people don't know about you yet, yo. You got the vocals, you got the rhymes. Like he was giving me like props. Very drunk, but showing me a lot of love. Shout out to Nas. We were all just lit back then. But yeah.
I want to play a joint off of your project right now. I do want to come back to this because the reason I asked that question was I was hosting Brooklyn Bodega Radio at that point in time, and we did this thing called inbox sessions. And in my inbox was like early ASAP stuff that never came out, no one heard of before they got signed. There was some Pro Era stuff in there, and there was some Phony People stuff in there because, Brooklyn Bodega had a relationship with you, and so it is super nostalgic for me. So we got the project. What can you tell us about it while I pull your joint up?
Well, WD, the official title is called WD Volume 1. It's playing off of my experience with Warner Brothers Records. I got signed at like 19 years old to Warner Brothers, and it ended up in a merger with me being like sort of shelved when they kind of did a merger with Atlantic Records. So I took my experience with Warner Brothers Records and compared it to the WB TV channel that I grew up on. Me and Elle and I were talking about the WB and the sitcom block that we kind of came up on back in the day. And me as a rapper that would rock a lot of suits, was very inspired by like the Frank Sinatras, the Frankie Lamans of the world. Also came up in church, was taught by a gospel rapper. I looked at myself, Swank Sinatra, right? So I looked at myself like almost like the WB frog back then. Like I feel like Warner Brothers at that time was signing the embodiment of the Warner Brothers frog, rocking the suits, performing, on some minstrel show energy almost. But I wasn't really aware. I was just being like the little church kid, and their situation, the WB merging with the UPN and becoming the CW, reminded me of how Warner Brothers and Atlantic did a merger with their hip hop department. And, my channel was changed. The channel was changed on me, and I was ultimately shelved. And UPN and WB merged and became the CW, and a lot of the black sitcoms and the core values of those channels, of those shows, were kind of turned off and canceled. So I just like made it like a parallel, and I'm looking at it like now I'm recovering the broadcast. I'm bringing those old TV shows back through my lens. I made an album with every song is titled after a WB TV show, and I am just rocking them. I'm speaking from my lens, kind of redirecting the TV shows through the lens of Dyme-a-Dozen, and just recovering the broadcast and bringing back those values through the music.
All right, so we're gonna rock. That's dope. 1 second applause. We're gonna rock track 5 off of this. You want to intro it? This is News at 10 featuring who?
News at 10 featuring Nick Grant, Kai Cash, and my guy Wati Haru. He's an up and coming rapper from Brooklyn. He's on the hook. He blessed it with a Biggie inspired hook. You got the private link of the album right now. It's on its way up.
There we go. Here we go. News at 10.
News at 10.
It's a great cast of rappers on there.
Culture United.
Aura like Aurora Borealis, call the florist, need euphoria for all of this madness.
It's 10 p.m.
Feeling like a sauna, marijuana fog, a nigga glanced in the silver rim.
You know where the fuck your kids is at?
Reading glasses.
Make me laugh at you rappers. The news lady on the TV said he's leaking plasma. Assassinate my character. When I turn my back to ya, I'll be impressed if you niggas even had half my luck. Frank Lucas Minx eyes, take pictures ringside. I been on some shit, all that staring gon' get you pink eye. Love and hate is a thin line. Feel like Peter Parker with the Zen vibes. Whatever coming in, I need it off top like improv. Yeah, and I'm about to get ya. You hate and concentrate on my camp like you was Hitler. You niggas keep talking like targets, I must have missed ya. It's like you keep shopping at Target, you turned your back on all your niggas. Yeah, and I parked in Pimper. The streets hard to read like a doctor's signature. They wrap you up in ribbons and send you back to your family member, bruh. The only thing new, my low temperature.
What's new?
Ice cold.
Same math, same path, new shoes. What's new? A couple backstabbers or two. What's new? They don't love you, they just act like they do. What's new? No questions, got the answers for you.
I don't owe nobody nothing, but I'm learning to stay true to my word. Cause in due time, you always get the shit you deserve. I'm on a mission on my own, still pinching some nerves. But picture me giving a fuck how niggas' feelings is hurt. That's why I keep quiet, stay watching, plate full, got weight problems. Choosing between me and myself, I got some great options. Playmaking, Pat Riley, Twist Fade, I'm Matt Hardy. All white in Sag Harbor. I sit alone on my own like a bad barber, plotting and scheming, not questioning nothing, just learning how to stride through the seasons. Everything happening for me for an obvious reason. God gave me some shit I probably needed. Who am I to fuck tradition up? Wide body sliding this bitch big as fuck. I brush up on an M like 50 cent or something. I finally reached the things that I've been itching for. Popping shit like I'm my auntie sister son. Just make the news, you might see me at 10 or something.
What's new? Yeah. Same math, same path, new shoes. What's new? A couple backstabbers or two. What's new? They don't love you, they just act like they do. What's new? No questions, got the answers for
Dyme.
you. What's new?
Reside in the city of gods, my bank is on Beverly Hills. I signed a deposit a check, I checked it and gave me the chills. I probably die by respect, I'm ready to war with the vets. Pen threats to text, screenshots to recall all the threats. Kept cordial with poems on microphones that the course of your neck. Flexing like your service builder sturdy, then fold to the net. Ran with the ball, step in the yard, it don't matter at all. Blood of your kings, multiple streams like we on OBS. Same BS you be on, only keeping your homies impressed. Impressed, lonely and stressed. Who you shooting in the gym with can prove that your jumper is wet. Little leaguers, child-minded, unable to survive our climates. No way make us a pathfinders that thrive where the God shines. The devil doubts lava. Outlier while they running their mouth and lying out loud, acting undercover. Bitches missing stout fire. The gangs descendants may be way different from you and I. Insurance scams, robbing wheels to lift suicides. Cats plot on Jack and who inside. Cops pursue the driver. He rather risk 25 to life to be a 9 to 5.
This is the God, one God in town. Sometime black, next week you see my brown. Respect.
Bye.
Hard.
9 second applause.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
My shit up.
All three verses were crazy.
I would have killed you up here, nigga.
I already know that, Stan. I already know.
Nigga.
Me too.
I'd embarrass you in front of all these motherfuckers in the chat. Like, that shit garbage, nigga. You ain't yo, that shit hard as fuck though. Shout out to you, though.
Good looks.
Shout out to you.
Thank you.
Hey, yo, let this be a lesson. Don't come on Culture United with some bullshit, because I'm telling you, I'm going to tear your ass a new one in front of everybody. That shit. Your shit hard though.
Oh, yo.
Who did that beat? Who did that beat?
My guy Money Montage, he did most of the production on the whole album. He's a dope producer.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Can I keep it real? Justin sent me your album, right? He sent me your album. He's like, yo, you know, this Dyme shit, you like this other song. So I lied to Justin. I said, I'm gonna listen to it. I had no plans on listening to your shit. Not one. I wasn't gonna listen to. Listen, check it out. I wasn't gonna listen to a second of your album, my nigga. But guess what? Because of that, I'm getting off of here. I'm about to warm up some green beans, some sweet potatoes, and a chuck roast. I'm gonna listen to your album as I dine. I'm going to listen to it because nigga, I had no plans. You changed my plans for the evening. Nigga, you done fucked my shit up. Now I can't just eat and go to bed. Now I gotta listen to your shit. That's crazy. Shout out to you,
high
man.
praise. That's high praise. That don't give praise easy.
That's blessing. That's a blessing, man.
Yeah, word
I
up.
appreciate you. I'm gonna say this is my last name. I appreciate you for giving a fuck about hip hop.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate you for platforming motherfuckers that can really rap. I appreciate you for at the end of that that song, the way you came off the beat, that shit was nasty. Cause you know that shit was nasty. You understand? And I appreciate you for having something to say. And Justin, dog, good for you, man. Good for you for for something that I'm gonna fuck with. You know what I'm saying? I 2 times Justin surprised me. L sent the song, and I was just like, Lord Jesus, this girl already hate me. And I'm about to tear her up. And this nigga Justin didn't send me this damn song. I know what I'm about to say. And that shit was good as fuck. So this is twice Justin has sent me some shit. And that Sandman nigga shit was a good album too. The Sandman guy.
Yeah, and Nick Grant's album.
Nick Grant. Well, I mean, I know him. You know Nick Grant. Spectacular. Yeah, but
just so you know too, there's a lot of people. There's definitely a lot of people who are watching right now who I don't send you.
Please.
Just because I just feel like we don't need to waste time, nor I don't think some people are always ready for real feedback.
I'm very critical. Very bad. Very bad. But yo, listen, congratulations to you. I look forward to listening to your album. I'll let Justin know what I feel. But if that is indicative of what you have, man, blessings to you and your family, man. I hope this changed your existence from here on out, dog. Like, man. Shout out to you and everybody on the panel. I appreciate y'all. This was fantastic. Love y'all. And I called fucking Justin this morning. I said, bro, what the fuck are we not doing? Because I'm looking at her shit, her podcast. This shit look like a whole nother. What kind of internet do she got? What's the fucking? She got some blue shit going. No, you don't. Don't stop lying to the people. She got some blue shit going. She got niggas called. She got Google calls. I'm like, Justin, we got to get our shit together. She's running circles around us and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
not only that, you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. This is your outro.
BK, shout out to you. And I am blessings to you and your union. You're getting married. That is. I don't know if I'm spilling the tea. I don't know if that's am I spilling the tea? Okay, cool. But blessings to you. That is beautiful. You're such a wonderful person. You're marvelous, and you are a superstar as L is. And Jeremy, listen. Always, I get to share the stage with whenever I'm around white folks who get it, it make me feel good. You are a white boy that get it, dog. Shout out to you. You are invited to the picnic. Just don't bring no potato salad. We got the food. You know what I'm saying? But we fucking with you.
Just to be safe, I'll stay a few steps away. You can bring me the plate. That's fine.
You are with us, and I'm gonna check out the King shit, that King series you got. I'm gonna check that out.
Passing the Crown.
Passing the Crown. Make sure y'all go check that out on his YouTube. And Justin, I will see you at 8 a.m. in the morning. 7:20 when I call to wake you up. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace,
Get
man.
some rest,
Blessings, y'all.
Peace. Stack well. 9-second applause.
Dyme, I gotta say too, the bars, I feel like each of you had like standout bars on there. Like there was some shit that I was like, oh my, like I think it was Nick's Hitler bar. I was like that was crazy. I've heard a lot of flips on the name, but that was crazy. And then the Target bar, he brought it full circle. And then I was like, okay, there's a little J shot, and then he ad-libs Jay-Z, and you're like, okay, all right. He literally ad-libbed it. I was like, that's funny. Kai's bar about you'll be sitting alone all day like a bad barber or something.
Oh my god, I love that bar.
That was crazy. And then your Robin Williams flip from the Miss Doubtfire scheme, that was insane. Yeah, that was fire. So everyone killed it. That was just all around an enjoyable rap song.
Yeah, it's so fun. And Nick Grant, Culture United alumni at this point. He was a past guest. I really got into him really after the Culture United. Like I heard of him before. He's been around a minute. But after I heard the joint he did with Saha and Ransom, I was like, oh nah, I gotta get you on the joint. And then Kyle Cash, he's another guy out of Brooklyn. He was around. He put his 2 cents into the Joey and West Coast beef last year with his Knicks and 6. So since then, I was just like, oh nah, we gotta do something. So we finally did it. Coming out Friday.
It paid off. That was fire.
Oh, thank you so much. And BK, aren't you graduating?
I am. I'm graduating on Friday.
Wait, congrats.
I remember
huge
that
accomplishments in the chat.
Yes.
Wow.
Wait, hold on.
I remember. I remember I was like, yeah, I remember you mentioned it, and you mentioned it on the date of the album. I'm like, oh my god, like something about this feels symbolic. Like you're graduating the day that I'm releasing the album.
Hey, I love that. Whenever I am on my head, a couple shots deep, I'll turn your music on for the back music.
Yes, please. That would be awesome. Appreciate you.
No, that's amazing.
Yeah, man, that's great work right there, man. I can't wait till the world gets to hear it. I was doing my post gym walk today to it, man. So great work.
Ooh, respect.
Yeah, definitely. You want to play another joint? We got time for one more. You got time for one more?
If you want, I mean, this would be very exclusive. I mean, which one do you want to play? Because I feel like you said that for a reason.
No, man. Look, I don't want to step on your rollout, but I do want to show the track lists though, so people can understand. When he said he named them after WB shows, he for real. Wayne's Brothers,
cool.
Do Over, Jamie Foxx, Parenthood, News at 10, because that's what came on. Supernatural, Birds of Prey, Dawson's Creek, Seventh Heaven, Sister, Wayne Heads, and The Pilot. So I think the concept is really, really dope. I also think it speaks well to your journey. And you know, you were also a very big part of last year's Rap Royal Rumble, you know, with Joey Badass and all these things, and it brought a lot of attention to New York hip hop. You know, a year later, when you look back on that whole Rap Royal Rumble thing, I thought that was amazing. What comes to mind with you when you think about how all that ended up playing out?
I think about Joey Badass's epic clout chase and how he fell flat on his face.
Wow, one second applause. That was direct. Epic clout chase. Fell flat on his face. You want to elaborate?
I feel like in New York, there's needed to be a battle or at least a conversation had between me and the young man, Joseph Badman. And I feel like he's been gone for a little minute, and then to come back and kind of throw himself into the conversation when I've kind of been like asking for the battle smoke, the lyrical smoke. I felt like it was just more of a PR look to jump into the big three conversation more than like doing it for hip hop. As you guys can see, like I'm very much hip hop. I'm about like pushing the culture forward, whether it be through competition, whether it be through musicality, creativity. So Daylight had reached out to me to jump on the High U remix last year because he had shouted me out in the original, and he thought it would be cool if I like jumped in the battle and gave my perspective of what was going on. And I said like basically pretty much exactly that. Like, you know, this guy kind of jumped outside and like, where you been though? You know, like you kind of been gone. You've been doing your acting thing while rappers were outside making noise, representing for the city, and I kind of got like this King of New York energy from somebody that was kind of like hiding for a long time. So when they like kind of called me out, I did that verse and put that in lyrical form, and even shot a video for it. And ultimately it didn't come out. Daylight got a little bit silent. Joey Badass ended up putting out a song with Loaded Lux, who was looking for a battle with Daylight. So, you know, ultimately we didn't end up rolling out that song, but they wrote their song, which I felt like it could have been like, it could have made for a good battle for the two people that's supposed to battle to make something happen, but it didn't ultimately end up like that. But it got a lot of eyes on different people that were contributing to it, so I look at it like that.
Were there things that happened between you? Because I remember like one of the first times I saw you in Pro Era was like the Pro Era Cypher on YouTube, where you were all killing it. Like it just looked like such an energy that you were talking about, like nostalgic. Like what happened between that and then Shaw's on record, like that got it to that point?
I feel like just the passing of Capital Steez. Capital Steez was like a very much of a glue between a lot of us. We all went to the same school, but I was a upperclassman that was kind of doing things before a lot of those guys even came to the school. So, and Capital Steez was actually one of the underclassmen that came to me on some like, hey, you know, everybody deserves a chance. I see you doing your thing. Listen to what I got to say. And through our connection, you know, we both sparred and got our lyrical skills up, and he was able to jump into ciphers, and you know, he built his confidence, and that was kind of the intro of me getting to know any pro era member that was Capital Steve. So I feel like with his passing, there isn't real camaraderie, or there's no connection between me and any of those guys without him, and I feel like that's kind of where it's got difficult.
Makes sense. Well, rest in peace to Steve.
Rest in peace, Capital Steve.
1 second pause. I mean, I guess when you say fell flat on his face, you're talking more about his album than his performance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he did his thing. I'm not dissing his, like, I'm not a hater, you know, like,
Right.
dude had good songs. He had bars, but yeah, like, it he put it out, and then in the midst of it, or at the end of it, a label battle, you know, and then, like, you put out an album, and then, like, the tour. It's like, I don't want to see anybody fail. Like, I want to see people, like, put out dope hip-hop moments and do their thing, thrive. You know, especially if I'm calling you out for a battle. It's not like I hate you and want to see you die. It's like, bro, like, let's rap. Because I know where you came from. You know, when we know we have things to talk about. So it's either, like, if you don't want to speak to me, but you want to, like, put shots out there in public, okay, like, so you're doing, like, the wrestling thing. Like, okay, you're being, you know, you're putting things out there so people can say, hey, oh, Dyme is this because Joey said so, but I can't have a personal conversation. It's giving me, like, elitist, like, Killer Mike vibes. Like, you know, I don't want to speak to you because you're not on my level. You don't have enough emotion, but I will speak on your name. I'll play on your head top to my fans, though, and have them, you know, on some beehive shit like, hey, I'm going with whatever Joey says. So that's got to be my thing, kind of just trying to set the record straight when people kind of, like, with fan bases, bigger fan bases than mine, put out a narrative out there, and it's just like, bro, like, we can speak about this and, like, get it better. Like, we can get in a better place, but not like this.
Have you ever reached out for a collaboration at any time?
Not really. I mean,
Because you were signed first,
right?
So they were basically like you were setting, you know, you were setting the stage in a way. You were leading. At least they were looking at you as, okay, this is proof that someone from our crew could do it.
To really pop, like I think people underestimate how big Dymes was on YouTube. Like, yeah. I've been contemplating even making, like, a mini doc on it, because, like, him, Deep Pride, Wax, like Timothy De La Ghetto, Dumbfounded, there were people that, like, were the bridge from YouTube rap to mainstream, and Dyme was really the first person to make that bridge happen on a real level, where, like, he was signed from YouTube rapping. So it's like everyone else there was looking at it like, how do I get to that level?
Yeah, and I look at it like, even back then, like, they had their way of going on, and I feel like it was, like, cinematic behind them or something like that. And my thing was, even back then, I wasn't trying to so much collabo. Like, my thing was always Steve. So I've had people reach out to me for Steve's vocals on some, like, hey, Steve's passed and we're trying to put together King Capital. Can you know, would you be able to, like, send us something from that? So I've had people reach out to me on, like, so it's always been, like, business between, like, I've never asked for a collabo. It's more like, okay, how can we pay homage to Steve? But then, you know, it always ends up saying, like, oh, you know, somebody always ends up telling me something can't happen with that. Like, I can't, you know, do a Brooklyn Hip Hop Festival tribute for him. Like, you know, they always turn things like that down. Like, I didn't necessarily want to collab. It was more like, oh, we both got this homie in mind. Let's keep his name alive. Because at this point, it's like, where is it going? Like, who's speaking up for Capital Steve's at this moment?
You know, you've gone from YouTube to label to indie, and I just think this is a really, really perplexing time to be an independent artist in general, because media to me is in a place that I've never seen it. I've never seen hip hop media be this bought and paid for. Like, it's almost as, like, it's the standard almost now, and more so than, you know, banner ads or sponsored content. But the seeding aspect of it has completely remixed. Seeding on social media, seeding stories on social media has completely remixed the relationship between the media and the artist, right? I mean, for example, we're just the Glasses Malone story, the big story with Glasses ended last week, this week, was at least partially around seeding, right? All the labels are seeding stories to Clippers. All the Clippers are wherever they are, just taking bags to spread whatever the story is. Have you thought about your strategy, your approach in terms of getting the word out about WD11? And what's your experience like in this marketplace? Because you've seen the evolution.
I'm kind of feeling like I'm growing with the concept, like the new era. It's like you said, like I came from YouTube to the labels, and it's kind of like a shift to where now labels are coming back. All the people from the labels are on YouTube, or people who were, on the labels as artists or things like that are kind of building their own. Even, people from companies like Hip Hop DX, you got your own joint on YouTube now, So it's like, I look at it like, well, things like this, like we have a big community.
Well, look, I mean, that's a great answer. That's where my mind goes immediately. The second thing my mind goes to is what you said earlier. I think a large part of this conversation also underplays the power that individual creators and channels and communities actually do have. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so, it's a different environment. We talk about this a lot on Third Verse, and a lot of times we're just like, I mean, not even just me, like Stat and DJ will say all the time, like, in this marketplace, it's almost like just the Wild Wild West again. And so people are doing whatever they can to tap into, whatever communities, or to build their community, or get their music as far as possible.
That's very hip hop.
Very hip hop. 1 second applause. That's what's up. That's what's up. Word up, man. Dyme-a-Dozen representing BK. How you feel about New York hip hop right now? There was a bunch of New York in this episode today.
You asking BK, or you asking?
Oh my God! So that's it. Oh yeah, no, you said you're from BK. You're from Brooklyn.
Oh yeah.
It got so New York that BK got involved.
Right, right. We do have someone named BK on the show, so
and
that
Brooklyn
was
is also my name. So.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I am from Brooklyn. I'm from Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and that's one of the most important things that I want to just keep anchored, like the whole represent for New York thing. Like we've had so much dope things happen from the championship this year to, just great news and great energy. I just want to, just assist that energy with my music, give the people a soundtrack and something to be proud of as far as, musical and lyrical, creative, like coming out of the city. Because, I mean, people complain about, where's New York hip hop, New York. I remember I was even watching Third Verse. You kind of like was talking about how the New York sound kind of shifted into drill, and how you were kind of like disappointed about like, damn, like, like the evolution of New York has kind of just been this, evolution of UK. It's like we always kind of innovate our own thing. We're the Mecca. So like, where's the original sound? Where's the original energy? And I listened to that. Like I took that to heart. Like, yeah, man, like we need some dope representation that's like giving us the energy of one of the great MCs, the Jay-Z's, the Nas's, the Rakims. Like we're the home of that. So it's like, where was that in that last era? And then it makes me think about like who's raising those type of artists? How can we raise them educationally? How can we raise them musically when we're being fed BS from all over? So it's like, we gotta have some type of resolution. Like, okay, how can we have who can be the artist, or what collective of artists can we sit there and like tune into to learn what hip hop really is? Then like I feel like that's what even Culture United is. It's like we have the academics out there that we can tune in to for brain rot. But if you want to sit here for hours and speak about liberation for us and musical advancement for like the whole landscape, then you're gonna come to Culture United and speak to the panel. You're not gonna waste your time on a academic. You're gonna come to the lunch table. You're gonna speak on some real cultural importance. So it's like I compare that to Culture United. You guys are doing a lovely job.
Oh, appreciate you, man. 1 second applause. Anything you want to let people know before the project comes out, when they can grab it, what time it drops, what they can look forward to? Let us know.
I'm gonna say this in all good faith, because I just got every verse cleared. This real kid has this one thing where they're like, everybody's verse has to be cleared before we send it out to stores, and everybody cleared their verse. So basically, we're 2 days away. So hopefully everything goes Friday. But Friday, WD Volume 1 is lifting. I don't like to say dropping anymore. It's lifting
Nice.
On all streaming platforms.
Yeah.
And WD Volume 1, based off my experience at WB, flipped into a TV concept. Every song named after one of the TV shows, but through my lens. Should be everywhere. My site is dyme.nyc.com. My new Instagram is Book of Dyme. That's Book of Dyme. On X, I'm Dyme-a-Dozen, regular DYMEADUZIN. It was under my picture. But like my real control room is the IG. So, check out the IG. I'm always on there giving out updates. So, yes, thank you guys so much. WD Friday. Thank you guys for listening. El Janelle, great conversation earlier. I'm getting to finally see your face and speak to you face to face. So that's beautiful. Everybody else, Jeremy Heck, thank you for all the love all throughout the years. I don't know if you guys know, Jeremy Heck was in like some of my ciphers as a kid and things like that. We got like him doing a verse for my song MILF. I had a song called MILF and did like a verse competition. And Jeremy Heck his name was The Hype back then, and he has a verse.
I have a MILF verse.
A MILF verse.
Word up.
So we go way back.
The lore.
Yes. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yo, I want to play. I'm gonna let BK pick which WB song we're gonna play next before we wrap this up.
Okay, that's fine.
We're gonna base it off our favorite TV show. Which one of these shows?
Ooh, okay. Damn. Okay.
It's getting serious.
So I'm going between Wayne's Brothers and Sister Sister. Let's go Sister Sister.
Let's go Sister Sister. Here it is. Sister Sister, Dyme-a-Dozen, Culture United.
Brought you in this world. Take you the fuck out. Yeah, swing. Dyme. Like Calvin and like Mike on the nights, cause you acting like you can play. When rappers from the city was active, you left the stage. Screaming at he back, but forgot who gave him a stage. How you ducking at home when I know exactly when niggas stay? The truth must be offensive when the spitters are sending internet threats. I'm gonna dress it in the lyrics. Must be vexing niggas' spirits. Cause I'm yelling addresses and DMs and you just posting on your ex like you don't hear it, huh? You skipping steps, trying to step the kings. Missing all your morals, chasing big steppers, nigga step for steez. Somebody told me that he next to lead, and we should place him next to Big. The Puff co-sign ain't impressing me. And I ain't trying to go you gay, but I'm just saying, y'all built the bond in the stew, but where's the music to prove it? You fit descriptions of the dudes he recruited at Daddy's house, but who was producing? New York or lose if you lead the movement.
Look what you did, BK. It's you, BK.
Take a leave, Hobie, it's dad time. Can't do me like I'm sold, I'm not that blind. I see through the past vine, play in my face, get hit with a flame. I how you playing your power, rolling your pastime. Hello. Y'all should already know my stage. I never let no slick shit go by me. You can be a big ticket or nobody. So get lit, duck, or get hit with your sister. Recording in mama's basement, I had to keep. Destiny led to my stepfather mentoring me. An upperclassman in school ended up mentoring Steeds. And Steeds mentor you, stop ignoring that you my seed. I'm sure you expect loyalty from your goons, but the kid was cool. Even disclosed to me what he gets from you. I extort you and your little crew. The Beast Coast moved to Cali, no wonder nobody spent for you. Oh. Smoke 2 cool J's like Joey and Jid. Bowing out and getting back in the fields. Recession indicated like Owen Lil Fizz. Heard you don't listen to lyricists. I'll break your shit down mid by mid. If the flow's unlimited, lyrics will stick to your ribs, I live. Ass whippers come complimentary, backhanded. Little dime with something nickel plated, knuckles chippers, chompers, that's a crack sandwich. Huddle up with what you lack managed. Paragraphs, now you back panning. Put you in a scope and pray they caught a budget for you. I can tell Cleveland mad panicked. They tryna laugh and dismiss him. I know your boss is embarrassed the way you dick right in the rap at the distance. Got a background in athletics, expected the actual plan of a system. Don't peacock, slide for your nigga fold, bet he not. Trash ass back, trying to get an EGOT. Jit on my shit list, both wanna be dot. Twitter fingers never seen no phase. On sideways, sounded like a Timu K. No dot, chase hoes on speed, no stage. Red dot, close friends won't see no phase. How you gon' doubt me about fame when the leader on your team couldn't beat no names? New Jack treating rappers like Nino, bomb on your bill and make you relocate. I laugh at bruh, slotting don't need no passenger. Bodies on or offset, your crew, your camera can capture this massacre. Bruh, is it this era or is it Atlanta? The fact that these rappers are sassier. How Jit on my tip on Twitter, live it, type it in capitals. Claim you the baddest and battle and back it up. Number one stunner till I stun a nigga like Steve Austin. Your son told Fibs you ain't really never had no balls win. Go against God, he thinking he winning, he lost it. Killing these bitches, this shit really getting exhausting. These two siblings hitting both can. Name on a bullet make the insecure feel important. Ooh, This game became some shit that I'm accustomed to. They tend to take the Twitter feeds and duck the boo. Y'all was better off saying silent. Made a nigga roll 2 J's back to back. And that's the way I like it. Guess now it's fuck being friendly, this shit is official. I roll double XLs and smoke you both for these digital issues. They ain't about this hip hop, they groupied out for guest spots. They don't do the dozens, they do desktops. They're supposed to be the best out. Signed to these bad deals, they showboat. Class actions, no smoke. Fast rapping, no quotes. Drop the buzzer beater for the Grammys and got no votes. Climb the ladder, dig your own hole like with cold rope. Yo, put that out.
There's more?
Dyme-a-Dozen.
Damn.
Not second applause.
Nah,
2 birds, 1 stone?
No. Nah.
My
you
man
thought
said
you was gonna
fast
wrap this up?
He said fast raps and no quotes.
And no quotes. I heard that. Nah.
Fast raps and no quotes.
Dropped a buzzer beater for the Grammys and got no votes.
No votes.
God.
Whoa.
Hold on, brother. You tried to wrap this interview up really
No, that's
smooth.
crazy.
I
That's
heard
crazy.
1,000 shots. I was in here ducking shots. What the fuck is going on? You seem so nice.
On the side.
You even with 3,000 niggas. Now hold on. Now I heard some Jid shots. I know that first verse couldn't have been Jid. Who was the first verse
That was
about?
Joey.
That was Joey.
That was Joe. Okay, so
Joey.
we did Joey and Jid. What's up with Jid?
Just some elitist activity on the timeline. Me and him were actually cool, like back in the day. Like we did some South by Southwest shows together. You know, I showed him some love when he signed a Dreamville, and like kind of just one day I was unfollowed. I was like, okay, that's cool. I don't know what that is. And then like another time, like I'm hearing someone was playing my music around him, and they were just like feeling like a bad energy. I don't know like what that was. So I'm the type of rapper that's like, okay, like a rapper is kind of like messing with me or like, you know, not fucking with me. Let me kind of poke at them. So I got on this like Diet Kendrick campaign a little bit. Like I would say Diet Kendrick and like refer to him. And he got really upset about it. And then wrote a big paragraph online about it. Like, yo, I was like, bro, like, if you really got a problem with it, like, we're rappers. Like, we could spar about it. And he just wrote this big, like, I spoke about this earlier, like, people trying to weaponize their fan base. It's like, hey, bro, you could, like, we could speak. We've spoken private before. So, like, to put out a paragraph about me, hey, Dom, like, I would never battle you. Your ass. You're mad because I made it and we're both the same age. Like he really went in a paragraph. I said, bro, shut up. I call him little nigga because he tried to little nigga me. So I was like, little nigga, get in the booth and don't tweet me no more. That was my last tweet to him. And after he wrote me like a big paragraph. So yeah, that was just my response to the paragraph.
Yo, Dyme. This man said, do you rap or do you tweet? I can't tell, get in the booth, bitch. First of all, let me back up. I just love, to L's point, nigga, you got the kindest eyes and the kindest face and just a very humble disposition. And you turn into this like beast on the beat, which is incredible. Like you obviously care so much, but I love that you stand on your square when you've been asked like direct questions. It's like you don't stutter and you just you say what you mean and you mean what you say. Like virtually in real life right now, and then also on wax. Like I love the congruence there. I feel like that was like probably one of my favorite things that I've heard this year. Period. Like what a crap! I'm so glad that I picked that song.
Yes, shout out
And
to
it's
you.
called-
BK. You fucking did
That wasn't even planned.
And it's called Sister Sister.
It's called Sister, and it's like you just kind of gave us this like Joey lore, Steez lore, Pro Era lore, and then to pick for that song to play and you being like, you really like talking your shit, and
you fucking with it.
That's the time. I mean, like in real life, we're like real life ducking, listening to you.
Yeah.
I love that.
I was the whole time because it's no secret I've been a big advocate for both of those rappers. Like Joey, I think did an incredible job with the battle. Like I thought My Town was amazing. I love the competitive spirit. Jid, I always think like he can be a superstar. He's just maybe 1 or 2 songs away. I loved his last album, but I also love hip hop and I love the sport of it. And I love when somebody just decides to step out, and this is not out of nowhere. These are based on real interactions. You know these people. You've spoken to these people. This isn't just for show. This isn't just for clout. And not only that, but you came with bars, like a lot of them, back to back to back to back to back, beat switches, like flow switches, substance. So yeah, that was fire, and I'm excited to see what comes from this, if anything does. So I think we gotta
panel, is Jid on the clock?
He might be.
I think he's on the clock. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think everybody's always on the clock automatically, but I'm gonna have to say I think this qualifies as Jid is on the motherfucking clock.
Especially because you out here with the alleged paragraphs and shit. Nah, nigga, we need to hear a response to that.
It's out there somewhere. He tweeted and deleted it, but it was a big paragraph. He was very offended by Diet Kendrick. He said, this was his words. He said, if I'm Diet Kendrick, then your life is diet. Yeah, I will never battle you because of and then he just went in. I just looked at the tweet. I said, okay. I started writing.
Listen, I need at least a couple subs. That's it. I don't, even if it's not a full response, there's got to be some bars.
Right.
Nigga gotta flip it some type of way.
Both sides.
Yeah.
I got a dozen dimes, something. He gonna have to do something.
You struck a chord seemingly, because it's like if you know when you and a nigga calling your whole life diet, it's like, okay, wait, I might have touched something. Maybe hit dog is hollering right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wow, great pick.
See.
That was
awesome.
I gotta get out here, guys, but what a note to end on.
That, for real. I'm a little bit speechless. My cheeks burning and shit. Damn, relax.
Jeremy, you got a shout out on the album as well, so you'll see.
What? Okay. I'm okay. You got me even more excited to listen now.
Yeah, and Jeremy, I heard you rap for the first time today because on my show we did
No Music
Cypher.
Oh yeah.
We were check out our stream too. I'm gonna clip it up so we could just have our interview. But you got some shine today too, so it was good to talk to you again as always.
I appreciate you guys always, and shout out to Dymes. Excited for the album. Shout out to Justin. Incredible convo. One of my favorites that I've ever been on. So appreciate this.
Yeah, this was a fun one. Jeremy Heck.
Peace, guys.
Second applause. There we go. Oh, wait. I removed the wrong one. Who did I remove? Did he have two?
No, we both clicked it at the same time.
Oh, okay. Well, he's back.
All right, so are you going? All right.
I got it. Word up.
He stood up like, yeah, that's it on that. That's that on that. Brother.
You're tuned in live Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. # CU Wednesdays. We also have the Culture United Clips channel, which is up and active now. You can catch segments of the show over there. We'll have this up with Dyme-a-Dozen's conversation in these songs later today. You guys ready to do Super Chats? We ready to jump into Super Chats now? You got time to answer some questions, Dyme?
Yeah, I'm here. Why not?
Okay, cool. We'll start off with the ones that got your name in them. Shout out to Brown Girl L. Dyme gives a damn about the craft. Refreshing.
Yes. Shout out to Brown Girl L.
Yeah. That's BK's mom.
That's BK.
Oh yeah, he knows. Yeah, he's
no, you be in the streets.
Oh yeah, he's part of the community. I tried to do the same thing, Justin. That's BK's mom.
I'm already knowing. That's what's up.
That was a good Brooklyn to Brooklyn connection with that sister pick. We got good pick, BK. Dyme, you're a breath of fresh air.
Oh,
Great pick.
We got rolling 2 J's for Dyme from Broadmoor.
Smoke 2 cool J's like Joey and Jed.
Right. I forgot to I forgot to shout out that girl Shines on that last one. Thank you so much for that. That girl Shines. And Broadmoor had this one, rolling 2 J's for Dyme. I'm over here still listening to these 2 tracks I just heard in my head right now. Let me get focused on these super chats.
No, me, I kind of am too. Just I think my mind is like the rap stenographer in my mind is going,
Right.
Did that nigga say? Yeah. Like, relax, okay? We're gonna listen to it afterwards, okay? Relax.
Let's see what we got next. This one is Chief Trey. Shout out to Chief Trey. Says, good pick, BK.
Yo, what a hell of a punch. Hell of a punch. I mean, I just feel like everybody is absolutely, I'm sitting up straight. I'm on the edge of my seat. Like, I need to listen to this in full front to back. Like, oh, that was so good.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you so much.
Shout out to Martine. Says, great panel. Wasn't expecting a Dyme Pro Era explanation tonight. That was epic. Going to the Mecca tomorrow for a week for the panel. What are your favorite hip-hop vinyl bars in New York City? Always looking for live music everywhere, too. I don't know if I have one off top that I can think of. What do you got, Dyme?
There's a spot called Loudmouth BK in like Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. They're like a vinyl spot that doubles as like a performance space in like the backyard. So Chelsea Reject, rest in peace, Chelsea Reject.
Ooh, rest in peace.
Yeah, she had like a memorial there, like a type of like get together gathering to celebrate her life. So I went there to experience that. So that's a cool spot to go to. Loudmouth BK. And bars, I'm gonna say Cafe Israeli in Bushwick. It might be a little crowded because I might be there. But
word up.
But yeah, during the weekends, it's a real cool spot. It's like one of my favorites. But like when I'm there, it's usually like packed, so you might want to get there a little early.
Are you you doing a release event there?
Yes. Well, yes, in Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm planning one right now. I got the spot. Yeah, we're gonna send out some invites soon. So yeah, I'm working on it.
Word up. New York has changed so much since I haven't been back to the city since maybe in like 3-4 years, maybe. So it's been a minute.
It's COVID time.
Yeah, close. Yeah, like after I was there. But there used to be this spot called Moe's. It used to be crazy ill. They would have vinyl. It was over on Lafayette in South Portland.
Whoa. Yeah,
Moe's used to be really dope. And then they changed. They changed owners. It used to be spelled Moe's like this. It used to be spelled Moe's like The Simpsons, I think. And then they got a new owner and they changed it to like Moe's, M-O''S. But it's clearly the bootleg version.
Right.
clearly the bootleg version, though.
That ain't Mo.
That ain't Moe's. That's another Mo.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea, but I want to highlight Trap from the lunch table in the chat. He said Record Room, Long Island, and Don't Matter in Dumbo. So I just want to, because I don't know at all.
Oh, shout out to Trap. Shout out to Trap, y'all. Yeah, the New York representation on the lunch table, man. Like, I rock with Trap. Shout out to Trap.
Word up. Let's take applause, Trap Ratchet. This next one here is from, I'm gonna mispronounce this. No disrespect. Siatu Amaya. Thoughts on native rappers like the Neighborhood Kids, Native Threat, Rocky Rivera, also Tulips, and Joseph Serenhez are Afro-Indigenous rappers I recommend. You guys familiar?
I'm not
familiar, but I took a screenshot like a mama.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna do that too.
Afro-Indigenous rappers is not something that I am familiar with, I don't think.
Facts.
Yeah, no, that's something I definitely want to check out.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, what were we gonna say, BK? I'm sorry.
No, it just, I think the first part of thoughts on like native rappers, maybe more generally, it makes a lot of sense. Like, that there are people that's experienced apartheid, genocide, et cetera. I mean, I've seen MC Abdul coming out of Gaza too. So it makes sense that, these groups would be using like hip hop as a medium to express that. So that's super cool.
Absolutely. I took a screenshot fast as hell. That key thing you gave us.
Shortcut key. There you go.
I've been using that shit.
Got him.
That's what it is. Shift control. Was it 3? Yeah, shift control 3. There you go. Go ahead and take it. Anything you need really quick. Speed of a right click. Shout out to Deluxe, the champ. One second applause to Deluxe. Says Dyme, who is Ray and Lisa then?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
the Ray because I'm the pops.
Right.
I'm the Ray.
Damn.
And Lisa, whoever gonna be my spouse, my wife, my lovely wife.
This man said he Del Curry.
He said
BK, did you see me lean towards the microphone? I was going back to Del Curry for sure.
That's why
Glad we all paying attention.
J. Cole saying it wasn't appropriate. I feel
It
like
was
this one
wildly inappropriate. So that's why I'm like, at least you understand the limitations of these type of shits. Del Curry still has me mad, J. Cole, but never mind, because you had a good week. We're gonna leave you alone. But that shit was crazy.
Jello Ball was sitting right there. Jello Ball is sitting right there. It's funny.
Yeah, shout out to Deluxe Champ too. That's my guy.
Word up. Shout out to Martine. Says great. Wait,
we did
we did this one. Yeah, we did that one. All right. Okay. So now let's get to regular regularly scheduled super chats. All right, here we go. All right, so Unc Ditto, shout out to Unc Ditto, says I'm always only here for BK to tell someone to shut the fuck up after a Brainiac ran. And L outfit is fire. CCB and stat I always enjoy. Just remember passing of the crown. Word up.
Thank you. I almost didn't wear this. I wore this on my stream earlier, and I was like, y'all, did this shirt look crazy? Because on my side it has it's a word for it when you wear something that's almost striped and it makes these issues, but it doesn't show up on the stream. So thank you. I don't know if I was supposed to make that much about me, but yeah, passing the crown. Sure.
Word up.
All right, cool.
We got Examine It. Shout out to Examine It. So shout out to Dyme-a-Dozen and Hecht. I'm finishing up something special for my wifey's birthday on Friday, so I'll catch up at work tomorrow. Much love to LBK, Justin, and Stat. Shout out to the mods too. Y'all the best. 1 second applause. Appreciate you, Examine It.
I love how many wife guys we have in the community.
Yes.
I don't know if y'all noticed that, but like they be like, "Hey, I gotta go tend to the misses." I fuck with that.
Yes, and shout out to Examine It. He has been in like all of my streams. We've been doing so much, like, because I'll build stuff live and kind of explain to the creators how it works and why I picked that way. And Examine It has been kind of like tinkering. Like, I sent another one. This is what it says. So we've been having a ball in our stream. So shout out to Examine It.
Word up. We got Jackson Page, 1580. You say what? Oh,
we did this one.
Oh, okay.
That's the
Oh, yeah, we did that because we're doing stuff in between now.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Okay.
That was the charcuterie reach.
All right. Did we do this one? We did this one.
No.
Shout out to Asiatu Amaya, says, to the black folks in the audience, please check out Black Liberation Media, Black Agenda Report, Sovereign Media, all do black politics history from the black socialist communist lens, which has been erased from public memory. Great recommendations there.
And screenshot.
We got another one for Dyme here. It says, was there a Go Home Roger reference?
I don't think I heard that.
Not directly. No. That would
was
be
right there.
They're sitting right there, man.
That's a good idea. Maybe in the video.
There you go. That's how that works. There it up.
Oh, y'all heard that means there's going to be a video to Sister.
I heard that.
Right.
Which I think is smart because that is a very fiery, but it I don't know, to Jeremy's point, like there's real history, there's real lore. It isn't like you're just jumping out the window off some shit, which fine, if that's your prerogative you want to do, but it does make it that much more juicy and you're fire. Like the pen is fire, the bravado's there, like the production's there, like yeah, go for it. I love it.
Shout out to Internet Jur. Internet Jur. Okay. Killer Mike's main target is likely Dr. Jared Ball, author of The Myth of Black Buying Power, of I Mix, What I Like, and Black Liberation Media. They have history. FD is secondary if Killer Mike hit him. Yeah, I think we covered that one.
That reach is getting farther for that damn or a fuck now. Now that reach is starting to cross the table. Starting to get across the table now, buddy.
Shout out to Sharonda Ridley. Some of the faces of the panel is telling. Wow. Shout out to Stat. Everyone should be allowed to state their opinion. Whose opinion is right? I think they were talking about how y'all were looking at Stat when he was doing his "Can't We All Just Get Along."
Hey, one thing y'all gotta know is that Elle and I's nonverbals, they're not changing. They're not going anywhere.
And I don't think I have a choice, to be honest.
It is not. That's just how our facial muscles are set up. And also, too, sometimes if our tongues are sharp or we're passionate or whatever, like that's just part of it. There is no real animosity. There is no like, I don't know how to explain, but it feels a little like people want to make it some more adversarial than it is, and I think niggas is just expressive. Like that's all.
Exactly. My brain is processing what I'm hearing, and whatever emotion my brain is feeling as it processes it, my face will merge into. Now you will see me sometimes like try to reset it. I'll be like, stop it. But when I do that, that means I stop thinking about it. So I have to stop the thought, and then if I start thinking about it again, it'll kind of be like, I can't help it. It's natural.
That's funny.
It's a highlight of the show. Like when it happens, both ways, it's definitely always a highlight because this is I'll be watching and just be like watching faces change. It's hilarious. It's the best thing ever.
I enjoy
honestly.
I enjoy it. Shout out to 504 Scooby. I came in late, so I'm behind the conversation. BK was cooking Mike so much she had to turn the camera off and wash her feet because she put both foots in Mike's ass. Second applause.
You was cooking, and then you just disappeared. I'm like, this nigga Killer Mike might be a capitalist. This nigga rich to the internet.
Right.
The way
qualify.
I'm gonna have to figure it out because I was literally switching tabs and hit the fucking X on the StreamYard tab. So yeah, that was a mishap. But then I got to make like a joke about him being a filthy capitalist. So
yeah,
that's funny.
Worth it.
Shout out to Poetic Flacco says Jay-Z is objectively an evil person. Anyone who thinks otherwise, I'm side-eyeing you.
If
That's
I find
strong.
out that DJ Mustard didn't pay the bail for that dude, I'm side-eyeing you.
1 second applause. We got Nigel says, LLM Nigel, our brother Nigel. For the panel, what is the first time you took part in activism? Do you belong to a political party? What is a policy for poor African Americans you would vote for immediately? Please answer all three.
I love how he said, please answer all three, because we definitely be answering them backwards and then just answer the one. So, I don't know. I feel like
I'm not answering this question.
Okay. Yeah, this one actually seems like the wrong era to be answering questions like this. Right. Right.
I plead the fifth.
This is the wrong era to be going outside like that.
Thank you.
No. So we appreciate you, Nigel, though. I think that please answer all three
made it worse.
That illuminated how, wait a minute.
I do this plus this plus that.
Right. That is funny. Restoring the feeling. Shout says, love L and BK, but they got Mal quotes tatted on their backs. Pay attention.
Who is he talking about?
Mao Zedong?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying who has the quotes tatted on their back?
Me and you.
No. He had to be disagreeing.
No, he's talking about you and BK. Love L and BK, but they got Mal quotes tatted on their backs. Pay attention.
I don't know that the they is necessarily us, but I guess maybe.
Yo, restoring the feeling. Let us know.
Yeah, let us know.
I think that I'll say it. I think they talk about
you think the they
y'all.
is us.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so my first instinct is like we were talking about some group of people that could be they, and they're like, "Hey, man, I disagree with what you're saying because they got Mal tats, they got Mal quotes on their back." But y'all,
well, man, look, maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe I'm misreading. Restoring the
I don't
feeling.
know. It's ambiguous, but if it's me, no, the fuck I don't. So. I try to do all type of identifying shit on here. I don't know if y'all paying attention to what year it is, what the fuck is going on. Y'all doing all kind of somebody gonna rob a store with a Mal quote on the back, and then y'all gonna be like, "Here's the evidence."
It was them niggas.
Restoring the feeling already said she had the Mal quote. You know, it's real easy to convince people of things.
Right.
Yo, Justin, they clipping us up.
Oh, we get clipped already?
Oh my God! What
hey,
that was
so happened. Let's see.
Sister.
Oh my God!
Hey, that's what's up. Hey, shout out to the Clippers. 1 second applause.
quoting one of the lyrics, trash ass back trying to get an EGOT, Jid on my shit list, both want to be dot.
It's all happening.
Yeah. Hey.
Just that fat. Damn. I mean, Culture United do kind of be popping.
Well, you know, it's all happening. That's what, somebody said that. I don't know who said that. Somebody said that, but it's all happening. We got shout out to Tua Man the Great says, so L, would you consider Hove the spook who sat by the door in a sense?
I would not say definitively yes. I do think this is the last time I'm talking about Jay-Z because I don't like how I'm repeatedly becoming the Jay-Z whisperer. It's kind of against my politics, but I'm torn between, do you say what you really think? Or do you say, I don't give a fuck, Jay-Z can fight his own battles? So I'm torn between the two because I think it's my job to say what I really think when I'm here. But the recurring, constant Jay-Z is starting to get on my fucking nerves. I would not say for sure that I think this, but I wonder if it's a possibility. But I don't know, because the spook who sat by the door, he wouldn't work for, was it the CIA?
Yep.
You wouldn't work for the CIA to tell us about it. In some ways, it's like, nigga, you still wouldn't work for the CIA. I don't give a fuck. Like, now you kind of the victim in some ways. So I guess,
Wait, what?
I can hear that.
Is that how you took the end of that book? I didn't take the end of that book.
Not the end. Not the end.
Okay.
Not the end.
Because he went and brought everybody together to go do the thing.
Yeah, but he had to go work for the CIA to get the information and bring everybody together to do the thing. So you still went and worked for the CIA. That's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute. I might be misunderstanding the point of the end of the last Jay-Z reference. I thought, like, if you know that you have to go sit with Ivanka and Trump and them to get your HR legislation passed, then that's okay. If you got to go sit with the CIA to start the revolution, is that not okay? You saying it like it's not a positive thing, or are you saying it with a different injury?
I don't know if you noticed, but I never said whether I thought it was okay or not. I just asked everybody else.
Oh, I think everyone just assumed that you were okay with it because of your posture position on Jake. Right, that's why I'm bringing it up now and we're talking about it. But, given your history and your consistency and your elaborate presentation when it comes to things at play with Jay-Z in different positions, I was just trying to clarify where you stand.
Well, maybe we can use this as a moment to agree, because I think you guys believe if you see that if the picture of Beyonce maybe smiling at Ivanka is enough for you guys to find them distasteful, then maybe this is a place where we can agree. And you guys may say, yeah, but he did go work with the CIA.
One second, applause.
So I don't know, but I think in my mind, sometimes I wonder, because I think Jay-Z consistently communicates how disgusted he is with like the way niggas have been done in America. He talk about it over and over and over again. So sometimes I think, in his mind, does he think that he going in there to like figure out what they doing and trying to find ways to exploit them in the ways that he feels like they exploited us? But that's definitely a daydream and a use of my imagination, and probably something that is like, I would like for this to be true. But I don't think Jay-Z is a hero. I would like for us to be talking more about other people when it comes to politics. I find it annoying that we talk about artists as representatives of political leaders. But maybe that's whataboutism. Whatever.
Thank you, Tua Man. 1 second, applause. Let's see. So we did that. We did this one.
That's my last Jay-Z. Oh, no, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, the fuck it ain't. No, it ain't.
Moore said Jay was trying to market crypto to Marcy projects. Now, we did a fact check on this one.
Yeah, did we fact check that?
Yeah, we did. I was very interested in this. I was like, I wasn't sure. I hadn't heard this one. So we're going to show it here. Thank you, Lils, for this. It says, fact check, Jay-Z's Bitcoin Academy offered a series of free financial literacy courses to Marcy houses. This was controversial as Marcy residents didn't find it helpful, paraphrased The Guardian. So,
what are you guys' thoughts on this?
I was trying to find the article that highlighted this more in detail. When I find it, I'm gonna send y'all the link. But that is what I gathered as well. That it's one of those things where that's why you have something that you would like a process called like program evaluation, because even if it's not malicious, sometimes when you create initiatives, they end up like not doing the thing like you intended them to do. And that's what this seemed like, that like in theory, at the time it was presented as something that maybe could give Black people skills to advance their material wealth, and the people living there were like, nah, that shit didn't do that for shit for me. So it's what happened after that. I don't know. I don't know if the academy is still like there or whatever, but I think it from what I hear, from what I'm surmising, it's a situation like we're going to create this initiative and it didn't do what it was intended to do. In my opinion.
Justin, what do you think about this?
Well, one, I don't know the year. Two, I always think that is good to, especially as Black people, I think it's good for us to understand new technologies. I think it's one of the things I don't like. A pattern that I don't think is valuable is us pushing back against things that are essentially inevitable. When I look at just this fact check, I'm not sure the date or time on this, right? I think if this is happening in 2017, 18, I think that is a very hard sell. I think you're trying to. Okay, cool. 2022. Then I'm not sure if overall, I just need more details. But generally speaking, yeah, if it's just financial literacy courses to try to help people understand how Bitcoin or blockchain or crypto works, I actually think that's a really good thing. Now, if there is some sort of financial component to even getting those classes, or if there's some other details that I don't know about, I can't speak to. You know what I mean? But generally speaking, my position is we at least need to understand things that are going to impact our lives or be ever present in our lives going forward.
I agree, and I also think like part of that though is like to the program evaluation point is the community asking for that, and like making sure that they're like at the table and leading the conversations as to like, okay, what do y'all need? Oftentimes like a lot of like nonprofits will do this all the time, which is why I have a big issue with the nonprofit industrial complex. Well, they will like swoop in and put an initiative there, and it's out of lockstep with what the community actually needs and what's actually going to like address their needs. And so like where it could have good PR or good intention is just like, okay, well, what did the community say that they wanted and needed? And if they're saying, yeah, we didn't really get much out of that, then like that needs to be taken into consideration over, the thought of the initiative in the first place, in my opinion.
I've had a couple of weird, I won't say weird, but I've had a couple of like experiences at the time really surprised me. My grandmother was really, really active in Coney Island in Brooklyn. I'm talking about for like 50, 60 years. Like she was one of the people in Coney Island who fought to get Black people to be allowed in the projects, because at the point in time in the Coney Island when they moved there, they were only able to get into the projects. They moved from Rocky Mount, North Carolina. They were only able to get in because my grandfather was in the service. And outside of that, it was just all Jewish people in the projects, right? And so when my mom went to Lincoln High School, it was just like all Jewish people and like only her, like few other Black people, wasn't even that many. So my grandmother was she fought to get Black people access to housing, ultimately, right? And so when I first moved to New York, that's where I moved. I lived in Coney Island with my grandmother in Gravesend projects. And so there were a couple, like over time, they've been trying to turn Coney Island into Atlantic City for a long time, and they're closer than ever to doing it now. It's Trump's dream. Like his dad, literally Coney Island, when you take the train in, it's like the other side of the tracks. North of the tracks, you have Trump houses and all that kind of stuff. And south, essentially for a long period of time, you had about 20 blocks of just basically straight projects and then a gated community at the other end of that. If anybody's been to Coney Island, you understand what I'm talking about. And so Coney Island has gone through all kinds of development now at this point. There's condos over there. There's, all kinds of stuff is happening. But when there was a fight to get certain restaurants or certain things into Coney Island, there was all these different committee meetings. My grandmother was sitting on them. And they had one, and they had just opened a Subway probably on 25th Street in Coney Island, below Stillwell. And the people in that meeting were so upset. They were pissed. They were like, we don't want no Subway. You trying to make this a better place? You trying to bring some Subway around here? What about McDonald's? And then everybody's like, exactly, we need McDonald's. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I realized my mind was so far away of what I thought this community might need versus what they were telling us in this meeting. that they needed. So I don't know how that goes. I think that's a community to community basis. I think it also depends on who you're working with those type of things. But also, for me personally, that example was the first time I realized that how close people can live and see the world so differently. And I think that is always a hurdle when you're trying to do small things like Subway or McDonald's. And now you're trying to take that population and put Bitcoin Academy in there. You know, I can't expect them to rush to it just because Hove showed up with it.
Yeah, and Bitcoin in itself is just it's not the easiest thing to grasp. You know, it's just for people that actually have real interest into it. So it's like to bring it to the hood where it's like, you know, first of all, you Jay-Z, so you know, you kind of sold, you know, the hustler's dream. But from his perspective, it was that he probably was doing that, kind of giving, you know, the hood a new hustle. Like, okay, you know, this is Bitcoin. Get in touch. You know, this is gonna make you a millionaire. Get in touch with this. Learn this. But yeah, just like you said, like the hood don't want no Subway. Like we used to.
Right.
That's a great point. But also, it's like there is this theory that financial literacy courses do not positively impact impoverished neighborhoods. Like because it takes on this assumption of if poor people just knew how to manage what little they get better, then they would be able to save and climb the socioeconomic ladder. And the history and the data does not bear that out. And so I feel like that's also probably part of the reason why the community was like, yeah, okay, that's just not, like, we're talking about more systemic failures than we are, let's teach poor people how to, like, do blockchain or whatever. I don't even know the jargon, but like that's also kind of just a theory of like power and change that's different. Like there's a large body of evidence that shows financial literacy courses don't move the needle in terms of, you know, bringing material wealth to impoverished neighborhoods. So like, I don't know.
So is it essentially another PR play? Is it just to look good?
I mean, no, it could be earnest. Like he, generally speaking, could come from a position where he understands how.
But they just don't end up working. Okay.
We're moving to a cashless system. You know, just the world is, and so this could be an honest attempt to help people in Marcy. Just even think about this. Even let's say it's just people in Marcy, right? If the people in Marcy gravitated towards that and embraced that, then Marcy, out of the hundreds, thousands of projects in New York, is already, you know, 2 steps ahead. You know what I'm saying? So I don't look at that just off headline or super chat alone as necessarily nefarious.
Yeah, because it seems like it's noble on some shit like, yeah, creating the next billionaire in Marcy.
Yeah, I mean, it can be, unless, you know, but then they're, you know, I don't know enough about the program. I look at this as like, I understand where he or anybody else is coming from. And I've also had personal experiences where I've sat in these meetings and been in community, different community meetings about things that are going to happen in a community that's largely projects and seeing how that goes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think sometimes, like I said, you could see something somewhere else and you be like, man, I want to get that to niggas too, because there was a time when this is going to sound kind of hood ratty. Everybody get ready. There was a time where you want to go to the club, you want to go to the club with a scammer. The scammer is going to bring all the bottles, you're going to get hella food, all of the shit, he's a scammer. Then a wave happened where you wanted to go with the Bitcoin niggas. I don't know what was going on. The crypto niggas had hella money. It was crazy. Some of them still got hella money from it. You had to catch at a certain time. I'm not even sure if this is towards the end of that, the middle or whatever. But to me, I kind of look at it like, wait a minute, these niggas just got, because all of those people were not rich and balling, the people who understood what Bitcoin was early enough to get into it and make some money. So I don't know, I guess I kind of look at it like maybe he was like, damn, by the time niggas understand crypto or whatever, that shit gonna be so far gone that, you know, it's gonna be at the end of, because it's still, in my opinion, somewhat of a Ponzi scheme. But
that's a great point, Elle, because, and I'm gonna send y'all this article. I ended up finding it. The timing in 2022 really fucked with the perception. Not only did the residents say, quote, if you want to do something, fix the place up, like it was immediately met with skepticism. This article by The Ringer says, quote, the timing of the program couldn't have been worse. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies suffered a steep drop in value that summer. And the Bitcoin Academy website doesn't show any scheduled classes for this year.
The 2022 summer?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so maybe he was late, but I do know, I think certain groups, he gave them like $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. Is that in the article too? So I think it's like if you finished a course, at the end of the course, he gave you $1,000 in Bitcoin for you to do whatever you wanted to do with it. So I don't know. I mean, I hear that, but to me, it's kind of like it's a scam because he felt like, I wonder, do niggas know in the Marcy projects about what's going on with crypto, and I teach y'all how to do crypto. I think he gave them dinner, childcare, cell phones, things like that. And then at the end of it, I give you $1,000. That's a scam. I don't know. I just wonder. I don't know. I guess this is my last Jay-Z. Okay. I just wonder if sometimes it's like no good deed goes unpunished, because I'm not saying he does think this, but if he really looked at it like, man, I can't really do this for everybody, but fuck it, I'm gonna do it for Marcy projects. I'm gonna set it up where niggas learn about what it is. I mean, maybe one person does something with it, or even just understanding the system, because they're not gonna teach it in the schools or whatever. And then I'm gonna give them some Bitcoin. They could do whatever with it. They could sell it. They could do what, for that to then automatically be like, it's a scam. I wonder if that, and I'm not saying it's not a scam, just to be clear. I'm just talking about like the hypothetical of it all completely. I wonder if that makes people in the future be like, I ain't doing shit, because when they see me doing something, motherfuckers gonna automatically say it ain't shit. Because I mean, it's like they talking about it crashing, but if you gave it to me for free, why do I care about it crashing? I didn't pay for it.
Well, I guess
tell me if I'm missing something, because I may not. Sometimes it's getting late. Maybe I'm getting slow.
Justin, you may have like I'm pretty sure you have a better like understanding of what it is, but I guess the idea that the cryptocurrencies stuff suffered a steep drop in value, and so that like whatever was given was not worth as much as it represent. Like, I don't actually know how that works.
I gave you $1,000, but a week later it's only worth $500.
That's what I'm gathering. That it was.
But I still gave you $500.
But I don't know. But I guess
oh, sorry, my bad, BK.
No, go ahead.
I don't know if that's where the skepticism lives. Like, I think, I can get 1,000 free something, and it turns into 500 free something. I still got some free something, but I think that just the concept of, and particularly with adults at that point, or, I'm not sure who this population was targeting, right? But just generally speaking, the concept of blockchain and cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is not an easy thing to understand if you're not someone who is tapped in. So regardless of if it's the 1,000 versus the 500, it can easily feel like the whole thing's a scam. And if we're going to talk about, like, if you're going to give me $1,000 or something, you might as well just give me $1,000. If you're going to give me $500, you might as well just give me a $500. If you're going to do something, you might as well help, clean up this piss in the stairwell. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that is where a lot of people's instincts start. And so I'm not necessarily looking at this, from what I'm understanding from these articles, as these people are skeptical of this specific cryptocurrency versus a different cryptocurrency, or I think the whole thing is kind of like, I don't know what this nigga talking about. I'm still hungry. I'm still, we got all this trash. Can you get the city to take the trash out the park? That'd be cool. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where my instincts and my reflexes and lived experiences lie, more so than analyzing why they would look at it one way or another. I could be wrong, but No,
that actually makes sense. I kind of worry a little bit about hey, instead of doing this, you could clean up our neighborhood. That sounds unappreciative to me. I know y'all probably think I'm not supposed to say it, but it sounds very unappreciative. And last thing real quick, as a person who has benefited from programs, and my son has benefited from programs. My son is a part of the cohort of Hidden Genius, a program that was greatly hit by Trump's anti-DEI actions. They lost almost all of their fucking grants, and they have been doing amazing work all over the country. And what they do is they teach young Black boys tech. So they buy a whole bunch of fucking computers. They bring in every different tech company. The boys have to build video games and websites and all type of shit. They go to the tech companies. They go out the country. My son did it during COVID, so he didn't go out of the country. I just feel like, and I was living in a bad neighborhood during the time. I just feel like it would be kind of, and they also gave him money. I feel like it would be kind of crazy for me to be like, yeah, but you could have helped clean up my block instead. Am I tripping or am I missing something? Because I swear to God, I'm being dead ass serious.
No, I think it's your son sees a great benefit to this, and and like he sees the value. It's like material to him, and I think that's maybe the piece that was missing. Like the quote that the Ringer pulls from the Guardian is, quote, "If you want to do something, fix the place up." To me, instead of hearing an ungratefulness, to me that points to a community member expressing a need, and like listening to that and leading with that is more important than, well, this is what I think this community needs. This is what I think would be beneficial. And I think it's more like letting the community lead on that. And also like, okay, after my Bitcoin is done, after I've spent it or whatever, then what? I think maybe that quote of like, we'll fix the place up is more, with all the capital and money and connections, can you bring more sustainable change? Like, if you want to come help us, I'm telling you what we need. I'm telling you like what I would like. And in response, it's like, well, I'm going to give you this thing instead. So it's almost just like being out of alignment with the community that you're claiming to help, to me. Like maybe Jay-Z thought that like, okay, well, the Bitcoin thing, whatever. Okay, the value plummets. The Bitcoin Academy is not offering courses right now. Like that seemed to be a wash. Versus something, or
maybe they're doing a program evaluation, like you said.
Could be. It's just and with the community immediately rejecting it, it's like, okay, well, what was the? Typically, you will create, before you even create a program, you create a task force, you survey the community, you ask what they want, what they need, and that leads, the funding and how you put it together, and then how you review and see like how did we do. I think like, community members are asking for people with a lot of capital and access to build things that are more sustainable. That's what I hear from that versus just like complaining that you did one thing and not the other.
Yeah, I guess I have a hard time taking that one comment as completely representative of the community, especially the way media, we talked about how media works these days and all of that shit. Yeah. And I just feel like I'm sure those 350 people that got $1,000 in Bitcoin is not one of the people quoted saying that.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think it would be a little bit more loud, especially because like it is Jay-Z and it is Marcy Projects. You would think that like you would be able to easily find, because it was open to exclusively 2,300 residents in that area. So you would think out of 2,300 people, if it was something significant, long-standing, that only 4 years later, that would be something they would still have up and running, that that would still be benefiting the community.
Yeah, I don't know that. I think they tried it for a while, and probably when they saw, because it takes some time to make these programs. So if 2022, the summer of 2022, the summer when they started this program is when it crashed, he's probably like, nigga, I've been working on this shit for a fucking year. In the summer, I fucking do it, the shit crash. Ain't that a bitch? Because it's not like you just pop up with a program. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Like I said, this will be my last. Y'all can say whatever y'all want about Jay-Z. At this point, Jay-Z owes me money. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think I am performing too much labor. I've been watching lectures about labor value all fucking week.
Hey, shout out to you. That was a banger ass video.
Fucking banger. Incredible. There's another one. I'm gonna send you the next one. I got another one of that lady. She fucking got off.
Do it.
Y'all can say whatever y'all want. I will be secretly judging in my mind. Well, not secretly. I will be judging in my mind. Say what you guys want. Lend your labor to sharing your ideas about Jay-Z. I will not.
I'm gonna say applause.
With that sign off of the Brooklyn Jay-Z, I'm gonna sign off as Brooklyn's Dyme-a-Dozen and take it in. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Yo, thank you, man. You're welcome back anytime. Fire Project, excited for the release. Thank you for everything you brought to the conversation today. The one and only Dyme-a-Dozen, 9-second applause.
See you Wednesday. Love.
Bada.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.
Heck yeah.
That was dope.
That was dope as fuck.
Yeah, great episode. Are you gonna say and then there was 3?
And then there was 3. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, that felt like very Nick Grant Smile territory, where we were, just debuting that, and people in the chat were like, "Whoa, what are my ears experiencing right now?" Like that felt, and for him to be such an avid listener and knowing the lore and just that felt like, damn, we're really building something special here.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's dope. That's really dope. That brings me to our homie Rory Bateson's super chat. This community is literally the best. I love how many people say it's the highlight of their week. Hashtag see you Wednesdays. Yay. 1 second, applause to Rory.
Roy got some of my tokens today. He was my first person to get tokens. So I have these mints on my website. It's on Elemental Line, and you use the mints to participate in all the interactive things that happen on my stream. And Rory bought the first pack of mints.
Hey.
So you make a moment and you get more mints.
Hey, 1 second, applause. I like that. Make a moment, get more mints.
Yes.
See, that's what Stat was talking about. That's when he said he heard your song and he was talking about how dope it was. That's what he talked about right there.
That type of it. That's
that wordplay right there.
I do want to give a shout out to Justin and BK, because do you remember that brand new thoughts came from this very panel right here? Do we remember that?
I thought that. Oh my God.
Yes. And I said it when you said it. I said, that's the name of the show.
Hey, I'm with it. 1 second, applause. That's awesome. That's awesome. Look at
Did I
that.
hallucinate that moment? Or no, that actually happened.
That absolutely happened.
I love it. I love it. All right, let's see what we got next. Doomer. I ain't mad at Cole no more. Fly, Pelican, fly. Sometimes you gotta let your grievances down. You know what I'm saying? Hey, okay, cool. Well, that moment's passed. I can compartmentalize.
Yes. I think we did a good job of doing that.
Did we? Are you sure?
I don't know what the
Are you sure? Are you sure, BK? Did we do that?
Yes.
I feel like we had a whole. There was a lot of tossbacks.
Well,
that was awesome. But I think I definitely agree with you all, overall.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, we're directionally correct. Shout out to. Oh wait, that was Doomer. Okay. Let's see who this is. Mbatukum. That's it, right? Mbatukum. Yeah. Stat the 5'3" king.
What if it's I'm and then the other part?
I'm Mbatukum. Yeah, maybe it's I'm Mbatukum. Okay.
I'm about to.
Yeah.
Don't say it no more. Don't say it no more. Don't say it no more. Don't say it no more.
No disrespect. All love.
Even though I went through this earlier and I was like, is your name gone post hole? Is you trying to tell people to go ahead and post that hole?
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, no, it's gone postal. I was like, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking about. I completely apologize. So,
that's funny.
Maybe that's not what it is, BK.
Yeah, maybe not.
Right. Either way, he said stat the 5'3" king.
Oh,
now,
man.
that's some third verse lore right there. Third verse, Thursdays tomorrow, we have third verse morning show, 8 a.m. 9 a.m., Mark Batson will be here. Well, he will be on, I guess I'll be here, but he will be on the show. Mark Batson, the incredible composer, producer, musician, author. He also was, him and Dr. Dre, it was him and Dr. Dre who produced Eminem's Relapse. So he's going to break down Eminem's Relapse tomorrow. Anybody who's a fan of just really dope production or Eminem lore, you don't want to miss that conversation. 1 second, applause. And you will probably hear some stat to 5'3" jokes. You'll definitely see him in the chat tomorrow. Let's see.
That man is tall. Well, that man is not short, man.
He's not short. He's not short. But it's funny, though.
It's hilarious. The AI picture with him being hella little is hella funny.
Right. All right, let's see. This one says...
Oh, shit.
Doomer says, is T.I. the Joe Jackson of rap?
That's a funny concept, but...
The kids will have to be a little more successful.
Oh.
A lot more successful. We talking about Michael Jackson
Who
and
is
the
Michael?
Jackson 5.
Yeah.
Well, I think the emphasis could be of rap.
We don't have one.
Second applause. Stat would agree with you on that. He literally walked out of the Culture United Live we did at the Grammy Museum when Jason Martin was trying to say that Kendrick was Michael Jackson. He was like, I gotta go. And they were arguing from the audience. That was so funny.
Like, let's not do too much, okay?
We got Doomer says, I'll keep it simple. Mike's Greenwood Bank is an app, not a bank. All it does is charge a fee for transactions and push crypto to corporate banks.
Guarantee they're not gonna have three. Oh wait, am I talking?
Shout out to Brian Moore. He says, Killer Mike represents nothing but private equity. It's hard out here for rap capitalists these days, I tell you. Big shout out to Cell TV 2500 says, thank you, L. Say it.
I'll say it. One of the things that I was watching this week, I've been watching lectures because I started with the dialectical materialism from Boots Riley. Did you see me talking to Boots Riley on Twitter? And he was explaining the shit. It was such a good back and forth.
I did not see it, no.
So it took me down this wormhole of understanding the philosophy of dialectical materialism. And then it led me to this awesome white lady from Canada who was explaining it. And then she went to theories of economic systems. And it really helped me refine my understanding of capitalism, because people say that they're capitalists and they are not. They are part of the
capitalist structure.
Yeah, they are participants in it. What does she call it? The managerial class. That's so the bourgeoisie are the actual capitalists. That means you're making money off of your money only.
Right.
And then a lot of the petite bourgeoisie are the groups of people who basically manage things for those people, and they confuse themselves with capitalists. But if they were to stop managing, they would go their state of living. No, what is it? Standard of living would change. So I found that to be very interesting. So I don't know if that ramble was on topic, because I think they only said say it, but I said it.
Yeah, you said it. You said it loud, effectively. I think people heard you.
Thank you.
Let's see. We did that one. BK has stepped away, but this one says, To a Man the Great. Shout out to a Man the Great. Damn, BK left that rag on the stove like a mod from Soul Food. But we love you, cuz you came back with the box, that box of money.
Nah, you gotta play this for her.
We got to bring that back when she gets back.
You gotta bring that back for. No, she was cooking.
Yeah, she was. There she was. Let's see. Okay, this was funny. It's from Tchaikovsky the Destroyer.
Oh my
Let's
God.
end the speculation. L talking to all of y'all.
Justin, do you think I need to control my expressiveness?
You like your facial expressions?
Well, I don't know that I can control that, but I got I'm expressive. I'm passionate. This is how I argue. I argue and debate all day with all of my friends, and we're loud and we're this and we're that. Is it inappropriate, you think, on a panel show? Or is that what the people want?
I think it's a people want. I think it's a combination. I think more so what you need to control, if I would give you advice on things to control, is to how you feel about these things. You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of times people perhaps can misread other people's reactions. You know what I mean? Like, I don't look at your facial expressions as a negative. I look at that as I think it's a really great tell sometimes. If I was debating you, I'd be like, oh, this is good. Okay, I can see exactly where I'm winning and where I'm not winning. So from a debating standpoint, it's actually advantageous. So appreciate you keep those around. But generally speaking, you know, I think how we feel about how we express ourselves, or the comfort that we have in just being ourselves, or the confidence we have in being ourselves, is what I would say is probably most important for you to work on, just like it is for me, and I'd say that with everyone else, you know. I don't think necessarily bending to how other people communicate is necessary for a panel show. I'm not even sure how great of a show that is if a bunch of people are tiptoeing around stuff all day. So that's my take on it.
That's cool. I want to be considerate, because sometimes people think I'm just being me, and they be terrible people.
Yeah, well, that's when you...
Like, maybe you should take the time to be considerate of other people's pushback. So I think sometimes I'm overly considerate. All right, cool. Let's keep it moving.
You know, and then those people you just put on mute. You know, that's what the mute button is. Oh, we're gonna mute that real fast. Okay, this person just got way too much to say. Shout out to my brother DJ Hard Hitter, but the Hard Hitter had bad audio and he was talking a whole lot. I had to put him on mute just because he was having feedback on his stuff all the time. So. I didn't have Hard Hitter back. I like Hard Hitter. Let us know in the chat if you want DJ Hard Hitter to come back, man. That's Hard Hitter's my man. I rock with him. Let's see what we got.
I'm not gonna use facts. I'm gonna use rhetoric. Fuck y'all.
Well, he's lived experience. That's what that's the difference. You know what I'm saying? And so his lived experience matches the rhetoric.
Yeah, he wasn't even answering our questions though. He would just go into another thing. Like, fuck that question. I would just go into another thing that's helpful to my point.
That's what debate shows look like on TV these days. like the ones in Europe. I appreciate the ones in Europe a lot. At least certain ones in Europe. I feel like they're doing a lot less of this. But at one point when I used to watch a lot of debate shows on Sky News or maybe that's Australia, whatever, different countries when they would have these, they would mute people. Like I remember watching, like they would mute people if they tried to talk over people. So a lot of Americans were very uncomfortable in certain markets when they were on these shows because that's our style. Our style is just yell and talk over each other and cause confusion and everybody feels like they won. You know what I mean?
I like that. If I hosted a debate show, I would mute people. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't unmute you until it was your turn to talk.
Right.
The standard would be muted. And then it would be like, okay, your turn, 30 seconds.
Right.
And then that should be just 30 seconds, muted.
Right. You know, but
yeah, I like that.
That's what it is. Shout out to Rakim the Great says BK is spot on. Let's get together. Talk is baseless. Capitalism acts as an enemy to socialism, etc. U.S. has been pushing Cuba and alike for decades. I mean, that's really the difference that I've seen more than anything else between capitalism and other economic systems. Is capitalism will attack. Like capitalism attacks, fascism attacks. Like these places attack. they don't even want you to have opportunity to think about something else. So, which makes it very difficult when people ask the question, show me someplace where it worked. You know what I'm saying? Well, I can show you it working until capitalists showed up and broke it, you know, but that is also part of what's at the core of capitalism in general. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, you know, comments like what Rakim the Great just said right here, I get where they're coming from. And the other one we saw earlier about fascists, I get it. Like these people are not trying to make deals. You know, the deals that they're making is like, okay, do you want to come to this side now, or do you want to come to this side at gunpoint? You know what I mean? It's a different thing.
Absolutely.
Invite Jared Bell. I'll reach out. That's actually a really good one. Thank you for that.
I would love to hear that. I would love that. I'll be here like this.
Sell TB 2500. About Jay-Z.
No, I'm not doing it. I feel like it's stolen labor at this point.
Right. Stolen. Yeah. I mean, look, you definitely left an impression.
I see.
All right, let's see what we got.
What's crazy is I really don't give a fuck that much. And you sure can't tell. You sure
I definitely can't tell. This seems like a very...
all of those people over that class, like I was doing in my show, like everybody really much over $2, $3, $4 million.
Yeah, I think I think, you know, you look, one of the most difficult things is in this space is to carve out a reputation, a brand, or a niche. It's difficult, you know, to be known for anything, that's difficult. So, you know, it's all happening.
Fucking known for taking up for Jay-Z.
He needs the support, man, you know. He needs all the support he can get.
Oh my God.
Big shout out to Doomer253. I'm from Atlanta. Them people dumb. Killer Mike. Wow. Second applause. I wanted to talk about this one earlier because this reminded me of a thought I had. Musa Chandri said, somebody's got to write this out phonetically in the chat for me. Musa Chandri said, why do I feel like I know this? Is this a character I should know? I don't know. Musa Chandri, it reminds me of one of the masks you can get on Ghost of Tsushima. That's my favorite video game. They have this mask that looks just like this. Musa Chandri says, I stopped messing with Mike when he started caping for the NRA. After that, I started seeing the flaws in the way he moves. I stopped messing with Mike when I heard him start using, I mean, I take it back. I very much mess with Killer Mike. I very much do. Actually, and he's one of my favorite MCs in general. I appreciate his commentary and conversations, even though I disagree with a lot of things that he says, right? But I do mess with Killer Mike. I don't want to present this in the wrong way. But I remember at the beginning of Michael, which is a fantastic album. Fantastic album. People are looking at the album a different way now. I remember, I think it's the first song, maybe first or second. It's the first song, because I think Scientists and Engineers is the second song. Maybe this is the end album. I can't, talking out loud. I remember man opens a song with, I got to quote this right, because that's when I heard this, I was like, come on now, Killer Mike. Off the top.
At the beginning of the whole album?
This is what I was saying to myself when we see this quote I'm talking about. Let's see. I think that's it. This is. What does it say? Oh, yeah. It's Talking That Talk. So in Talking That Talk, he says, verse 1, niggas talk to me about that woke ass shit. Say niggas walking on some broke ass shit. I was like, are we using white people's definition of woke, Killer Mike?
Oh my God.
This is a long way from where I thought we were. Like, this is when I heard this is when, like, I used to feel like I was really in line with a lot of stuff Killer Mike said. Some stuff I didn't agree with, but I could understand. Like, yeah, you know, there's a lot of, everybody I knew growing up had a gun. Like, we were the only families that I knew of that did not have a gun in the house, right? So I can understand certain things just culturally being there. But when I heard this, I was like, Killer Mike, we are using white people's definition as woke in a rap song. That's when I was like, oh, nah, Killer Mike. I can't rock with you on this one.
And then, like, there comes the critique, right? The crux of it, the couple lines down, it's like, your words ain't worth no money. You know what I mean? I ain't said shit back. It's like, it all boils down to profit margins for you. Like, that's, Are you not embarrassed? Like, Jesus.
Yeah. It's, that to me, it's just crazy because, you know, like if it's young people using woke like this, like, you know, all the people the Manosphere was targeting, that was one thing to me. I was like, okay, these kids don't really know nothing. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't say know nothing, but like these kids have a very skewed view because of how much internet they've had and how easy it is to fall down certain rabbit holes and probably conversation they never brought to the outside world outside of their real life friends, right? But like, Killer Mike, that's one of the biggest travesties to me of this entire decade, the death of woke. The way that was co-opted, and right after the uprising, like everything is dirty about that to me. And anytime I see somebody black doing like a co-op agreeing with that,
tomato.
It's like, okay.
I want to know what does he mean by that? Like, what does he define as woke ass shit? Like, what is it?
It's probably the same thing as the NRA.
Seemed like he's been shooting at activists for a while claiming to be one.
Well, you know. But yeah, appreciate the super chat. Musa, appreciate you one second, bro. But this is funny. Cell TV 2500. Even Killer
This one
Mike
made me
was
take a
upset.
break. This one made me
Oh, that's
take a
why
break.
you walked away.
That shit popped up. I said, you know what? Yeah, it's time. Be right back.
Oh,
That
gosh.
he had popped back up, but I didn't look any further.
It wasn't his face. It was like an invite to something. Like, come out to this. I was like, he gonna creep his way back out. I ain't mad at him.
Yeah.
That's funny. That Girl Shine. Shout out to That Girl Shine. Says, hi, panel. Happy Montgomery Brawl Day. It's nice to see VK and L are keeping that energy. Keep up the good fight, ladies.
Hell yeah.
Montgomery Brawl Day.
You guys want to watch the Montgomery Brawl?
Yes. Absolutely.
Let's do it.
It's gonna take me all the way into a good mood.
Hell yeah. It's also Black August too. I think this is one of the like dates that was added to what we celebrate during this month too. So hell yeah.
Oh shit, the Montgomery Brawl.
In
Man,
the
do y'all remember the date?
All right, you guys ready to watch it?
Yes.
Let me see.
When he throw the hat, they said that was the black symbol.
Black bat signal.
The black bat signal when he throw the hat up. He was
All
stupid.
right, I'm gonna take you off the screen. That girl. Oh, maybe I can do it this way. Let's see what happens. Let me see. Nope. We're gonna go back to this. And let's do this. Yeah, I'm gonna take y'all so we can see the whole thing. Let me get this on the screen now before we get started. This is the one with the commentary because I like the commentary. When when they did the breakdown, it's amazing.
That should be so funny.
All right, here we go. Wait, where'd it go? Okay, there it is.
We can't hear it.
Well, I don't hear it either. What's it?
Fade in the water. Fade in the water, children, fade in the water. There was trouble in them.
This looks so bad for like 10 seconds.
Fade in the water.
Here comes the culture.
Fade in the water, children, fade.
Fade in the water.
In the water. There was trouble in them Alabama water.
Somebody said there's a fade in the water. There's a fade in the water. There's a fade in the water. Them one folk done called us from the water. There's a fade in the water. There's a fade.
The fade in the water.
There's a fade in the water. Them white folk done called us from the water.
Happy Montgomery Brawl that day. I haven't seen that cut though. That's not the one I've seen. That was like a brand new one for me. Have you guys seen that?
They kept multiplying.
They had angles I'd never seen before, to be honest.
Oh man, that's the most entertained.
I love it.
Oh,
I love it.
The black
What do
people
y'all
kept
think?
multiplying and multiplying. Oh my god, that was so funny.
Because what made him throw his hat up like that?
Listen, you know what?
Straight up, like
Look at this shit. Man, when he started hitting people with the chair, did you see the one dude get kicked in the water? Oh baby, all he had to do was walk away. Niggas like, get your fucking ass in the water.
God.
Because they ain't had no business jumping that black man like that. And I think he was at work.
He was.
Yes.
He was at work, right?
He still worked there.
What made you feel like you was just gonna beat up that black man at work like that? And then y'all was gonna jump him. Dude swam over there.
Look
He
at
said,
this.
"Oh hell no!"
Look at that.
Look, he about to swim his ass over.
Yeah, right. We got the Navy showing up.
Facts. Black Navy.
We got the Negro Navy.
The Blavy came through.
The Blavy came through.
They was calling that nigga Aquaman.
Aquaman.
with the
Aquaman. Aquaman is
that
the trip.
boy swimming his ass
He's
off.
swimming.
You heard the lady?
Right.
In his work uniform, mind you.
Right.
Heavy shit.
That boy swimming his ass off. Up there, young boy.
Oh God.
My wife started saying,
Take the
"There's
shoes
somebody
off.
put
He's
some
like, now
shoes
what we
on."
doing out here? What we doing? Where's the problem?
Popping, they walked
Oh, now
right
they want to
down
leave.
there.
Now they
No,
leave.
they went down there and whooped it. Because, yeah, you see the white folks start being like,
They're like, okay, I think maybe we drank a little too much.
yeah. I thought it was
sure.
one big dude. We got action.
I love us so bad.
All of them.
Right. This is
Oh,
the
yeah,
angle
they
right here. When
can.
you see my man skipping down here,
Yeah.
that's when you really know. Here
They
it comes
tried to
right
run away
now.
on that
Yeah. Look at him
What was
skipping.
it? What was it? They tried to run away on that boat.
Because I'm
Oh,
getting
y'all thought y'all was going to jump somebody?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh, y'all thought y'all was going to jump somebody and get on y'all little boat, huh?
That's crazy. Wow. God. They knocked him in the water under the pier.
That's what you get. Who won in the water? Yeah, you be all right.
This is a proper
Oh.
fight video.
What'd you say, BK?
This is a proper fight video.
Yeah, it really is. It's 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Do something, got it.
But thought you was safe.
Right.
Even the police, like, all right, geez, like you don't know they was just somebody fell in. Oh, he jumped in the water.
Yeah, I mean, where else you gonna go?
That's what you get.
This is another angle I haven't seen either.
I've never seen this angle either. Oh, this when that old man started.
Okay, yeah. This is it. Yeah, this is the chair angle right here.
Oh, even the old folks is with it.
Right. Boom. There it is. Is that a make? Is he wearing a? Is that a Q shirt or a family reunion shirt? Family reunion shirt.
I don't know, but he was like, "Come on, we got hands too."
Oh, there's my man with the chair. Yeah. Boom. Yep. That's the one. That was extra. Yeah. That was gonna get him. Hit the lady on the ground with a chair.
That lady was hitting people.
I get it. No, I remember
when I first seen this, I was like, damn, we hit the lady. Then I looked at it.
Yeah, no, she was jumping on people too. They all of them were. But they got him quick though. As soon as he did that, that's when they were like, okay, let's get him.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
It was worth it. That's funny.
Remember everybody had the chair earrings and shit?
Yes.
When it first happened?
Yes.
Look at everybody watching on the boat. Have either of y'all been down there?
No, you been there?
No.
No, I haven't.
I need to visit.
We need to turn this into a historical landmark.
Treating the she was out there. He took a picture out there.
Yeah, I think it's turned into that.
Yeah. Wow, look at this.
Whatever happened to these people? Nobody ended up getting in trouble, huh?
Let's see. I was curious about that too. I know some people got in trouble, but I don't know how much trouble they got into. Let's see. What happened to the Montgomery Brawlers? I guess they call them Montgomery Brawlers. Let's see what AI gives us. Following the viral. Can you guys see this, by the way?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Following the viral August 5, 2023 Montgomery Riverfront Brawl in Alabama, the individuals involved faced misdemeanor charges, plea deals, and probation rather than severe jail time. The incident sparked national media attention and widespread internet commentary. Court results and sentences. Richard Roberts pleaded guilty to misdemeanor assault and received a 32-day sentence served on weekends, 100 hours of community service, and court costs. Well, who's this guy? Let's see what he looks like. So who's this?
Robert.
Let's see. Do they show their pictures? Okay. All right, so these are the people. Wow.
We don't see the people.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, maybe it's different tab.
So these are looks like.
Okay,
so
mostly white.
Oh, so the white folks went to jail, except for the
Let's
chair dude. So just the chairman and all the white folks is what y'all saying.
Well, this is what the first link is, but it says 2 people involved in a melee at an Alabama riverfront dock that caught national headlines over the summer were sentenced, with one receiving jail time and the other ordered to go to anger management classes. Richard Roberts pleaded guilty to misdemeanor assault for his part in the August brawl on the Montgomery River dock. He was sentenced to 32 days, which he will serve on weekends over the course of 4 months. Okay, so he got to go to work, and on weekends he goes to jail. Roberts will also perform 100 hours of community service and pay court costs. That's a very interesting. How often do they do sentences like that?
Never heard
We
of
go
that
to jail
before.
on the weekends?
Yeah.
I have heard of that before.
Damn.
Like once.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't heard about it in the 2000s.
Me neither. It was not
Yeah.
in the 2000s. Sorry.
Another defendant, Mary Todd, 21, pleaded guilty to harassment as part of a prearranged plea deal. She was sentenced to anger management classes and has 90 days to complete the classes and must pay court costs associated with her case. 3 other defendants, Alan Todd, 24, Reggie Ray, 42, and Zachary Shipman, had their cases continued.
Well, at least we know who who Reggie Ray is. I'm not gonna even hold you.
Right. We don't need any information. That's definitely Reggie Ray.
That's definitely.
was definitely Reggie Ray.
Don't exactly who Reggie Ray was.
Reggie Ray. All right.
Let's see what else they say here. Mary talk harassment. Reggie Ray noted for the folding chair incident, pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct, receiving a 90-day jail sentence and community service.
Okay.
Oh, suspended jail sentence. So that means
suspended 90. Yeah.
So that means you do something else. You're doing that 90.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Got you.
I ain't mad.
Yeah.
I ain't mad. I expected that to be way worse.
I thought so too, to be honest.
But I mean, let's be honest, y'all. The beginning of that video looked like the start of a lynch mob. I mean, like that was a really bad look.
Right.
Yep. Because it started 1, then it was 2. 2 was already bad enough. I'm like 3, 4.
Right.
5.
That's crazy. Golly. All right. So who we got next? But yeah. Thank you, That Girl Shines. Happy Montgomery Brawl Day to you too. One second.
That was so good.
That was a good. I appreciate that.
Never before seen footage debuted on Culture United. Never before seen angles.
Yeah, there was a couple angles in there. Fade in the water.
I never heard that song.
We did.
All right, we did that one.
Okay. We did this one. 504 Scooby. Staff falling asleep again.
I am awake. Okay. I was crying laughing.
The Crow guy says, ask Jason Martin about that name change headache. It's a real thing. So, I get where Rocky's coming from, but I also get where Ferg is coming from too. Like, it's not easy. He had to go from Problem to Jason Martin. And he talked about it in detail, about how much it took to get. It took years for him to do that, to put that context in people's mind. Everybody remember, as Crown K says, Dyme-a-Dozen, WD11, Volume 1, out Friday, 8/7/26. 1 second applause.
So excited for that.
Yeah, me too. Bada is King, Dyme-a-Dozen featuring King Bada. Set it up.
I know that's right, Dottie. You better put your bid in.
Period.
Hey, my brother Badger, 1 second applause. He says the evolution of hip hop is a slow drip. Yeah. I think you're right about that. Maybe. Yeah, think about it. If you still here, Badger, say in the chat, let us know what you mean by that. Add some additional context. Okay, we did that one, we did those, we did that one, we did that one, we did that one, we did that one, we did that one. 21 Blackjack. Shout out to 21 Blackjack. Oh, I got your DM. Discord is fine. Lils, if you could let me know where that is, that'd be great. Oh, no, it's probably on mine, so I'll go check it out. Or you can just email me, too. So either one, let me know. L, did you get to listen to Honey Dijon's album?
I turned it on. I was getting on the treadmill. I enjoyed it for 10 seconds. I got a phone call. I completely forgot. I never went back. I got 15 seconds of okay, and gossip. I'm so sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to do it again on the next treadmill run. And this time, am I going to lie and say I'm not going to answer the phone? And this time, I'm going to get on treadmill so early, nobody's going to call me.
You got to hit the D&D so that the call goes to, they could always bypass it by calling you again. But, hey.
I want you to know I'm a habitual bypasser of the D&D. I don't give a damn. As soon as they told me you can call twice, you might as well turn that shit off for me, buddy.
It'd be like
I didn't even know that actually. If it's on D&D, you just call twice. You get that. That's why everybody gets through my D&Ds then, because
they just call twice.
And it's like, I'm still getting calls. Okay, well, I don't even remember. Like, I think maybe in my life, I've given access to 2 people who can get past by those little firewalls, but. Damn, that explains so much. I'm over here thinking this shit broke.
We all know. I think there's a way. There is a way to turn that off, though. There is a way to turn that off, but that is for emergencies because maybe you want to be D&D, but then like something really, really bad is happening. So I think you can turn it off, and I also think you turn up the number.
Oh, nice.
Gotcha.
So it's not just 2. Like, if you call me 5 times, then fuck it, I'm gonna answer.
I bet best to fuck out that. Also, that whole delivered quietly, bitch. I'm clicking that every time. Too.
Me too. That notify anyway.
Notify anyway.
It get big as hell too. Like
it does.
Sorry, I mean,
it was important.
It was important.
That's funny. NPC John Smith, what up, brother? Says, is Igor about Rocky?
Just because he know him?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I'm not familiar with the subject matter of Igor enough to even know if it's about Rocky.
And does he mean in a romantic way? Because if so, that's a little bit messy, John Smith.
They did talk about Tyler in the conversation.
Did
Yeah,
you think
that's
that
what
was
makes it
interesting?
messy.
I didn't realize that a lot of people. Okay, now I'm starting to notice.
I don't know if I
pattern
liked
that-
it.
Yeah, like
I was like,
I'll say this. I've been seeing a lot of this pattern of like people accusing Black men of pretending to be gay, which I'm very uncomfortable with. But then also it was like, nah, like that's my nigga. Like I don't see him doing gay shit, but like I don't know, just the way.
Well, no, I was gonna say the opposite. Like, there definitely is a wave of people saying that like Glasses is so serious that he thinks Lil Nas X is not gay, and he calls it gay fishing, which is a hilarious name for it. But I don't know. I think the nigga's gay. But he actually did the opposite. He said he was gay, which I feel like Tyler the Creator has not told us that he is gay. So I was like, are you outing Tyler the Creator? But it seems like you can't out Tyler the Creator because we already assume he's gay. And then he was like, well, if you do all that playing like you gay, you gay. I mean, he don't just do all that playing for sure. He definitely gay. The nigga gay.
I feel like that was you know what, you're right, because I feel like that was actually that part specifically. I was like, this is a great like non-PC way to be like, why would a nigga be faking that he gay, bro? Like, no, like duh. Like if he's doing it, then he's committing to the bit like IRL and everywhere he goes. And so I don't think, but it is just very interesting.
But do you feel like he outed Tyler the Creator?
Nah, the only reason I say no is because his lyrics and like digital footprint of like specific white men that he stated has been kind of out there. And then with the like Gerard Carmichael was it HBO? He did like
that TV series.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because he didn't say that he was dating him or anything. Gerard was just like, basically he was in love with him. And Tyler seemed like he was handling it well. Like, well, I'm not interested in that. It's not like it was like, oh, we were dating. Like, what if he was just a gay man telling a straight man that he's in love with him and he just was coolly letting him know, I'm not fucking with it?
I think he's more so revealed. I don't know if he's actually said that out loud, like in an interview, but I just know a couple bars that's like, he said like he or she, I think he's bi. But
I think he is too.
But yeah, that was an interesting. Like Jason was like, "You really think? Like you really?" And he's like, "Yeah, like I never seen a nigga do gay shit, but like
yeah." That's why I was like, "So you never seen him do gay shit? That's your homie, but he gay because he play gay." And Jason ain't shit. Jason like, "Well, I would love to date Tyler the Creator." Like, bruh, he can't give you Tyler the Creator.
Like what?
They on his body in the community, boy.
Facts. And he don't even let me not. That's messy. What I was about to say.
Now don't you now? Hold on. Now. You know who he want, but I've been there on his body, and he whole different type of body.
Well,
that's my favorite Don Toliver song from Octane album, track 2. Anybody need a great Don Toliver song? Body on second plus. Shout out to It Man the Great. Says Cole, Jid, Joey, Tia, Tamara, Roger, Lisa, Ray, the real white daddy, all y'all on the clock, because that's the way we like it. I'm gonna text it to him right now. Actually,
that's the way I like it.
Yeah,
I like that
part.
I like that he called him Diet Kendrick and then used Kendrick.
Yeah. I like that.
That was so trolly.
Yeah, it was good.
So trolly, it was almost a trolley. Yeah,
Doomer 253 says free money counters for the bluff. Future.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
Elle, you want to read the super chat?
Yes. Hello, Gone Postal. I now know that your name is Gone Postal, and I completely apologize for my earlier assertion that it could maybe mean something different. I was almost going to chastise you. It's outrageous. And thank you for being a member for 15 months, and I still had never read your name. So sorry. Just getting mine in. It's all happening. Go cop that Dyme-a-Dozen Friday. Absolutely.
One
We
second.
will be there. Because if you look at the profile picture, you know what? Never mind.
No, I still see.
You want to break it down?
Look at the
Go ahead,
profile.
go
Look
ahead.
at the profile picture. Look at the profile picture. Look at the profile picture. What is that, sir? All right, switch it.
It could be read as some balloon knot energy.
I don't know. I don't know. Is it Milwaukee Brewers baseball logo or something? I don't know.
Something a little phallic. I don't know. Maybe it's me.
Shout out to 504 Scooby. Says that name clearly was I'm about to.
Yes, it was clearly that.
It was.
Don't tell Justin he didn't know. He was like, I'm about to.
I did not know.
I
I know
know.
something I was not familiar with. There's certain things I'm just not all that interested in. If y'all can't tell,
No, it's fine.
it's just like okay.
You should know. You
People
shouldn't
doing
have
their
to.
thing, you know. I guess pause. I missed it. I guess I was supposed
You
to.
say, hey, yo.
I guess I was supposed to recognize that something.
We're trying to
was said.
respect your ethnicity. Trying to respect your cultural
Nigga see the
pronunciation
K
of your name.
And the BATK and was thinking it was something, but nigga, you in here trolling.
Trolling. BK, you the one who caught it because it was you going, hold on, wait, and me looking at your face. I was like, what?
I think
What?
I don't wait. I'm not sure I understand what we're talking about. Maybe I missed the whole thing.
There was a name.
Yeah.
It started with I am.
Okay.
We were pronouncing the whole name.
Oh, that's what that was. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm late.
Tomato.
But also, because I
Yeah.
finally made it. That's what it is. I thought it
Agreed.
was a character from Wakanda Forever.
Somebody said, man, y'all read what y'all want to read. Deserve better. Nah.
I thought it was somebody from Wakanda Forever, y'all.
Me too. That's why I said we're trying to respect
Yeah,
cultural
yeah.
pronunciation.
Right.
Told us.
Oh, well, they won that one. Sometimes the trolls win. Our brother NPC John Smith. Justin, I think I think I've seen you brush shoulders with propaganda on Insta. I've been listening to his pod for years, and I think he would be a dope CU guest. Y'all have similar mission statements. You're absolutely correct. I just ran into Prop at Badrew's joint. Badrew had Pac and Pasta, a Tupac and Pasta event at Delicious Pizza that you went to. Elle, you went to that.
I went to Delicious Pizza, but I was wondering why the hell I didn't get invited to Bach and Pasta. I wish you would have said my name.
That was the name of the event. It was called Pac and Pasta. That Delicious. We saw Badrew. That name of their event was called Pac and Pasta because Delicious Pizza also is Italian. They also have pasta.
Damn pasta.
You were
Wasn't no
there.
damn pasta. Was there impastas?
I'm
Is
not sure what
pasta
time they sell pasta at Delicious Pizza. I don't think they were giving it
okay.
away,
Oh,
but
okay,
like
cool.
you could buy
my
pasta there.
Fantastic event.
Yeah, it was
Fantastic
great.
event.
But Prop was there, and I was talking to him because I do want him to come on the show. Actually, he's one of the first people I talked to. Oh, must have been like every time I see him, I talk to him. But you're right. Let me text him right now and see when he's available to come on the show. Let me just get this out the way.
Was there? Did I meet propaganda at Pac and Pasta? A lot of peas.
I'm not sure you did.
Okay.
I think he might have left before me. But let me hit him. I'm gonna do this right now. So
I don't know if you guys know this, but if you have events in LA that you want me to go to, just send them to Justin. Because when I get dressed and feel like going outside, I'll just randomly text Justin like, Justin, is there somewhere I should be going? Like Justin's my assistant. I don't know why I do this, but I feel like he's in the know for the cool things.
I used to be. I guess I am. I'll take that back.
You got it.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let me ask Prop right now.
I definitely can't wait to come to California for the first time.
You gotta come out.
We're gonna have a ball. Please tell me in advance when it's gonna be.
Yes, I want to see everything, and I feel like it's low key a lot of people in that state that I need to meet. To be honest, like
It's a big state too, so they might be all over the place. Because just know, if you think you're gonna go northern and southern, ma'am.
How long
Yeah.
should the trip be? I think that's a good first question.
Text me a short list of some of the things that you feel like you want to see, and then I'll update you.
Okay, bet.
Because I think a month, but I mean, I'm biased. I want you to just stay out here for a month.
Yeah, you guys need to spend some time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that you guys need to connect with.
Facts.
And then it could be like, see yous outside for the whole time you're here.
See you outside.
See you outside.
See you outside. All right, John. I just hit up Prop, so Hopefully, it'll be on in a couple of weeks. I think you guys will really like. You guys will really like him. He actually would have been really good for this conversation today. He leans more into political conversations through a hip hop lens, so it's really dope.
Fire.
Shout out to shows, fo. Love see you Wednesdays. I take summer classes with the Party for Socialism and Liberation on Thursdays, and BK always supplies me unique questions for my group.
Oh,
look at
that is so sweet.
Real world impact.
No, shout out PSL. I went my local DSA chapter over my local PSL chapter just for reasons. So Shores 444, I would love to know what your experience has been with PSL and their classes and stuff, because I know that they do have a strict, like, I couldn't be a member of DSA and also a member of PSL. I think that they have like a strict thing with that, but just for curiosity, I want to know how you've been experiencing those, if you're still in here.
We'll see what they say.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they say it. We'll see what they say.
Somebody said, you about to come to Cali?
See. Look what happened.
Somebody said L calling Justin back to back to break his D&D to figure out where the party at.
I felt so bad. I didn't know where it was this weekend. I was so not in party mode this weekend. L hit me. Was it Saturday? It was Friday or Saturday. I think it's Saturday you hit me. And I was like, yeah, let me check. And I didn't find anything. That's why I didn't hit you back. Because you also said you're thinking about
I was
going
ready to go
home
home anyway.
Like,
yeah,
so
I'm addicted
like,
to streaming now. So I got dressed. I had on the cutest outfit. If you saw me at the mixer, don't say shit when I wear that same outfit again. And I mean, don't say a damn thing. Don't look twice. Don't bring up the color, nothing, because I'm wearing that shit again. My outfit was very cute, but I started being there like, I miss streaming.
That's the end of super chats, but Jamie Jane has a good question. Is one regular socialism and the other democratic socialism?
You mean DSAs versus P?
I think they're PSL. I think it was.
It's
I don't know.
I think it's their and L, you can speak to this if you know. But I think it's a strategy difference. I think although PSL does engage in electoralism, they do seem to be more focused on like mutual aid and like that type of strategy. I think DSA is I think it's the largest socialist organization like period right now, and I think their goals are just a bit different. Their reach is a bit different. They're running on the Democratic Party line versus PSL still has to fight for ballot access. It's not even like you can't even really vote for. So I think it's just a difference of strategy. But I think I think depending on who you talk to, DSA might be to the right of PSL, but I think that's just a faction wars type shit. But
I'm glad you know the answer. I did not know this answer. But Jamie, while you're here, I saw the advice you gave me earlier, and I heard you say, I love you, no offense. I was not offended at all. I read your advice, and I think it was good advice. And I'll see you on my stream, because me and Jamie be having fun on the stream.
Because you're a streamer now. You did it. You did it. Chicago, you did it. Oh, I got a couple updates. So I will be in Chicago. Is it the 28th through the 31st? Let me look at this. I will be, MERS is putting on a festival in Chicago. I have more details to come, but I will be in Chicago that weekend conducting some interviews at this festival. Wow. I think it's the 28th through the 31st. Let me make sure this is it.
August?
Yes, August.
You are going to melt. Fun though.
That's been my experience in August in Chicago, but I'm looking forward to it. So yes, I will be there I leave the 27th, so I'll be there the 28th through the 31st. So in my favorite U.S. city, Chicago, love Chicago. So that is on the horizon. Also, there will be some scheduling changes that we'll talk about in the future, but so just putting that in the air. There's something else. Next week is the Keefe D trial in Vegas. And so I will be going to Vegas for a few days to go to this trial, to cover this trial. I'll still be doing Culture United. I'll still be streaming, but I'll probably be doing it from Vegas. So give you guys a heads up on that. I haven't covered this on the channel yet, and I don't think this has really hit the zeitgeist the way that it will, but we're talking 30 years, almost 30. I mean, depending on how long this trial goes, I'm not sure how long it'll be or won't be, but, Pac was killed in September 1996. Mm-hmm. So we're coming up on legitimately 30 years, since he was murdered, that someone gets convicted. So this is going to be, this is a very big deal. And so if you see me in a different background on all shows next week, that will be why. Fortunately, we're doing things basically all virtual now, so that still gives some freedom to move. But I'll report back on what happens, what I experienced there. But
I'm excited to hear about your upcoming on the ground reporting. So we have in person in Vegas and in person in Chicago. I see you. you.
It's all happening. You know what I'm saying? There's been so many different. I don't think. I was talking to Stat about this today because there's a lot of things I got to do that. We're just plotting out next steps, rather. And it's so interesting what a difference a year makes. Because this time last year, I didn't expect it to look like this year in a number of different ways. Like, we were developing the third verse, but now when we were developing the third verse, we were developing it as one show. It's 3 shows now. Mm-hmm. It's a Tuesday show, it's a Thursday show, and it's a music show Thursday night. This time last year, I wasn't thinking about CU weekly. You know what I'm saying? So that is 4 live shows. Wasn't even in my mind last year. And so I've had a lot of growing pains in terms of scheduling, in terms of compromising, and not necessarily with having to work with people. I mean, generally speaking, I work with the most amazing people I could ever ask for, but in terms of how I spend my time, where do I focus my time? I've been in producer mode, production mode, way more than I've been in journalist mode this past year. And it's because of just the pains of progress of producing 4 times the content, on a weekly basis. And so it has had its own challenges, but I can't think of a better group of people to rock with through this. LBK, Stat, DJ, Aaron, Don, Loyal, everybody that we've ever, that's even around the mods, I'm having the best time ever, but I'm getting adjusted to a new world and a new role. And also this year has reminded me that I need to delegate way more. Lil's has been amazing, so many other people, and I will be expanding this team also between now and the end of this year in terms of the structure of how we can make sure we're not falling behind on clips or segments or whatever. And that is another growing moment. There's certain things that have always been a little difficult for me to let go of, and now I just don't have a choice. You know what I'm saying? Just for the betterment of everything that's happening. We're going in the right directions. I can't be more excited. But I was thinking about that when I was talking to Stat. I'm like, I could sit here. It's real easy for me to really get down on myself for all the things I'm not doing, all the things I've, fallen behind on. I'm not doing this at the level I need to do. But I've been having a great time. And a year ago, I was not thinking about life like this at all. And so thank you guys. Thank you everybody who watches every week and watches and supports all these different shows, all the super chats. I mean, that really is the reason why we can even do it in the first place. And thank you LBK for just being incredible and undefeated, and really rock with me too. So I'm just giving you a heads up on things that are coming up in the near future. My point in saying that is there are things that I just love doing where my passion really is that I want to work more into everything that I'm producing going forward. That requires me to build out the team so I can delegate more, so I can do more things like go to Vegas and cover this KVD trial so that I can do more things that truthfully I'm more known for, but also just really enjoy that I haven't done in a while too. So just to give you guys a heads up, a couple of announcements.
That was a great bulletin board. Announcements. Love that. Housekeeping a little bit. Updates. Growing pains. Transparency. Vulnerability.
One second applause.
Trust.
Definitely.
Like, this is... I'm absolutely just so grateful to be a part of this too. So,
word up.
Yeah, I like the bulletin as well. Just know you have our support. I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to see more of that type of work from you as well. You know, the tide is definitely going true crime. We see like even Joe is doing that new true crime show. So I love your analysis so much that I kind of can't wait to see you do more. Because I see a lot of people who do that where they go to the courtroom and they sit in there and then they come out and do the videos. I actually like those videos, but there's like 50-50 on the people. Like sometimes I'm listening to the person and I'm like, bro, you telling me about the outfit. I want you to tell me about the process, the evidence, what it means, what this means. You know, Bob Lady, you better watch the fuck out, Bob Lady.
I love
the Bob Lady.
I love Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace is funny.
No, I'm not talking about Nancy Grace, but
there's another Bob Lady?
Yes.
Megan with the Bob?
I think it's fair for you to think I'm talking about Nancy Grace when I say Bob Lady. I want to be clear. She is the original Bob Lady. You are not wrong.
Wow. Okay.
There's a new Bob Lady, brunette Bob. So we have blonde Bob, we have brunette Bob, and BK, you are right. What is her name?
Megan.
Okay.
Megan, the Bob Lady, goes to all of the black trial. Well, I don't want to say black because sometimes she sneak off into some white shit, but she be in all of the black hip hop trials, and she'll break it down like, well, today that nigga ain't getting out of jail. Don't know what to do, y'all.
And especially for her, I think that's a great point that you bring her up, and like will be very exciting to hear Justin's lens. But Megan with the Bob was very crucial with the Megan trial, ironically, because there was so much.
Oh, you're talking about Megan the reporter.
Like,
yes, she has a Bob.
Yeah, okay.
Just like Daria. It's giving Daria's mom. Do you remember Daria?
Megan's good. I should have her on Culture United. Actually, I met her at Glasses' video shoot.
Yo, Reach.
What?
Yo, she needs to be on here.
That's a good one.
I mean, she genuinely. I mean, the amount of misinformation and disinformation and conspiracy theories that were coming out around that trial, and she was like, no, bitch, I was there. This is exactly what happened. This was the state of California versus, this was not even her versus, I mean, like, so we need that type of reporting, especially from a Black POV. But
Megan the reporter, man, she be on it.
She be on it. I would love to, especially if it's like that first week after the KVD trial. Well, I don't know if you want to step on your shit, but I would love to have her on.
I mean, I think that's actually works. I think it'd be good to have more than one person. Yes. But we actually worked for the same company at the same time. We didn't work together because she used to do a lot of reporting for Law and Crime, and Law and Crime put out Court Cam, and I was a writer on Court Cam, and so. But she salute. She does a great job.
Yes.
Oh, that's fire! It's so exciting. The future is bright.
Yeah, we got that. Motion. Things are happening. It's all happening. NBC John Smith says it's all fire, though. I agree. 1 second applause. We got Brown Girl L says the pride in BK and L's faces. Oh,
yes, I do feel proud. I was like, oh, when he said it's so cool too. Yeah, so I'm working at a festival in Chicago, and then on to Vegas for the thing. And I'm like, what you gonna say?
That's our guy.
It's out in Chicago. And shout out to Road Mango. Playback gang at work tomorrow. It's all happening. Appreciate you.
Wait, that's a good point. What festival is it? We'll talk about it.
MERS, yeah, I'll give it to you. I mean, it's a festival is booked, but MERS is my man. Like you guys, I don't think people really understand how close me and MERS really are. You know, MERS, even when I was a freelancer, he was one of the first people to give me access. I'm talking like late aughts, early 10 before I always look at Tech Nine and Murs as two of the artists who I listen to the most, who at that point in time, who really embraced me and allowed me to like cover them and things like that. And then obviously the breakdown, you know, and so Murs did the coolest thing because when I was leaving DX, I left DX and there was some negotiating and I was going back and forth about what was going to happen to the breakdown, right? And so they made an offer to Murs to host the breakdown. And Murs called me and he asked me if I was cool with it. And I respect him so much for that because I know so many people in this space, they would just jump in and take that, you know what I'm saying? And he called me and he asked me. I have so much respect for him for doing that. And honestly, my answer obviously was he hosted this. My answer was yes. It was a fast yes too because that to me was something I've always wanted. I always wanted to create something that could move on and live past whatever I was doing. And so the fact that I created a show that had another host, and then there was another host after that, and then they went from the breakdown to Deep Dive, which is like a remix of the same thing, you know what I'm saying? That was really, really cool. And so, but that was one of those moments where I really got a chance to see Murs in a different way, just from a character standpoint. We've hung out a bunch of times, done, like I said, been friends for almost 2 decades now. But he's putting together this festival, and he hasn't given me any details yet. I was talking to him yesterday because he asked me about it in May or something. I was like, yeah, I'm sure that'll work. And then I was talking to D1 the other week. He was like, yo, I heard you're going to be at the festival. I'm like, I haven't heard anything since. So then I talked to him this week, so we're locked in. But so I'll have more details, and I'll have more details to share when I get them. And when I get them, you'll get them. So
fantastic.
MPC John Smith says, I remember when Murs stepped away from DX. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm not sure if he's told that story. Hopefully he'll tell that story about what happened to him. It was interesting. You guys have anything else?
That's our last super chat?
Yep.
All right. Can you take it off the screen while I do my own promo for my own show?
Yep.
I ain't shit. I was trying to think of a smooth way to say it, and then that was the smooth way.
That was a way.
That was a way. It was nothing
was
smooth about it. I was like, what's a nice way to get the thing off the screen? My brain went, you can just fucking say it. Like,
that was a way.
I don't have the, some people are like, cool. Not me. Anyway, I have something. Brand new thoughts. Every morning.
Brand new thoughts.
6 a.m. It has become my new baby. I have to be honest. Now, you guys was talking all that shit when I was taking, not my co-host, my supportive community. When I was taking hella long to start content, and it was because I needed to build it in my mind first. Well, it is built. And what was built in my mind has come out to be fantastic. We got stingers. We got different like sets, layouts. We have like an AI bot that reads us the fucking news. It's an aggregator. We're still working on a voice because people kind of don't like it. We have an interactive scroll where you go to my website, Elements Align, and you add pictures and you get tokens. And then as I'm talking, your picture in whatever style for the day pops up on the scroll and you can leave a message. We had interviews today. We've had sponsors. We are having a ball every morning on Brand New Thoughts. We'll slip off into some philosophy. We'll slip off into some history. We're just slipping and sliding all off and on. It's a fall on of sorts. So
a fall on.
It's a fall on. Seen that? 1 second of pause. So I look forward to seeing all of you guys or anybody, everybody, guys, girls, gals, anybody, in the morning, every morning. I don't know if I'm gonna do weekends. I think I should do weekends because it'll just be a norm. Every 6 a.m. you expect to see me, but right now it's weekdays at 6 a.m. and we're doing cool stuff and get an account on Elements Align so you can participate. And my light went off because it's 10:15.
My sleep just came on at 10:15. That's what it is.
Look at you.
Yeah, no.
All right, BK, your turn. We're coordinated. And one of these days, my co-hosts are going to pop up on my stream and call. They're going to call in. They're going to be part of like some part of it because it starts at 6 a.m. But this is the beautiful thing. And I kind of like this lighting. I don't know. It's a little bit dramatic. This is the beautiful thing about it being 6 a.m. It's a handoff. Damn, that sounded handoff. I need a sports ball reference. You do a handoff? All right, they take it too long.
Or halftime.
What I try to do is I try to stream until the next stream in our universe happens.
Oh, yeah. Handoff. That's what it is.
Handoff. Yep.
Right.
Is it called a handoff? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I try to go till 8 because then we have the little, like this happens on the news all the time. Like whoever show is, it'll turn into a split screen, and then the next person's show is right here. Right. So I start to show like third verse is starting, and we just kind of talk and wrap it up until third verse starts. And then when it starts to be like, all right, I see y'all tomorrow, and then everybody goes to third verse. And then I did the same thing today for the lunch table with glasses. So nice. I'm loving the whole like interconnectivity. We are one, dialectical materialism. Everything is knowable. Everything is changeable type of situation we have going on. So yes, sir. Shouts to Elle for getting bullied into holding us there. Yeah, I did.
The company man universe. Yeah.
Bright side being there.
Right.
Yeah, we be in there having fun. So
I made progress today. I was in the chat.
Yes, I saw you.
Okay,
I was in the chat today.
Yes, BK, but I know, BK be, getting ready to graduate Friday. Shout out to that. I will be in your text message like, send me pics. I will be stalking. I have no stalker shame, just for the record.
I definitely will. I'm going to definitely share. Yeah, well, I guess that's a great segue because, BK, the student, is, taking the hat off a little bit, and I'm able to create the way I want to in the next coming week, which I'm really excited about. Of course, we got LATM, Look at the Material podcast. We have a Discord now, which is awesome. And seeing the cross-pollination of people in Culture United. We have a whole Culture United channel where people are like the community literally was so, invested with Culture United. They were like, we need a channel just to discuss, Culture United. That's incredible to me.
That's dope.
That is just, so special to me. And also, the Culture United Discussions channel was buzzing today off the Killer Mike FD thing because there's also cross-pollination there too. So so someone was like, I hope they talk about it today. And I was like, little do you know, we're talking about it today. So that was great. I just love the community. I love that I don't know, it just feels super shared. It feels super communal, even though it's virtual. So I love that. And it's a way for me to stay in touch with the community when I can't post as much, if that makes sense. And I can get kind of real-time feedback, which I've been really enjoying. And shout out to the mods there because, they keep it clean. They keep the conversations on track. Mods, I see why they're so vital. I think the next step though is trying to figure out what I want to do with members only and Patreon, what type of stuff I want over there. I think I want to do more of a rant style over there, minimally edited type. But I don't know. I think I just gotta brainstorm that and figure out what I want to do. And then also I'm creating on BK and Mogo, which is the reaction channel I have with my fiance and partner Morgan, and that I feel is such a release because I don't know, the creation process on that is so much more streamlined. You can batch record 6, 7, 8 reactions in one setting, edit them, and now you have a drop a week or a drop every other day. It's just different. I can produce higher on that show. So that's been awesome. And then also it's just I don't know, reaction content is just so fun when we're here's this new artist with 500 subs. Let's see what they're doing. And it's the best shit you heard.
That's dope.
It's incredible. And sometimes the artist will interact and be like, yo, you totally got what I was saying. And yeah, that's been awesome. Lastly, so yes, I am graduating this Friday. And all of that's coming together.
9-second applause.
Yes. But do not ask me what I'm doing next. I don't know, and that's okay. But also lastly, okay, so Doomer in the chat said, Stat and BK meeting must be filmed. I've been thinking, about extending an invite to Stat and or Glasses to the wedding.
Word up.
That would be incredible. Really, the party, because we're doing a party on one day, and we're doing the wedding on one day, and we're doing a party on Juneteenth. That's what's happening next year. And so I don't know. That would be really dope to have like all of us in the same room if we can make that happen. I don't know though. So
Juneteenth in Louisiana. Is that what? Hold on.
That's
yeah.
I just felt the ancestors high five.
And we're jumping the broom like that.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up.
So
That's
I don't
beautiful.
know. I don't know. Y'all may see something slip into y'all mailbox for that. So, well, definitely y'all are gonna be there. But
yeah, you know, Stat would need a +1.
You know, oh,
Glasses could be my +1 if I have one.
Okay, and then Justin, you got a girl. You go first, Sheree. My bad.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we talking about? We talking about the wedding?
I don't know what we talking about. Girls. I don't know.
+1s to BK Mogo's wedding.
I'll probably gonna need a +1. I'll probably need a +1. You're talking about a year from now. That's a long time.
Yes.
But yes, I'd probably need a +1.
Hold
I
on,
need
wait.
+1 anyway.
A year from now, I might need my. Yeah, you got to invite Glasses.
We talking a year from now.
I might need my +1. I might need my +1. Nah, I'm just fine.
True. We gonna tap in like 90 days prior and see where everybody at.
There you go. But I'm excited about it. I would like to know if we have any color thing going on because I would like a year to buy my outfit. That would be great. I can go.
We have less than a year now.
It is black tie as well.
So that means I'll get to wear a gown.
Oh, absolutely.
I will fuck a gown up.
Like, I'm very excited.
You know how regal I can be, especially in the summer.
Yes, I'm sure. I can imagine. I can theorize.
But
yeah, that's what's going on over here. You know, with just just wearing so many different hats, like real life, and then like this is real life to me too. So it's just figuring out like where I'm going creatively has been interesting. And I really feel Justin on the growing pains part because you could just be so hard on yourself, especially when you're not producing at the level that like maybe you once like were, or like, you know, the topics are changing or whatever. It's difficult, but like, I also want to congratulate you, Elle, just going for it. And I feel like you're better off having an outlet that you have like total creative control over, and like you've just taken it and run with it, and like that's just what we knew like you would do. Like I'm like, you just need to throw spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks, like because you've got something so good. So like I would expect nothing less. So congrats.
Thank you.
Nice, second applause. Word up.
Oh, I saw that. 6 a.m. Pacific. I saw that.
Not 3 a.m., 6 a.m.
Not
Pacific.
3 a.m. Pacific. Thank you very much.
Big shout out to all of our mods. Big shout out to Lil, Said, Divine Eternally, Deluxe the Champ. I'm not sure I saw Bucktooth, but I know he's one of them. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. Big shout out to everybody who gave super chats. Really, really, it's the best way to, it's the fastest way to support, but this show wouldn't be a show without you guys. So thank you so much for all of that. I think there's another super chat that just came in. So it says, salute to Murs and Justin and Culture United. Got a funny story about Murs and Club El Rey from back in the day. Let's talk about that next week.
Stories next week.
This one wasn't super chat, but it says D1 and Murs have a fire album for those who care. It is. It's called He's the Rapper, I'm the Christian. And I'm on it. I have an interlude on it. So it's actually really dope. It's my first album credit. That's another reason I love Murs. Murs put me on that album, man. So it's really great.
Justin is so famous.
Like, when are you writing the memoir? Like, do you have that in mind already?
It's in process.
Okay,
it is
good.
in process. It's
Good.
it's in process right now. So I mean, look, 2027 is about to be a very loud year. That's all I can say. So I'm very excited.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
Yeah.
Let's get J-Hud in this bitch.
It's all happening.
Yeah.
It's all happening.
Absolutely.
All right. That's this
Justin,
week's
do
Culture
you have
United.
anything?
I
Justin, do you have anything?
I just gave. Look, I just need everybody to remember: never eat yellow snow,
Important.
and never talk yourself out of a great idea.
Heavy on that one.
Happy See You Wednesdays. See you Wednesdays. Peace.
united. Our culture, united. Our culture, united. Our culture, united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over